Thursday at midnight. By Aresa. Chapter 1, The Man Who Kills Stories. The meeting room on the 14th floor of Shumai Publishing had no windows. This was either an oversight of the building's original architect or a deliberate cruelty, and Miura Sei had long since stopped caring which. Windows would have given people somewhere to look other than him. The numbers haven't recovered in 6 months, he said. Readership is down 31% from the serialization high. Merchandise revenue is negligible. The digital platform data shows average read time declining week over week, which means readers are not dropping the series, they're skimming it. He paused, just long enough. Skimming is worse than dropping. It means they used to care. Across the table, the mangaka, Fujino Kenji, 24 years old, whose debut series Iron Meridian had been, 2 years ago, one of the more promising action titles in Shumai's lineup, was very still. His hands were flat on the table in front of him. He'd come to this meeting in a jacket that was slightly too large for him, the kind of jacket someone puts on when they want to be taken seriously. He had not been told this meeting was a cancellation. Sei could tell he understood now. The editorial department's recommendation is to conclude Iron Meridian at Chapter 72. We'll work with you on a satisfying close. There's time in the schedule to give the arc a proper ending. We're not pulling the plug. We're writing a final act. He set down the report. This is not a reflection of your talent. The story ran out of road. These things happen. Fujino nodded. He nodded 3 times, very slightly, as if practicing. Then his face did something complicated, and he looked down at the table, and his shoulders moved in a way that wasn't quite crying but was the thing that comes just before it. The other editors in the room found things to look at. The report. Their phones. The middle distance above Fujino's left shoulder. Kusunoki ran, seated at the far end of the table in the junior chair that all junior editors occupied while they were still learning that junior chairs existed for a reason, looked at Sei. Her pen was very still above her notepad. Sei looked at Fujino. The collected volumes will remain in print, he said. Chapter 1 through 36 are strong. Readers who find the series after it concludes will start from the beginning. That story still exists. We're not unmaking it. He let a breath of silence settle. You drew 2 years of a good series. That's not nothing. Fujino pressed his lips together. He nodded again, this time once, which meant he was finished practicing and had arrived somewhere steadier. Okay, he said. Okay. Thank you, Miura-san. The meeting ended at 3:47 p.m. Rand fell into step beside Sei in the hallway, matching his pace with the slightly too fast stride she'd adopted in her first week and never fully abandoned. She was holding her notepad against her chest like a shield. He didn't cry, she said, which wasn't what she'd meant to say, he could tell. He almost did, Sei said. Give him the elevator. She glanced back. Fujino was still in the meeting room, reorganizing papers that didn't need reorganizing. Should someone give him the elevator, Sei repeated. He doesn't want an audience for the next 5 minutes. You'd know that if you stopped watching his hands. Rand's mouth closed. She filed that away somewhere. He could tell she filed everything. It was her best quality and would eventually make her very good at this job. She matched his pace to the elevator bank without looking back. The transition timeline, Sei said. I want a draft to Fujino by end of week. He should know what the final arc looks like before the announcement goes internal. Last thing any mangaka needs is to hear it from someone in the break room. I'll have it to you by Thursday morning. Wednesday. She wrote something. Wednesday. The elevator arrived. Sei stepped in. Rand did not, because she'd apparently remembered something she'd left in the meeting room, or she was giving Fujino the elevator and being diplomatic about whose idea it was. He watched the doors close and felt the specific, clean satisfaction of a decision made correctly and efficiently and now complete. The 14th floor of Shumai Publishing smelled like ink and recycled air and, on Fridays when someone brought pastries to the editorial bullpen, a ghost of butter that dissipated by noon. The bullpen itself was organized chaos, the kind that looked messy to civilians but had its own precise logic, where every buried manuscript could be located in under 40 seconds by the person who'd buried it. Sei's office was adjacent to it, separated by a glass partition that he kept clear because opacity suggested someone was hiding. He did not hide. His desk was perpendicular to the window, which faced a gray slice of Tokyo sky and the concrete flank of the building across the alley. On it, his monitor, his keyboard, 2 stacked manuscript trays, one marked in progress, one marked decision pending, a cup of pencils that he did not use because he edited in red ink, a red pen, and his phone, which was parallel to the desk's edge by habit so ingrained it had become invisible to him. No photographs. No plants. No personal items of any visible kind, which some people interpreted as coldness and others interpreted correctly as control. He sat down and pulled the top manuscript from the in-progress tray. Through the glass partition, the bullpen moved and murmured. Across the floor, one of the senior editors was on a call, his voice rising and falling with the particular rhythm of someone delivering bad news to a publisher's PR department. A new assistant tripped over a rolling chair and didn't fall but made the sound of someone who had considered falling as an option. Somewhere nearby, a kettle was reaching temperature. Sei read the manuscript. It was chapter 11 of a cooking-adjacent romance that was performing adequately, which was a thing Sei found himself thinking about more and more these days. Adequate performance, the vast middle category of work that was not bad enough to cancel and not good enough to fight for, the enormous gray territory that most serializations lived in and died in without anyone marking the event. He made 2 margin notes. The pacing in the second act was front-loaded. The rival character's introduction was a chapter late. He turned a page. His phone buzzed with a message from Ran, Wednesday confirmed. Do you want me to loop in Fujino's literary rep now or after the internal announcement? He typed back, after. Rep first means it's official. Give him 48 hours. She responded with a thumbs up. He put the phone down, parallel to the desk edge, and returned to the manuscript. The kettle finished boiling. Ogata Reiko caught him in the hallway at 6:15, which was later than her usual departure but not unusual enough to comment on, and which Sei suspected was deliberate. She was 63, though no one said so aloud, and she had survived 31 years at Shimokitazawa Publishing by a combination of political intelligence, excellent instincts, and the specific brand of patience that comes from having outlasted 3 editorial directors and 2 full magazine relaunches. Her hair was silver-streaked black in a low chignon. She wore dark blazers the way other people wore armor. Fujino meeting, she said, falling into step beside him without breaking stride, which was how Reiko conducted most of her conversations, as if they were already in progress. Concluded, Sei said. He took it well? He took it professionally. Which is better? She glanced at him sidelong. You told him his story had run out of road. He needed something to hold on to. An explanation with a shape. Sei pressed the elevator button. It's true, as well. It is. Reiko considered this. The elevator arrived, they both stepped in. She pressed the lobby button. I'm thinking about the Tono slot. Tono. The name entered the air of the elevator and settled there, and Sei looked at the floor indicator and said, the quarter lineup has room. It does. I'd like your thoughts by end of month. Something with legs. I'll put together a list. She was quiet for the 3 floors between 14 and the lobby. Then, just before the doors opened, you used to argue with me about lineups. You had opinions. She stepped out. Strong ones. Sometimes wrong ones. A brief pause at the threshold, the doors beginning to slide. It was useful. She was gone before he answered, which was also how Reiko conducted her exits. Sei took the same train home that he took every night, the Odakyu line out of Shinjuku at 6:42, which put him at his stop by 7:09 if the service was running normally, and it was. He walked the 8 minutes to his apartment at a pace that was neither hurried nor leisurely, which was the same pace he walked everywhere, because hurrying implied urgency and leisureliness implied ease and he didn't particularly feel either. The apartment was on the 5th floor. It was clean, minimal, and organized in a way that visitors occasionally described as very you without specifying what they meant. He changed out of his work clothes. He made dinner, rice, grilled salmon, miso soup, from the components he'd prepped Sunday evening because he prepped Sunday evenings, and he ate it at the kitchen counter with a manuscript propped against the kettle because reading at the counter was efficient and because sitting at the table alone in the quiet of a weeknight felt like something he'd decided not to examine. By 9 he was in bed. By 9:15 he was asleep. The alarm would go off at 6. He would take the same train. The silence of the apartment was enormous, and immaculate, and his. Chapter 2, The Last Difficult Artist. The call came on a Tuesday at 2:14 in the afternoon. Sei was reading a manuscript, a fantasy series in its 3rd year, solid midlist, the kind of work that would never win a Tezuka award but would keep running quietly for another decade without anyone panicking, and the name on his phone screen was the editorial assistant from the business affairs department, which was unusual enough that he answered. Miura-san. The assistant's voice had the quality of someone who had been given the task of making a call they didn't want to make. We've received a notification from Tono-sensei's emergency contact. His brother. A pause that lasted exactly long enough to be significant. Tono-sensei passed away this morning. It was sudden. The brother, Tono Soma-san, asked that the publisher be informed. Sei said, I see. Yes. We're very sorry. Is there anything you need? I'll call you back, Sei said. He hung up. He set his phone on the desk. He aligned it parallel to the edge, which it already was, because it was always parallel to the edge, but he did it anyway, the small deliberate adjustment of an object already in its correct position. Then he looked at the manuscript in front of him. The fantasy series. 3rd year. Solid midlist. He didn't move for 2 hours. At some point Ran knocked on the glass partition and leaned in and said, with the particular careful register she used when she was trying not to show that she was alarmed, Miura-san. Do you want me to reschedule the 4 o'clock? He said, what time is it? 4:10. He had missed the 4 o'clock. He had never missed a 4 o'clock in 8 years at this desk. Reschedule it, he said. Thursday. Morning. She hesitated in the doorway. He could feel her looking at him, the same precise, quiet attention she applied to manuscripts, which he'd taught her and which now turned on him like a lens he hadn't consented to. Are you all right? Tono-sensei's serialization will need to be addressed, he said. I'll handle the preliminary communications. A beat. She heard something in it, he could tell she heard something in it, because she was 26 and perceptive in that raw, unguarded way that people were before they learned to protect it. She said nothing. She wrote something on her notepad. Should I? That's all, he said. She went. He looked at the phone on his desk. Tono Haruki had been, in the professional assessment of every editor who had ever worked with him, a nightmare. Not maliciously. Not even consciously. He was a nightmare the way weather was a nightmare, large and ungovernable, moving according to its own internal logic, leaving wreckage not out of cruelty but out of sheer force of presence. He argued about everything. Panel composition. Dialogue rhythm. Chapter breaks. The width of a gutter margin, once, for 40 minutes, during which Sei had become so genuinely enraged by the man's refusal to concede a point he was factually wrong about that he'd had to step outside and stand in the cold for 2 minutes before returning. He had returned. He always returned Tono Haruki's calls. He was the only mangaka Sei could say that about. The first time they met had been an editorial pitch meeting, 6 years ago. Haruki had come in with 3 concept proposals. Sei remembered all of them, which was itself unusual. The first was a supernatural thriller about a cartographer who mapped places that didn't exist. The second was a battle series set in a feudal Japan that had never historically occurred. The third was something half-formed, barely a paragraph, about a man who received letters from his past self. Sei had rejected all 3. He'd been diplomatic about the cartographer, decisive about the battle series, and genuinely unimpressed by the letters concept, which he'd called a framework dressed as a story. Haruki had sat across from him with the expression of someone who had prepared for rejection and been surprised anyway by how much it stung, and then, this was the part Sei remembered with specific clarity, the way you remember the moment before a thing changes. Haruki had pulled out a fourth concept. One he hadn't planned to pitch. A rough draft he'd been carrying in his bag, unfinished, just in case. This one's different, Haruki had said. I haven't figured it out yet. But it's the only one of these that keeps me up at night. Sei had read it in the room. Haruki had waited, which was unusual for him. He was not, as a rule, good at waiting. When Sei finished, he'd set it down on the table and said, "Come back in 2 weeks. Have the first 3 chapters drafted. Not thumbnails. Chapters." Haruki had grinned. Sei had thought, this man is exhausting, and then, underneath that, something he hadn't examined. I want to hear every word he says for the rest of my career. The series was called Pale Transit. It ran for 4 years, won 2 awards in its third, and had been, by every metric Sei had developed over a decade of editorial work, a once-in-a-career find. Not because it was commercially dominant, it wasn't, it was critically beloved and its readership was fervent rather than massive, but because it was the kind of manga that made readers put it down partway through and sit quietly for a moment before picking it up again. The kind that left marks. Working with Haruki was an act of sustained combat. Every editorial note was a negotiation. Every deadline was a conversation about the philosophical nature of deadlines. Sei had once received a chapter 20 minutes before it was due, with a message that read, "The extra time made it better. You're welcome." He had written back, "It was due at noon." Haruki had responded with a photo of the finished page and nothing else. It had been exceptional work. Sei had said so, briefly, in the next call, and Haruki had been quiet for a moment in a way that suggested the compliment had landed somewhere real, and then immediately pivoted to arguing about the next chapter's panel count. Sei's phone calls, from mangaka, from assistants, from literary reps negotiating on behalf of clients, went to voicemail approximately 60% of the time. He returned them within 24 hours, as a professional courtesy. Tono Haruki's calls he picked up on the first ring. He had never articulated why, even to himself. It was simply a fact about his behavior that he had noticed and filed and not examined, the way you file a thing you suspect might be significant but are not ready to be significant yet. "There's been some confusion in business affairs about how to proceed," Rand said the next morning. She was standing in his office doorway, notebook open, doing the thing she did when she wasn't sure how much to say, the slight pause before each sentence, the sense of words being weighed before deployed. "The serialization contract is still technically active. There are clauses about death and creative incapacity, but legal wants a senior editorial decision before they trigger anything." Sei looked up from his desk. "I'll handle the studio closure personally." A pause. A longer one than usual. "The studio closure," she said. "Haruki, Tono-sensei's studio. Someone from the editorial side should catalog the manuscript materials, assess the tablet and equipment, archive the working files before the estate makes decisions about the space." He turned back to his desk. "I'll do it. I can send an assistant. I'll do it." She was quiet again. He could feel her doing the math, the fact that Sei had not, in the months she'd worked under him, personally gone to a mangaka's studio for anything. He sent assistants. He sent junior editors. He conducted his work from his desk and from meeting rooms and from the phone, which was where editorial work was actually done. "Should I coordinate with the brother? Tono Soma-san?" "I'll contact him directly." "All right." She wrote something. Then, carefully, her eyes on her notebook, "He was your longest collaboration?" Tono-sensei. Sei said, "Yes. 4 years. 4 years and 3 months. She looked up at that. Just briefly. He met her eyes and looked back at his desk and said, "The Fujino transition document. Did you send it?" "Yesterday evening." "Good." She left. Sei looked at the manuscript in front of him. "The fantasy series. 3rd year." He closed it and put it in the decision-pending tray. The week moved forward the way weeks do, with the grinding mechanical indifference of scheduled obligations. He attended 4 meetings, approved 2 cover designs, rejected a pitch for a new serialization about competitive swimming that had strong character work and insufficient plot architecture, and wrote 11 editorial letters, all of them precise and most of them useful. He ate lunch at his desk. He took the same train. On Wednesday evening, the business affairs assistant called again to ask whether he'd had any thoughts on the Tono situation, and Sei said, "I'll have a preliminary recommendation by end of week," which he wouldn't, because he hadn't thought about it yet, which was also unusual. He generally had preliminary thoughts on things before they became preliminary recommendations. He was someone who thought ahead. It was, professionally speaking, his primary value. He was not, that week, thinking ahead. He was, instead, thinking about a phone call from 3 years ago. He and Haruki had been arguing about chapter breaks, specifically, about where to end a chapter so the reader felt the pull toward the next one, and Haruki had said, in the middle of an increasingly convoluted metaphor about doorways and thresholds, "The ending of a chapter is a promise, Miura-san. You're saying to the reader, stay. There's more. Don't put me down." Sei had said, "That's a description of manipulation, not storytelling." Haruki had laughed, the full, unguarded laugh that he deployed indiscriminately and often, as if he'd never learned that laughter was something you were supposed to ration. Everything good is manipulation. The difference is whether you keep the promise. Sei had not laughed. He'd said, "Keep the promise then. End the chapter at the right place." "I always do," Haruki had said. "You just don't always notice." He thought about that. He thought about it on the train and at his desk and in the shower and in the 9 minutes it took to fall asleep. He thought about whether it was true. He was not accustomed to not knowing whether things were true. He dealt in certainties. The chapter is weak here, the pacing is front-loaded, the story has run out of road. These were accessible. These were things you could measure. Whether you had noticed something, and when, and what it meant that you had or hadn't, these were not things you could measure. He set them aside. He put them in the decision-pending tray. He took the same train. On Friday afternoon, he called the number Tono Soma had left with business affairs. The voice that answered was lower than Haruki's, steadier. "Tono speaking. Tono Soma-san. This is Miura Sei from Shimokitazawa Publishing. I worked with your brother." A pause. "Miura-san." Something shifted in the voice, not warmth exactly, but recognition. "Haruki mentioned you." Sei adjusted his glasses. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said. He meant it, which was not always true when he said it. "Thank you." Another pause, shorter. "You want to discuss the studio?" "Among other things. I'd like to come in person, if that's convenient. There are manuscript materials that will need to be catalogued, and I'd prefer to assess the situation directly." A beat of silence. Then Soma said, "Of course." And then, before Sei could close out the call, "Can I ask you something, Miura-san?" "Yes." "Were you friends with Haruki?" Sei looked at the phone in his hand. Outside the glass partition, Ran was at her desk, reading something, her pen moving. The bullpen moved and murmured. The city was out there somewhere, running. "I was his editor," Sei said. The silence on the other end lasted exactly long enough to mean something. Then Soma said, "I see. I'll send you the studio address." Sei hung up. He put the phone down on the desk. Parallel to the edge. He sat there for a while. That night he ate dinner at the kitchen counter, rice, grilled chicken, the miso soup he'd made too much of and would finish over the next 2 days. He had a manuscript propped against the kettle but he didn't read it. He looked at the wall above the kettle, which was white and blank and had nothing on it. In the break room at Shimokitazawa, there was a board where people sometimes pinned covers, first issues, award-winning chapters, pieces that had meant something to someone. He'd never contributed anything to it. He thought it was a form of sentimentality that served no editorial function. Haruki's first cover had been on that board for 2 years. Someone had put it up after the first Tezuka nomination. A night scene, a figure at a window, Tokyo below, the kind of cityscape that only worked in manga because real cities were never quite that luminous. He'd drawn it in 4 days because Sei had told him the cover concept wasn't strong enough and given him a week. He delivered it in 4 days to prove a point. It had been exceptional work. Sei put his bowl in the sink. He turned off the kitchen light. By 9 he was in bed. By 9:23 he was still awake, which was unusual. He lay in the dark and did not think about whether he had noticed something, and when, and what it meant. He did not think about the first ring. He did not think about a phone call about chapter breaks and whether the promise had been kept. He was very good at not thinking about things. Eventually, he slept. Chapter 3, What the Dead Leave Running. Haruki's apartment was in Shimokitazawa, on the 3rd floor of a building that had been old when the neighborhood was young and had become, through some alchemical process particular to that part of the city, charming rather than dilapidated. The stairwell smelled like old wood and someone else's cooking. The door to apartment 3C had a small ceramic plaque that said Tono in blue glaze, the kind of thing you bought at a market stall on a sunny afternoon when you were feeling domestic. Tono Soma opened the door before Sei had finished knocking. He was younger than Sei had assembled from the phone call, 27, he'd learn, 2 years younger than Haruki had been at the time of his death, and he resembled his brother with the particular cruelty of family genetics. The same jaw, the same warm coloring, the same build that had probably been called lanky in adolescence and had never quite decided what to become afterward. He was wearing a plain gray sweater and holding a cardboard box, which he shifted to one arm to shake Sei's hand. Miura-san. His grip was firm. His eyes were the same warm brown as Haruki's and, unlike Haruki's, they assessed you directly without performing anything. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the time. Soma stepped back to let him in. The apartment was the inside of Haruki's brain made physical, which was something Sei had suspected and was now confirmed. Every surface had something on it, stacks of reference books, rolled character sheets, a collection of small figures Sei didn't recognize that were lined up along the windowsill in a way that suggested a hierarchy only their owner had understood. The walls had sketches pinned to them, loose pages from what looked like concept work, a printed photo of Shimokitazawa in autumn light that had been there long enough to curl at the corners. There were 2 coffee mugs on the table, which struck Sei as an odd thing to notice, but he noticed things. He always noticed things. Sorry about the state of it, Soma said, which he said the way someone said it when they didn't entirely mean it. The apartment's state clearly predated any grief-related disorder. He was mid-chapter when it happened. I've been trying to sort through what needs to stay and what can be boxed, but he put the cardboard box down on a cleared corner of the table. There are a lot of things that seem important until you try to explain why. There's no rush, Sei said. The building wants a decision by the end of the month. The lease was in his name. I understand. Soma looked at him, a direct, unhurried look that did not have the quality of assessment so much as the quality of attention. Haruki had looked at things with his whole face. Soma looked at things with his whole self, but quietly, like someone who'd learned that quiet was more useful than noise. They were very different, Sei thought, and then immediately thought, they were not very different at all. Sit down, Soma said. I'll make tea. The tea was barley, mujika, cold from the fridge, poured without asking. Sei had a vague memory of Haruki mentioning this, years ago, on a late call. Soma keeps mujika in his fridge year-round. Even in January. It's deranged. I love it. He sat at the table and held the glass and didn't say so. Soma sat across from him. He didn't have a notebook, didn't have a phone on the table, didn't have anything in front of him at all, just his hands and his tea and his attention. The studio, he said. Haruki's working studio. It's separate from this, it's a rented space, 10 minutes from here on foot. Smaller than this place but better light. He paused. I've been going by every couple of days to check on it. Water his plant. He had a plant. He had one plant, which is a miracle given that he could barely remember to eat during crunch. A brief, complicated expression that was not quite a smile. Cactus. He said it was the only thing he couldn't kill. I think he was relieved to have found something in his care that didn't need much from him. Sei thought about the image of Haruki buying a cactus. It was exactly the kind of practical decision Haruki would make. He said, I'll need to assess the studio materials. The tablet especially, there may be in-progress files that should be preserved for the archive. I thought you might want that. Soma reached into the pocket of his sweater and produced a key, a small one, the kind that came with the kind of studio lock that was mostly symbolic. He set it on the table between them. He had 2 copies. I have the other. Sei looked at the key. He didn't pick it up yet. Were you friends? Soma had asked, on the phone. He said, when should I contact you about what I find? Soma's head tilted slightly. An infinitesimal angle. Whenever you find it. He curled both hands around his glass. Can I ask, was Haruki difficult to work with? Extremely. The corner of Soma's mouth moved. He said you were the only editor who didn't let him get away with things. He got away with things constantly. He said that too. Now it was an actual brief smile, the kind that didn't quite reach the eyes because the eyes were doing something else. He complained about you a lot. Like, a lot. The kind of a lot that is its own information. He looked down at his tea. He said you once made him redraw a chapter because the protagonist's hands were slightly wrong in panel 7. 360 panels, and you found the one where the hand was wrong. The hand was wrong. He redrew it. He always did. Soma was quiet for a moment. Then, he respected you. I want you to know that. He would never have said so directly. Haruki thought if he told you the balance of power would shift, and he needed to believe the balance of power was negotiable. He met Sei's eyes steadily. But he respected you. I think it was important to him that you existed. Sei adjusted his glasses. He said, he was the most talented artist I've worked with. Which was true. Which was also not the thing he was being asked, and he knew it. Soma looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded, once, and let it settle. Take the key, he said. He would have wanted you to have it. I don't know why exactly, I don't know what it means in practical terms, but he would have. I'm certain of it. Sei picked up the key. On the other side of Tokyo, in an apartment over a convenience store, Kusunoki Ran was on the phone. The call had taken her 45 minutes to work up to. She'd done the research first, she always did the research first, going through the serialization records for Pale Transit, cross-referencing the masthead credits, finding the name in the acknowledgments of Volume 2, Natsumu, assistant. The contact information wasn't in Shumai's system because Natsumu had never been a Shumai employee, just someone who'd shared a studio with a mangaka who was now dead. She'd found it through a fan forum, which felt vaguely unprofessional but was how things were sometimes done. The phone rang 4 times before it was answered. Yes. The voice was quiet. Not soft, quiet in the specific way of people who were capable of volume but had chosen against it for the foreseeable future. Natsum-san? This is Kusunoki Ran from Shumai Publishing. I'm calling about the archival records for Tono-sensei's serialization, specifically regarding the in-progress files and any remaining. I know why you're calling. A beat. You want to know about the chapters. Ran's pen paused above her notepad. That's one of the things, yes. The answer is no. The voice was flat. Not hostile, exactly, but load-bearing, weight beneath it, something being held in check. There are no stockpiled chapters, no backup files, no pre-drawn material that Shumai doesn't already have. Chapter 36 was the last. He finished it the night before. A pause. He called me to look it over. We were on the phone until 2 a.m. It was good work. Another pause. Longer. He always did good work. I'm not trying to suggest otherwise. Your department ran his deadlines into the ground. The quiet was still there but the weight under it had shifted, like something had been redistributed. He was pulling 18-hour days for 6 weeks before. He told me the editorial team kept requesting revisions after submission. There's a limit to a sound that was not quite a breath. I apologize. That was unprofessional. Rand didn't write anything down. She said, I hear you. A silence. What do you actually need? Natsumu asked. I'd like to understand the state of the studio. The tablet contents, the working files, what's been organized and what hasn't. I can come to you, I don't need you to come here. A long pause. Fine, you said finally. Next week. Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning, Rand confirmed. She wrote it down. Thank you, Natsumu-san. I'm sorry for your loss. Another silence. Then you said, very quietly, he was the best mangaka I'll ever work with. I don't know what I do now. It didn't sound like something intended for her ears. It sounded like something he'd said already, in the dark, to no one. Rand said, I think you figure that out slowly. I think that's okay. She didn't know why she said it. You didn't respond. He hung up. She put her phone down and sat for a moment in her small apartment above the convenience store, holding her notepad, which was mostly blank. In her office on the 14th floor of Shimai Publishing, Ogata Reiko was not doing what she was supposed to be doing, which was reviewing the quarterly numbers. The quarterly numbers were on her screen. She had read the first page twice and retained none of it. On the wall behind her desk, framed, the first issue of Pale Transit. The cover Haruki had drawn in 4 days to prove a point, the night scene, the city luminous below a figure at a window. She'd picked it because she had the prerogative and because it was, in her estimation, one of the cleaner cover images they'd published in the last decade. She had greenlit that series on her own authority. The committee had wanted a battle manga, something safer, something with established demographic metrics. Reiko had sat through the meeting, let everyone speak, and then said, we're doing Tono's series. The committee had folded, because that was what committees did when Reiko had already decided. She was not, generally, a person who second-guessed her decisions. It was one of the things that made her good at this job and occasionally difficult to be in a meeting with. She was sitting with this one. Not the decision to greenlight the series, that decision was obviously correct, the numbers and the awards and the fervent, inconsolable readers who were already filling her inbox with messages had confirmed that several hundred times over. She was sitting with the quieter decision, that she had watched Miura Sei work with Tono Haruki for 4 years and had not once asked whether the thing between them was only editorial. She had seen the way Sei moved through the office in the weeks when Haruki's chapter was late and the way he moved through it in the weeks when the chapter was good, and she had filed that observation under none of my business and left it there. She didn't know if that had been right. She suspected it hadn't been. She suspected a great many things that she expressed through protective professional action rather than conversation, because she was Ogata Reiko and she had survived 31 years at Shimai Publishing by being strategic, and strategy did not always look kind from the outside. She turned back to the quarterly numbers. Then she opened a new email and addressed it to Miura Sei. I trust you'll handle the studio assessment with your usual thoroughness. There's no deadline from my end. Take whatever time you need. She read it over. It said the thing she meant, encrypted in the language they used with each other. She sent it. Outside her window, Tokyo ran on, trains, deadlines, weather, the ordinary enormous hum of a city that did not stop for grief. It rarely did. She had learned, a long time ago, that this was not cruelty. It was just the nature of large systems. Small things happened inside them. People died. Editors sat at their desks and aligned their phones. Studios stayed rented. The numbers waited on her screen. She got back to work. The following Thursday, Sei came back from Shimokitazawa with the key in his jacket pocket and Soma's voice still sitting in the back of his mind. He would have wanted you to have it. He sat at his desk. He pulled the fantasy series from the in-progress tray. Through the glass partition, Ran was on the phone, her notepad open, her pen moving with the careful speed of someone getting something right. She caught his eye for a moment and gave a barely perceptible nod. She had things to report. She would report them when it was time, and returned to her call. Sei looked at the manuscript. He thought, the ending of a chapter is a promise. He turned to the first page and started to read. Chapter 4, Chapter 37. The studio was on the second floor of a narrow building sandwiched between a dry cleaner and a tea shop that had been there since before Shimokitazawa became the kind of neighborhood that appeared in lifestyle magazines. A buzzer on the street-level door, a flight of stairs with a window at the landing that looked out on a sliver of alley and the corrugated roof of something smaller. The key Soma had given him fit the lock. The lock was, as Sei had noted, mostly symbolic. He pushed the door open. The first thing was the smell, ink and paper and something underneath those, faintly organic, the smell of a space that had been lived in at extreme close range for years. Not unpleasant. Something like the inside of a library that had been loved past the point of proper care. He stood in the doorway for a moment. Then he stepped in. It was a medium-sized room with drafting desk, supply shelving, a work table that had been colonized by reference materials, a small kitchen unit in the corner, electric kettle, 2 mugs, a cactus on the windowsill that had not died, which Sei noted with something that wasn't quite surprise. Afternoon light came through the window at an angle that illuminated the dust motes and suggested that the room had been designed with natural light in mind or that Haruki had simply been lucky in his rental. Manuscript pages were organized on the shelving in the particular half-organized way of someone who had their own system that looked like no system. Character sheets on the wall, reference photos alongside them. A small stool beside the drafting desk where an assistant would sit. Sei crossed the room. He touched nothing. A floorboard creaked near the drafting desk, one specific plank, slightly loose at one corner, and the sound was so ordinary and specific that it caught him off guard. He looked down at it. He stepped back and stepped forward and it creaked again. The exact same note. He looked at the desk. It was empty, as desks are empty when the person who used them is gone. The surface was ink-stained in the particular way of long use, not messy, not clean, just marked, the way skin is marked by work. There was a mug on the shelf above the desk, white ceramic, with a tea stain ring on the inside lip that had never been wiped. A specific mug, left in a specific place, by a person who had intended to come back for it. Sei looked at it for a long moment. Then he sat down in the chair. Just to assess the space. That was all. The chair had adjusted armrests, adjusted to a height that was not Sei's height, that would have suited someone slightly shorter, someone with a different relationship to the desk surface. He didn't change them. He sat the way the chair suggested sitting, which was slightly differently than he usually sat, and looked at the desk from Haruki's angle, which was also different. The tablet was on the desk. He had noted it when he entered, of course he had. He noticed everything, and had approached it last, the way you approach the thing you came for when you don't want to seem like you came only for that. It was a professional-grade drawing tablet, the kind that displayed what you drew directly on the screen, and it looked expensive and battered in the equal measure of tools that are used constantly and never treated gently. The screen was dark. He turned it on. The home screen appeared, wallpaper that was a blurry photograph of what looked like a view from a mountain, the icons of several apps arranged with no apparent logic. He navigated to the file storage. There were folders, Pale Transit, organized by chapter, reference photos, font files, several folders labeled with only years. He opened the Pale Transit folder. Chapters 1 through 36, each properly labeled and dated. Chapter 36 dated 8 days ago. The last thing Haruki had touched. He opened chapter 36. The final submission. He'd read it in the office, on submission, the way he read everything, critically, efficiently, with the part of his brain that categorized and assessed and decided. He read it. Again now. It was 42 pages. The chapter ended on an ambiguous beat, the protagonist standing at the edge of a decision, the next step undrawable from this angle. It was a chapter break in the truest sense, a door. You felt the threshold. You felt there was more on the other side. He set the tablet to sleep. He would catalog the folder contents, compile a drive, contact the estate. This was the work that needed to be done, and it was straightforward work, and he should feel the clean, functional satisfaction of tasks that have a shape and a completion. He sat in the chair for a while longer than was strictly necessary. He was still there when midnight happened. He hadn't intended to stay past 7. He had planned to catalog the visible manuscript materials, photograph the supply inventory, lock the door, and take the last comfortable train home. He had not planned to sit in the chair and read 3 volumes of Pale Transit from the bookshelf, physical copies, the published editions, with the cover art and the extras, and he had certainly not planned for the reading to take him until 11:40, at which point he had looked up and noticed the time and sat very still for a moment, taking stock. He was still there, in the chair, when the tablet on the desk chimed. It was a sound like a notification, the soft, neutral alert of incoming data, which was impossible, because the tablet was not connected to a network. He had checked that in his initial assessment. No Wi-Fi configured, no mobile data, the network settings blank. He had checked, because he was thorough and because connected devices were a liability in estate situations. He picked up the tablet. A new file had appeared in the Pale Transit folder, timestamped midnight. Just now. Created in this moment. The file name, ch37_final.psd. Sei looked at it. He looked at the tablet settings again, the network status, dark and inactive. He checked the file's properties. Created this minute, modified this minute, no originating device, no upload path. Just, here. Present. As if it had always been there and he'd only just noticed. He opened it. It was a chapter. 44 pages, fully realized, penciled, inked, toned, lettered. Clean work, clean lines, the particular economy of Haruki's paneling that Sei had spent 4 years learning to read, the way he used white space as deliberate punctuation, the way his crowd scenes breathed, the way close-ups and emotional beats came always slightly earlier than you expected them and landed harder for it. The lettering in Haruki's usual font, the sound effects hand-drawn over the printed text in the way that had been Haruki's single consistent affectation since Volume 1. The story picked up from the exact point where Chapter 36 had ended. The protagonist standing at the threshold. 1 step, then 2, then the door on the other side. Sei read it. He read it the way he always read first submissions, with the full attention of a person who had trained for a decade to receive stories, to understand what they were doing and what they were failing to do and what they were reaching for. The editorial assessment ran automatically, the way the assessment always ran, and the assessment was, this was excellent. This was some of the best work in the serialization. The emotional pacing in the middle act was tighter than Chapter 36 had been. There was a double-page spread near the end that used negative space in a way he hadn't seen Haruki do before, more restrained than his usual instincts, and it was more effective for it. He finished the chapter. He looked up at the studio. The mug on the shelf. The cactus on the windowsill. He looked back at the tablet. He read it again. Then he sat there with it in his hands until 4 a.m., turning it back and forth in his mind the way you turn a strange object, trying to understand what kind of thing it was. When he left, he locked the door behind him. The floorboard creaked once under his foot, near the drafting desk. He stood on it for a moment, then stepped off. He walked home. The trains weren't running and he didn't want to take a taxi. The night air was cold and the walk was 45 minutes and he didn't notice the cold or the time, because he was reading the chapter again from memory, panel by panel, the way he read things that would not settle. He did not tell Ran about the chapter. He filed it, internally, under anomaly pending investigation, which was a category he had never before needed, and he went about the rest of that week with the meticulous discipline of a person who has found an unexplained thing in a locked room and is determined to explain it before he is required to feel anything about it. He submitted a preliminary recommendation about the Pale Transit serialization, that the status be held pending further assessment of Haruki's archival materials. He told Reiko this in her office, standing. She looked at him over her reading glasses and said, "Further assessment. How long do you need?" He said, "I'll know when I'm done." She said nothing else. He left. He had the tablet examined by the publishing house's technical department, a mild-mannered man in IT named Hayashi who took 36 hours and returned with a report that said, no scheduled uploads, no cloud sync configured, no history of external connections, no drafts in the internal storage that could account for the new file. Hayashi noted, with the slightly apologetic tone of people delivering information that doesn't add up, the file creation timestamp is valid. It was created on that device, at that time. I can't account for how. Sei said, thank you, Hayashi-san. He asked Ran to follow up with Natsumu about whether Haruki had pre-drawn chapters held in storage somewhere, a stockpile, a buffer, anything that might account for an extra file. Ran made the call. She came back with the information and her eyes held something that was either concern or curiosity, and she said, Natsumu-san says no. Emphatically. He never worked ahead, Natsumu-san's words, he was barely ever on time. There were no extra chapters in the system, nothing on any drive or server he had access to. A pause. Natsumu-san also wanted me to note that if editorial is planning to use any pre-existing archival material as a basis for continuing the serialization with a replacement artist, Shimai should expect resistance from the estate. That's not the plan, Sei said. I told him that. He didn't seem entirely convinced. He doesn't have to be. He looked back at his desk. Thank you. She lingered in the doorway. Miura-san. Can I ask, what was in the chapter? The one you found. He looked at her. She met his gaze directly, which she was getting better at. Strong work, he said. I'll need to assess further. Okay. She looked at him for one beat longer than necessary. Okay. She went. Sei turned back to his desk. The protagonist of the manga has changed, he had noticed, reading the chapter for the 5th time the previous night. He's colder now. More precise. He wears glasses. He had read that sentence in his own mind, filed it under editorial observation, and moved carefully past it. Thursday arrived. At 11:55, he was already in Haruki's studio. He had told no one where he was going. He sat in the chair with the tablet in his hands and waited for midnight. The tablet chimed. Chapter 38. He opened it. He was right. He had been right, and he had known he was right, which was different from being ready for it. The protagonist of the manga wore wire-framed glasses and gave feedback in sentences that were too precise to be accidental, and in Chapter 38 he stood in a room reading a manuscript and didn't look up when someone called his name, because he was concentrating, and the someone, the ghost character, the one who appeared only when you said the right words, watched him from across the room with an expression that the artist had drawn without narration box or sound effect, just the expression itself, and it was. It was. Sei set the tablet down. He picked it up again. He read the chapter to the end. He sat in the studio for a long time after, in Haruki's chair, with the ink smell around him and the cactus on the windowsill and the mug with the unwashed tea ring on the shelf, and outside the window Tokyo was dark and going on without him. There was an explanation for this. There was always an explanation for things. He was a man who found explanations. He was a man who did not, under any circumstances, entertain the alternative to an explanation. He set the tablet on the desk. He would figure this out. He turned the desk lamp off. He sat in the dark for a moment, which was not a thing he did. Then he turned it back on. He read the chapter again. Chapter 5, A Professional Curiosity. He called it a professional curiosity. This was the term he used in his own head, where he was the only audience and could therefore be precise without being questioned. A professional curiosity covered the fact that he had spent the better part of a week investigating an impossible file on a dead man's tablet and had not yet found an explanation that satisfied a person of his standards, which were high. It did not cover anything else. He told Rand there might be archival irregularities with the tablet. This was the version he distributed to the outside world, which was satisfied by it, because Rand was 26 and didn't yet know that Miura Sei chose his words the way a surgeon chose tools, with total intentionality, and that archival irregularities from Sei's mouth meant something had happened that he was not ready to name. Reiko, he suspected, was not satisfied by it. But Reiko expressed dissatisfaction by asking fewer questions, which looked identical to satisfaction from the outside, and which she had presumably calculated. The week was as follows. Monday, Hayashi's IT report confirmed no technical explanation for the file. Sei read this, set it in the decision-pending tray, and edited 2 chapters of the cooking romance, whose protagonist had developed a habit of explaining her emotions through soup metaphors that Sei found both charming and, in excess, tedious. Tuesday, he went to Haruki's studio in the afternoon to continue the catalog work. He was thorough, photographing, documenting, labeling, the methodical work of institutional memory that nobody would thank him for because nobody would know how bad it would have been without it. He did not sit in the chair longer than necessary. He documented the cactus under studio contents, miscellaneous. He left at 6:15. Wednesday, Ran knocked on his glass partition and reported that Natsumu had confirmed, with feeling, that there were no stockpiled chapters. He acknowledged this. He made no changes to his archival irregularities position. He ate lunch at his desk. The cooking romance protagonist explained her feelings through broth, and Sei wrote in the margin, "The metaphor has outlived its welcome. Let her just speak." Thursday and Friday, he worked. He was very good at working. Both chapters, 37 and 38, which he had reread a combined total of 9 times and would not admit this to anyone, sat in his mind the way a word sits when you're trying to remember it. Present but not accessible. Significant in a way that resisted categorization. The protagonist wore wire-framed glasses. The protagonist gave feedback in clean, flat sentences. The protagonist had a habit, in tense moments, of becoming quieter rather than louder, which was the opposite of how the Haruki character behaved, and the contrast was apparently the point, drawn with the care of someone who had watched 2 specific people occupy the same room for years and understood their dynamic with the precision of someone who had loved both sides of it. Chapter 38 introduced the ghost more fully. He had Haruki's face, not exactly, not literally. The character had been established 3 chapters before Haruki's death, back in chapter 34, and had a different name and different context and a backstory the manga had only half explained. But the face was Haruki's face. The way he held his brush, when he was drawing in the panels, Haruki's way. The way he laughed in the margins of the panels, there was a particular Haruki gesture, shoulders lifting slightly, head tilting back, unguarded, it was there, in ink. Sei knew Haruki's face. He had sat across from it in editorial meetings for 4 years. He knew it in concentration, in argument, in the particular blankness it assumed when Haruki was listening to something he thought was wrong but was deciding whether to say so. He knew it. He filed all of this under professional curiosity and kept going. What he did not tell Ran, the protagonist in chapter 38 had a moment, near the end of the chapter, that had stopped Sei's reading entirely. A small moment, 2 panels. The ghost character was talking, the editorial meeting again, the world of the manga's story, not their world, and the protagonist with the wire-framed glasses was not looking at him. He was looking at a manuscript on his desk, making a note, and his expression was, the word that came to Sei's mind, unbidden, was deliberate. The expression was deliberate. Like someone maintaining a surface. Like someone listening very hard and working very hard to appear not to be. 2 panels. The ghost talking. The protagonist maintaining a surface. Sei had looked at that and felt something. He was not going to specify what the something was. He had looked at it and then looked away. This is a professional curiosity, he told himself, with the conviction of someone who had been doing this for 20 years and was very, very good at it. The creator has based a character on an editorial archetype. This is common practice. The character's visual similarity to specific individuals is an artifact of influence, not intention. He turned the page. He read to the end of the chapter. He went home and prepped components for the week's meals, which took 1 hour and which he completed with full attention. He slept for 6 hours and woke before the alarm and lay in the dark and thought about panel composition. He did not think about anything else. Ran met Natsumu on a Tuesday morning, as arranged. She had told Sei she was going. He had said, fine. Report back. She had not told him she was going primarily because something about the whole situation had started to feel like a puzzle, and Ran, when presented with a puzzle, had to touch every piece. The studio was in Shimokitazawa. She had taken the Odaku line, and from the outside it looked like a building that had other priorities. She buzzed the studio number. A long pause. Then the door opened. Natsumu was slight and androgynous and wore a large cardigan in a soft gray-green, the sleeves pushed up to the elbows, and had the particular posture of someone who spent a great deal of time hunched over a surface and had not yet fully reconciled with the effects of this. They had long fingers stained at the tips, screen-tone adhesive, Ran would learn, and hair that fell across their eyes in a way that looked accidental and probably wasn't. "Kusunoki-san," you said. "Natsum-san. Thank you for having me." They let her in. The studio was exactly what Ran had imagined a working mangaka's studio would look like, and she had imagined it many times, because she had wanted to work in manga publishing since she was 11 years old and had spent the intervening years constructing detailed mental images of what her work life would look like. The real thing was both more cluttered and more alive than she'd imagined: the paper smell, the specific organized chaos of the supply shelving, the reference photos pinned with the haphazard confidence of someone who had a system only they could read. There was a cactus on the windowsill. It looked healthy. "The tablet's there," you said, not pointing. "The manuscript files are archived on the shelving. I organized by chapter when I came in after. It seemed important to have them in order. The in-progress materials from chapter 36 are in the red folder." They sat down on the stool beside the drafting desk and pulled a sketchbook into their lap, which Ran recognized as a thing people did when they needed something to hold. "I've been maintaining the space. Watering the plant. It seemed, it needed doing." "Of course," Ran said. She sat at the work table, the cleared end of it, and opened her notepad. "Can you walk me through what Chapter 36's production looked like in the final weeks?" "Brutal," you said. "The pacing of the final arc required a lot of detail work, crowd scenes in chapters 33 and 34 especially. He was here until 2, 3 in the morning most nights. I was here for most of it." They looked at the drafting desk. He drew with his whole body when he was in flow. Like, he'd be on his feet, leaning over the tablet, drawing from the shoulder. Not just the wrist. He said drawing from the wrist was for people who were afraid. A pause. "I thought about that a lot. Drawing from the shoulder means you commit to the line. You can't take it back." Ran wrote, "Drawing from the shoulder. Commit to the line." He talked about Miura-sen a lot, you said, unprompted. Ran looked up. "About?" You considered. They were sketching something on the inside cover of the sketchbook. Ran could see it was barely a gesture, just lines, the reflex of someone who thought in images. He'd get off a call with him and be furious for 20 minutes. Just, genuinely enraged. And then he'd sit down and start working, and whatever Miura-san had said would be completely correct, and Haruki-san would never, ever admit that. The ghost of something that was almost a smile. He'd be furious at a phone call and then say, "He's right, though. He's always right and I hate it. Like, every time. Every time." Ran stored this carefully and didn't write it down, because some things you didn't write down. Did he? She chose the words. Did he talk about Miura-san in any other context? Personal, not professional? You looked at her for a moment. The sketching stopped. "Why are you asking?" "I'm trying to understand the creative context of the serialization. Who was in his head while he was working?" "Miura-san," you said simply. "That's the answer. Most of the time." They looked back at the sketchbook. He'd get excited about a chapter and want to tell someone immediately, and the first person he'd reach for was his brother and then Miura-san. Sometimes in that order, sometimes not. A beat. I think that's a particular kind of presence in someone's life. To be the person they reach for. Ran said nothing. She was looking at the studio, the desk, the supply shelves, the mug on the shelf above the desk with the unwashed ring. And then she noticed other things. A mug that was not the one on the shelf, This one was in the drying rack of the small kitchen unit, recently washed. The chair was adjusted to a height that was higher than use height would require. There was a laptop charger plugged into the wall near the desk, but no laptop connected to it. The charger was a different model than the charging cable for the tablet. She looked at these things. She did not say anything. "Natsum-san," she said instead, "are you doing okay?" I know it's a broad question. Yu's hands stilled on the sketchbook. "I'm here every day," they said. "I don't know what else to do with myself yet." This studio was my whole work life for 3 years. I know which floorboard creaks. They looked at the floor near the desk. I know how he liked his tea. I know which pages he was proudest of and which ones he thought were failures that no one else noticed were failures. A pause. I don't know how to have that knowledge and no one to use it with. Ran looked at them and said, "I'm sorry," and meant it. Yu nodded. They were quiet for a moment. Then they said, in a voice that was more careful than before, "Someone's been here. On Thursdays. At night." Ran went still. "I came in on a Friday morning 2 weeks ago and the chair was different. Not wrong, just different. And there were things. Small things. The mug that was in the drying rack, that's not mine. I didn't put it there. And the supply levels are slightly off, which I noticed because I know exactly how many screen-toned sheets are on that shelf." They looked at Rand steadily. I asked Soma-san. He said he'd given the studio key to someone from the publisher. Rand wrote something on her notepad. Slowly. "Right," she said. "I'll look into that." "The tablet, you said. Is that what the publisher is interested in? The tablet specifically? We're assessing all of the studio materials." You looked at her for a long moment. They had, she thought, the same quality as the studio itself, full of things that were organized according to a logic she didn't have the key to yet. "Okay," they said. They went back to sketching. The lines on the sketchbook's inside cover were beginning to coalesce into something. She couldn't tell what yet, just that it was becoming something, which was more than it had been. Rand took the train back across the city. In her notepad, the mug in the drying rack. The chair adjusted higher. A laptop charger with no laptop. Thursdays. Midnight. She took a pen cap off and put it back on. Then she wrote, at the bottom of the page, "He's haunting himself in that studio." Then she crossed it out, because it was the kind of thing you thought and then weren't sure what to do with. Then she uncrossed it, because it was accurate. The second Thursday after Chapter 37, Sei arrived at the studio before 11. He had told himself he was going to do it differently this time. He was going to catalog the remaining materials, assess the supply inventory, make the determination about whether any equipment was worth preserving for the estate. He was going to be methodical. He was going to treat this as what it was, which was an editorial obligation, an unusual situation requiring his professional attention and nothing else. He was going to remain until a reasonable hour and then leave. He sat in the chair at 11:08. He put the tablet on the desk. He waited. When the notification chimed at midnight, he noticed his hands were completely still, which was normal, which was always the case, which he registered with the particular heightened awareness of someone checking that a thing is normal and finding it so and not being entirely reassured. Chapter 38 opened on the screen. He read it. He had read it before, he had memorized it, if he was being precise, which he always was, at least internally. He read it again anyway, the full chapter, every panel, every line, and when he got to the end, he put the tablet on the desk and sat with it for a while. The artist was still excellent. Still unmistakably Haruki, the weight of the lines, the timing of the breaks, the way emotion registered in characters' bodies before it registered in their faces. Still. He did not understand what was happening. He did, however, note the following, with the editorial precision of a man who had been cataloging the details of craft for a decade, that in Chapter 38, there was a panel where the ghost character reached out toward the protagonist, arm extended, and stopped, not pulled back, not afraid, just stopped, the way you stop when you are not sure the gesture will be received. The arm extended, the space between them, the ghost's expression reading as, he searched for the word, careful. Careful, he decided. The way you are careful with something breakable. The protagonist in the panel was looking at his desk. Sei looked at the desk in front of him. The ink-stained surface, the mug on the shelf, the dark window. He picked up the tablet. He opened chapter 37. He put the tablet down. He picked it up again. He read, from the beginning of chapter 37, aloud. He had not planned to. He had never planned anything about this situation, which was itself unusual. He began reading at the beginning of the chapter, his voice in the empty room, flat, precise, the reading voice he'd used when he was the only person in the office and needed to hear dialogue aloud to test whether it worked, and the room was the same, the room was ordinary, the ink smell and the cactus and the dark outside the window. He got to page 12. The panel he hadn't been able to stop thinking about. The protagonist maintaining his surface, expression deliberate, something kept carefully behind the eyes. He read the panel's narration aloud. He listened the way he did everything, completely, and without letting it show. The temperature in the room changed. He noticed it the way you notice a sound that is actually an absence of sound, not a new thing, but the subtraction of something that had been there before. The air was warmer. Or differently distributed. Something. He looked up from the tablet. He kept reading. Page 22. The ghost character speaking to the empty room in the manga, the fictional room, the story's room, saying, "You always read my drafts out loud when you thought I wasn't listening. You said it was to check the dialogue. I knew it wasn't." Sei read this sentence aloud. His voice did something on the last word. He corrected it and kept going. Page 30. He was near the end now. His voice in the studio, the familiar sound of his own reading in a way that was different from reading in an office, different from reading on a train, the sound somehow more present in this room, more audible, more there. He read the last page. He put the tablet down. Light gathered. He was aware of it the way you are aware of a light being turned on in a room adjacent to yours, through a wall, barely, at the edge of perception. The studio's shadows shifted. Something happened that he could not describe using the vocabulary of professional curiosity or archival irregularity or any of the other frameworks he'd been carrying. Tono Haruki was leaning against the drafting desk. Translucent. Flickering slightly at the edges, like a photograph with a long exposure. The oversized navy hoodie, the one he wore during all-nighters, Sei had seen it dozens of times, on video calls, at late editorial meetings, the elbow patch that Haruki had never gotten around to replacing and which was now threadbare. Messy dark hair. Ink stains on his fingers. His arms were crossed. He looked exactly like himself. He looked at Sei with an expression that was trying to be casual and was not entirely succeeding, and he said, "Your pacing is terrible. You're rushing the emotional beats." Sei stared at him. Haruki's mouth curved. Chapter 17. The confession scene. "You made me cut the second beat because you said it was repetitive." It wasn't repetitive, it was necessary. The character needed to say it twice because the first time he didn't believe it himself. Sei said, "You're dead." "I'm aware." Haruki tilted his head. "You're taking it well." Sei looked at the tablet. He looked at the studio. He looked at the ghost of Tono Haruki, who was flickering gently at the wrists and was apparently prepared to argue about Chapter 17 of Pale Transit from the Afterlife. He adjusted his glasses. "Your pacing argument is wrong," he said. The second beat was redundant. Haruki grinned, the full, unguarded grin, the one that had always looked like someone who hadn't learned to ration joy. "See," he said, "this is exactly what I mean." Outside, Tokyo ran on. The trains ran. The city did not stop. In a small studio in Shimokitazawa, the temperature was warmer than it should have been, and two men who had spent 4 years making something excellent together continued an argument that had apparently survived death, and the chapter on the tablet glowed softly in the dark. Chapter 6, Read it to me. The argument about Chapter 17 lasted until 2 in the morning. This was not, Sei would later reflect, the most surprising thing about the evening. The most surprising thing was that he'd had the argument at all, that he'd sat in Haruki's chair, in Haruki's studio, with Haruki flickering translucent at the wrists and elbows, and had engaged as if this were a phone call, as if the editorial dispute about the reunion scene's second beat were the primary matter requiring his attention. His brain had apparently decided that argument was a more navigable territory than you are speaking to a dead man, and so he had argued, and Haruki had argued back, and the studio had been warmer than it had any right to be, and outside the window Tokyo had continued not caring. Haruki had always been better at arguments than he was, which was an admission Sei had never made aloud and would not start making now. Better in the sense that he fought with his whole body, gesturing, leaning forward, occasionally standing up to make a point about panel geography by demonstrating it with his hands in the air. As a ghost, he still gestured, but the gestures were slightly less solid than they should have been, fingers trailing light at the edges, and Sei had learned by 12:45 a.m. not to watch the edges. It made it easier to stay in the argument. The second beat wasn't saying the same thing, Haruki said, for the third time, with the persistence of someone who knew he was right and had nowhere to be. The first time he said it, it was a question. The second time, it was an answer. Those are completely different functions. They read the same on the page. They read the same because you cut the breath between them. The breath was the difference. You have 4 panels of white space in that sequence. The white space is not a breath, it's a pause. A breath and a pause are not the same. In comics, they are. Haruki made a sound of such complete exasperation that it seemed for a moment to have actual mass, to be a physical thing in the room. You cannot reduce breathing to panel gutters, Miura-san, that is the most. I can reduce anything to what it communicates on the page. That's the job. The job is, Haruki stopped. He was looking at Sei with an expression that had shifted somewhere in the middle of the sentence. Not exasperation anymore. Something else, underneath it, that he covered by sitting down on the floor near the drafting desk, cross-legged, the way he used to sit during long calls when he ran out of energy to pace. The job, he said, more quietly, is the story. Sei said nothing. You're good at the other parts, Haruki said. The mechanics. The pacing. The market context, God, you're so good at the market context it's almost frightening. A pause. You're less good at the story. I have edited 37 serializations. I know. I'm not saying you can't read a story. I'm saying there's a part of it you always skip. He tilted his head. His outline was faintly luminous, Sei noticed, not in a dramatic way, not light emanating, just the quality of something that was lit from within, like paper held up to a window. The part where it costs something to say it. You always want to make that part shorter. Sei adjusted his glasses. It's getting late, he said. I don't sleep, Haruki said. I don't know if I get tired. I haven't figured out the logistics yet. He looked up at the ceiling. It's strange. Everything still feels like itself. The studio still smells right. I can still tell what time it is from the quality of the light. I just can't. He held up his hand, turned it, examined it the way you examine something you've had all your life and suddenly can't account for. I don't know how any of this works. I don't either, Sei said. I figured you'd have a theory. I have several. None of them are satisfactory. Haruki laughed. It was the same laugh, shoulders, head tilting back, unguarded, and Sei looked at the tablet in his lap so he didn't have to watch the edges of it go soft. Classic, Haruki said. Classic Miura-san. The world is defying physics and he's annoyed his theories aren't working. I'm not annoyed. You're annoyed. I can tell by how still you are. You get more still when you're annoyed, did you know that? Most people get louder. You get quieter and stiller until you're basically furniture. Sei said, how long does this last? The humor left Haruki's face. Not all at once, it softened, shifted, made room for something else. He looked at his hands again. I don't know, he said. I think, he stopped. Started again. I think it has something to do with the chapters. With you reading them. When you're reading, it's like standing next to a window with the sun coming through. Everything is more solid. I can feel the floor. He pressed his palm to the studio floor, a gesture so ordinary it was briefly unbearable. When you stop, it gets colder. More distant. Like I'm looking at things through the wrong end of a telescope. Sei said, and when the chapters run out. Haruki looked at him. The studio was very quiet. I think that's when I'm done, he said. Simply. Without drama. In the voice he used when he was being serious, all the motion gone out of him, just the stillness and the certainty underneath. Sei said nothing. I know, Haruki said. I know what that means. I've known since the first Thursday. He picked up a pencil from the floor, it had rolled there from the supply shelf at some point, and turned it in his hands. I'm going to keep drawing anyway. The chapters are still. I know what they cost, Haruki said. His voice was very quiet. Certain. I know. I'm still going to. The pencil was solid in his hands. More solid than his hands. Sei noticed this and filed it without speaking. Outside, a train passed. The city breathed. Somewhere below, in the street, someone was walking home at an unreasonable hour, footsteps fading toward the corner. Same time next week, Miura-san? Haruki said. His mouth curved. The formal address, the same one they'd always used, professional distance, the only language they'd built together. You won't be here unless I come, Sei said. And I won't come unless there's a chapter. There'll be a chapter. Then I'll come. The sky outside the window had lightened by degrees that were still invisible to most people but legible to Sei, who woke early and had learned the particular gray of Tokyo pre-dawn from many years of it. Haruki was fading at the edges. Slower than he'd expected. More gradual. Go home, Miura-san, Haruki said. I'll lock up. I know you will. The flicker in his outline increased, gently, like a flame adjusting to wind. You always did. By the time Sei stood up and straightened his jacket, he was gone. The studio held the warmth for a little while after. Long enough for Sei to stand at the desk and look at the mug on the shelf and the cactus on the windowsill and the chair that was adjusted to the wrong height. Long enough to notice that the pencil Haruki had been turning in his hands was on the floor, and that it had, at some point during the conversation, left a faint smudge of graphite on the wood. He picked it up. He set it on the desk. He locked up and walked home in the blue hour before the sun, when the city was at its quietest, and thought about breath and pauses and whether they were the same thing. He did not reach a conclusion. The next Thursday, he arrived at the studio at 11:45. He had not told himself he was going. He had simply found himself on the train to Shimokitazawa at 11:15, which was late enough to be after the last comfortable service but early enough that he was choosing it, not stuck with it. He had a bag with him, a manuscript he'd been meaning to read, a thermos of tea because the studio's kettle he hadn't touched and didn't intend to, a notepad. The professional accoutrements of a man on a professional errand. He set them on the work table without unpacking the bag. He sat in the chair. He waited. At midnight the tablet chimed. Chapter 39. He opened it and read, silently this time, the way he read everything, efficiently and completely. The chapter was excellent. The line work in the opening sequence had a particular quality he associated with Haruki working at full capacity, not just technically precise but alive, the lines carrying information beyond their function, the white space breathing. The editor character appeared in panel 4 and Sei did not pause at panel 4, he moved through it with professional attention, he read the chapter to the end. He closed the file. He opened chapter 37 again. He had not planned to. It was simply that chapter 37 was the chapter he'd read aloud, the one that had brought Haruki into the room, and he found himself holding the tablet and making the calculation that the outline already knows its content, that rereading served no editorial function, that there was no professional reason to read the whole thing a sixth time. He read it aloud anyway. His voice in the studio, precise, unhurried, the reading voice he'd developed over years, stripped of effect because effect was not the point. He read the narration boxes, he read the dialogue, he read a panel description that described the editor character looking out a window at night and thinking about a phone call he should have made. He read it to the end. The warmth came, and the light, and Haruki was there. Less flickering this time, Sei noted. Steadier. The edges of him more defined, the smudges on his fingers more visible, the specific threadbare spot on the hoodie's left elbow more clearly itself. He was sitting on the floor again, already settled, as if he'd been waiting just behind the room's surface and the reading had only opened the door. "You came back," Haruki said. The chapter appeared. "I drew it hoping you'd come." He said this without ceremony, as a fact. "Not the chapters before. Those I drew because the story needed drawing. This one I drew because I wanted to see if you'd come back." Sei said, "That's not an efficient use of your afterlife." "Probably not." Haruki was looking at him with the expression Sei recognized from late editorial calls, the one that meant he was thinking something through and had decided the other person was safe enough to think it at. "How are you, Miura-san?" "I'm fine." "That's not what I asked." "How are you?" Sei looked at the tablet. "I'm managing the professional implications of an unexplained phenomenon." "Right." Haruki settled back against the desk leg. "Okay. Work backward from there. The managing. How is that going?" "Adequately." "And the implications?" "Considerable." "And the unexplained phenomenon?" A pause. The studio held the pause. Sei set the tablet on the desk, aligned it, by habit, parallel to the edge, and looked at Haruki. "You're dead," he said. "You're in the room. You fade at dawn and appear when I read. The chapters continue. The chapters are about," he stopped. "About?" Haruki said, with the expression of someone who knows exactly where this sentence ends. Sei looked at the ceiling. "About an editor," he said. "And a ghost." Haruki tilted his head. The luminous quality of him caught the desk lamp's light at an angle that was, if you were watching it, which Sei was not, briefly devastating. "What does the editor think?" "In the manga." "He doesn't say." "He never does." "That's the character." Haruki's voice was careful. Not cautious, careful, in the way of someone carrying something they don't want to jostle. But the reader can tell. From the way he holds himself near the ghost. From the way he adjusts his glasses. His mouth moved. Some people have very readable involuntary gestures. Sei's hand was on his glasses. He put it down. "That," Haruki said, "is exactly what I mean." They sat in the warmth of the studio for a long time after that, talking about the chapter, which was easier, and about the story's direction, which was also easier, and about a review in last month's industry newsletter that Haruki had apparently read before he died and wanted to argue about, which was the easiest of all, and which took them to 3 a.m. without either of them noticing the time. The fading, when it came, was more gradual than the previous Thursday. Slower. As if there was more of him to lose. He waved from the edges as they went. Sei drove his hands into his jacket pockets and did not wave back. He stood in the cooling studio for a moment after, looking at the space on the floor where Haruki had been sitting. The pencil from last week was still on the desk, exactly where he'd left it. He picked up the bag he'd brought, the manuscript still unread, the thermos untouched, and went home. Chapter 7, The Rules of Ghosts. The rules, as Sei established them, were as follows. 1. Haruki appeared only when Sei read the new chapters aloud. Not silently. The first Thursday, Sei had read chapter 37 aloud, the chapter that brought Haruki into the room. The following 2 Thursdays, when Sei read silently, produced nothing. It was not the room. It was the reading, and it was the chapters, and it was him. Aloud, and specifically Sei, he had tested this, carefully, by reading a page of a different manuscript aloud in the studio one Tuesday afternoon to see if it was the room rather than the mechanism, and nothing had happened. It was not the room. It was the reading, and it was the chapters, and it was him. 2. Haruki grew more solid the longer Sei read. This was measurable. Sei had begun noting it with the same attention he brought to line work quality, cataloging the degrees of Haruki's solidity across Thursdays. Early in a session, the edges of him were soft, luminous, imprecise. By the middle of a chapter he was clearer. By the end of one, the threadbare elbow patch was specific and real, and the ink smudges on his fingers were in their exact habitual locations: right forefinger, left thumb, a smear across the edge of his left palm where he rested his hand against the tablet while drawing. 3. He faded when the reading stopped, or when dawn came, whichever arrived first. Dawn was the harder limit. Reading could pause, say pausing to make a note, or to argue, or once to accept a phone call he'd forgotten to silence, and Haruki waited it out, dimming slightly but present. But when the sky outside began to lighten, something in him responded to it the way plants responded to season change, and the fading began regardless. 4. He could touch things, in proportion to his solidity. Early in an appearance, he could move objects only with effort. The pencil on the floor from the first Thursday had rolled because he'd reached for it, not because he'd grasped it. By mid-session he could hold things. At his most solid, Sei had seen him press a palm flat to the floorboards and leave a faint warmth there afterward, had seen the smudge of graphite from the pencil on the floor, but he was cataloging the rules, not the texture of them. 5. He didn't remember dying. Not the specific event. He knew, in the same bone-deep way he'd always known things, that he had died. This was not a source of confusion for him, but the moment itself was absent. The last thing he clearly remembered was finishing chapter 36 and calling you to look it over, the long late call, hanging up, lying down. Then, the studio, Thursday, Sei in the chair. Like a chapter break, Haruki had said, when Sei pressed him on it. That's not an explanation. It's the closest I have. There's a cut. The scene ends. The next scene begins here. He'd tapped the floor with his knuckle. I don't know what's in the gutter. Sei had written this down. He didn't know why. He wrote things down when he needed them to be external, to exist somewhere outside the inside of his head where everything accumulated and nothing dispersed. 6. The studio was the anchor. Sei had asked whether Haruki could appear elsewhere, and Haruki had considered this with the expression he used for genuinely new problems, head slightly tilted, the stillness that meant he was thinking rather than waiting to speak. I don't think so, he'd said. I don't know if I go anywhere else. This is the only place I've been. He'd looked at the room the way you look at a place when you're trying to see it from the outside. I think I'm in the walls a little. The way a smell stays in a room. 7, which was not a rule so much as a fact that behaved like one. Haruki knew the manga wasn't finished, and he knew finishing it meant he would be done, and he was going to finish it anyway. Sei had asked him directly, the third Thursday, midway through an argument about the story's structural midpoint. He'd asked without preface, the way he asked questions when he needed the answer more than the approach, when the series concludes. What happens to you? Haruki had gone quiet. The particular going quiet that was his serious mode, all the motion out of him, just the stillness and the certainty. I disappear, he said. I think. It feels like, the story will be done, so I'll be done. Like I'm here because it's unfinished. And you're going to finish it. It needs an ending. As if this were obvious. As if there were any other answer. It could stay unfinished. Haruki had looked at him then, and the look had a quality Sei couldn't categorize using the frameworks he had, so he didn't try. Miura-san, he said. You know I can't do that. Sei said nothing. I know what you're not saying, Haruki said. I appreciate it. But the story needs an ending. That's not negotiable for me. I've always known where this ends. I just need to get there. He'd paused. And I need you to keep coming. I'll keep coming. The promise, again. Second time. Between the studio and the rest of his life, Sei maintained the partition with the same precision he applied to everything. Work was work. Thursdays were Thursdays. The partition was not difficult to maintain because the partition was habitual, and habit was one of the primary technologies of his existence. What was more difficult was Ran. She had the quality, increasingly, of someone who had assembled most of a puzzle and was sitting with the last few pieces in her hand, comparing their edges to the remaining gaps. She watched him in meetings with the careful attention she'd always had, but the attention had acquired a new focus, the way a lens acquires focus when you adjust the dial. He was the subject now. He had been a subject before, she was perceptive, she'd always watched, but before it had been admiring study. Now it was investigative. She hadn't said anything that crossed a professional line. She was too careful for that. But she had started doing the small things that meant she was managing information, forwarding him emails about the Pale Transit situation with exactly the details she wanted him to know she had, asking questions about the serialization timeline in meetings with a specific directness that told him she was tracking something he hadn't disclosed. She was, in short, becoming very good at this job very quickly, and one of the things that happened when people became very good at this job was that they started to understand what the words you weren't using meant. On a Wednesday, she appeared in his doorway at 6, which was late for her, and said, "Can I show you something?" He said, "Come in." She put a printout on his desk. It was a screenshot of an online reader platform, the kind that pirates manga, which he'd ordinarily note with disapproval, but she was clearly not asking him to endorse the platform, she was asking him to look at what was on it. It was a scan of Pale Transit, Chapter 37. "Someone posted the new chapter," she said. 4 days ago. "They're calling it a fake. The community is divided. About half think it's a very sophisticated forgery, the other half think it's a leftover file that got released somehow. The art analysis thread has about 300 comments." She paused. The consensus among the people who do line work analysis is that it's authentic. They're cross-referencing brush weight and screen tone density against the previous 36 chapters. Sei looked at the screenshot. "Where did the scan come from?" he said. "I don't know. No one's claimed it." She watched him. "But Miura-san. If someone has access to the file, if it's circulating, and people are seeing it, we're going to have to make a decision about the publication status. We can't hold the series in limbo while the community debates whether it's real." "I'm aware. Should I loop Reiko-san in?" "I'll speak to Reiko." "Okay." She gathered the printout. "Then, there's a second chapter in the comments. Someone posted chapter 38 yesterday. The thread is larger. The art analysis is," she paused, "unanimous this time. Everyone agrees it's real. Someone who says they worked with Tono-sensei confirmed the screen tone technique is one he developed in Volume 2. She set the second printout on the desk, gently. "These aren't being drawn by a forger, Miura-san." Sei looked at both printouts. "I know," he said. She waited. He could feel her waiting, could feel the weight of what she wasn't asking, which was large and specific and shaped exactly like, "Then what is going on?" "Thank you, Ran," he said. "I'll speak to Reiko." She left. He listened to her footsteps through the bullpen and then the specific sound of her sitting at her desk, the chair, the keyboard, the settling of someone who had been patient and was continuing to be patient. He picked up his phone. He called Reiko's office. "The online reader community has the chapters," he said, when she answered. A pause. "I saw." Reiko's voice was its usual measured self. "The fan discussion is interesting. The technical people are right, by the way. The line work is authentic." Another pause, and this one felt less like information being processed and more like something being chosen. "Where are the chapters coming from, Sei?" He had not heard her use his given name in, he thought, 3 years. She used it when she was done with professional distance and needed him to hear her directly. "I'm looking into it," he said. "I need a recommendation by Friday," she said. "Publish the chapters under the estate's serialization rights, or issue a statement about the series concluding at chapter 36. One or the other. The community is making the decision for us if we wait." By Friday, he said. And Sei. She paused. Whatever is happening in that studio at midnight? I'm not asking. I'm simply noting that I've trusted your editorial instincts for 10 years and I'm extending that trust. A beat. But please bring it home. The call ended. Sei set the phone on the desk, parallel to the edge. He sat for a while. Then he opened his email and wrote a brief letter to Tono Soma, requesting a meeting at the man's convenience, regarding the estate's rights and the serialization's future. He wrote it in the careful register of professional communication, which required only a small part of him. The rest of him was in a studio in Shimokitazawa, accounting for degrees of solidity and thinking about what it cost to finish things. He sent the email. He pulled the top manuscript from the in-progress tray and got back to work. That Thursday, he read chapter 39 aloud. He'd made his decision somewhere in the middle of the Reiko call, the way he made most real decisions, not at the moment of choice but at the moment he realized the choice was already behind him. He was going to keep reading. He was going to keep coming. The public chapters were going to require a formal publication decision, and he would make that decision, and he would make it in a way that protected the series and the estate and the chapters themselves. This was the professional architecture. It was sound. Inside the professional architecture, where no one could audit it, he was going to keep coming to this studio every Thursday because the alternative was unthinkable and he was not yet ready to examine why. Haruki appeared at page 8, which was earlier than previous Thursdays. More solid than last time, almost immediately, the elbow patch crisp, the ink smudges specific, the weight of him against the drafting desk leaving the faintest compression in the shadows. You look terrible, Haruki said, by way of greeting. When did you last sleep? I sleep every night. For how long? Enough. That's not a number. Haruki sat on the floor, cross-legged, with the easy comfort of someone who had spent thousands of hours on that specific patch of floor. I can see the tired from here. You do this thing with your jaw when you're running on not enough, it gets tighter. You think it doesn't show? We were discussing the chapter, Sei said. We hadn't started yet. We were greeting each other. You insulted my sleep habits. With affection. Haruki looked at him. I asked Soma to make sure you ate last week. He said he hadn't talked to you. I don't need. I know you don't need it. I asked anyway. The particular quiet settled over him, the serious Haruki quiet. Someone should be making sure. Since I can't. Sei looked at the tablet. He set it on the desk. We were going to discuss the chapter, he said. His voice was even. Completely even. He was very good at even. Haruki looked at him for a moment. Then he said, right, and let it go, the way he sometimes let things go when he determined they would arrive by other means, and they talked about the chapter, which was good, and about the story's structural architecture, which they'd always argued about productively, and about the ending, which Haruki would not discuss in specifics beyond acknowledging it existed, and the night moved forward the way it did now, warm, specific. Unreasonably like something Sei did not have a word for, which was its own problem. At 3 a.m, Haruki lay back on the floor and looked at the ceiling, hands behind his head. A posture so ordinary and alive that Sei felt something pass through him like a chord he couldn't identify the key of. You're publishing the chapters, Haruki said. Not a question. I'm recommending publication. The estate has rights. Soma will be glad. A pause. He'll have questions. He's very good at questions. I've noticed. He's better at them than I am. Haruki's eyes were still on the ceiling. I always pushed past the questions to get to the feeling. Soma does the opposite. He asks until he gets all the way to what something means. A beat. You'll find it hard to evade him. He's annoyingly patient. I'm not evading anyone. Haruki said nothing. His outline, at this hour, was nearly solid. The lamp's light caught him at angles that made him simply look like a person, lying on a studio floor at 3 a.m, which was something he had done hundreds of times when he was alive, which was something Sei knew because Haruki had told him, on late calls, when crunch made him loose and conversational. I work better on the floor. Soma thinks it's deranged. It's just that the floor doesn't let you pretend you're somewhere else. Miura-san, Haruki said, to the ceiling. What? Thank you for coming back. A silence that was not uncomfortable, which was something it would not have been between them, 6 months ago, when they were living and professional and knew exactly how much space to put between themselves. There's a chapter every week, Sei said. Someone has to read them. Haruki's mouth curved. He did not say what he was thinking, which was considerate. He was often, Sei had noticed, considerably more considerate than Sei had ever given him credit for when he was alive. The noise had obscured it. The arguing had obscured it. All the bright loud presence of him had made it easy not to see the carefulness underneath. Get some sleep, Haruki said. I have several hours before. When you get home. Sleep. He moved his hand, a small gesture, almost a wave. I'll still be here next Thursday. Sei stood. He straightened his jacket. He picked up the bag he'd brought, thermos of tea, still untouched. He kept bringing it and never drinking it, and he had not examined this, and walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame. The Chapter 17 argument, he said. The reunion scene. The second beat. Yeah. I reviewed the chapter after our conversation last week. He did not look back. You were right about the breath. The silence that followed was very full. I know, Haruki said. Very quietly. I know you looked. Sei went. The floorboard creaked once under his foot on the way out, and in the cooling studio behind him, Tono Haruki lay on the floor looking at the ceiling with an expression no one was there to see, which was just as well because it was the face of a man who had been waiting a very long time to be told he was right about something that had nothing to do with chapter structure. Chapter 8, Every Thursday until. The publication decision went through on a Friday. Sei presented the recommendation to Reiko in her office, standing, which was how he presented things when he wanted to communicate that the conversation would be brief. The recommendation was, release chapters 37 and 38 under the existing serialization contract, crediting Tono Haruki as sole artist, with an editorial note acknowledging the unusual circumstances of post-deadline completion. Hold the series status open. Do not announce an ending date. Reiko read the single-page recommendation without expression. She looked up over her reading glasses, then took them off and set them on the desk, which meant the meeting was entering a different register. The unusual circumstances, she said. The chapters appeared on the tablet after Tono-sensei's death. The technical department has confirmed they're authentic and cannot account for their origin. The estate has granted serialization rights. He met her eyes. That's what I can put in writing. And what you can't is my professional assessment, which I stand behind. She was quiet for a moment, in the way she was quiet when she was doing several calculations simultaneously. Sei, she said, and he recognized the register, given name, direct address, the thing she did when she had decided. The chapters are exceptional. The fan response to the leak suggests readership will increase significantly. The estate is cooperative. She picked up her reading glasses. And you've been going to that studio every Thursday for 6 weeks. He said nothing. The recommendation is approved, she said. I'll have communications draft the editorial note. Do you want final review? Yes. She put her glasses on. The meeting was over. He turned to go. And say. She was looking at her screen. Whatever it is. Take care of it. He didn't answer. The answer was too large for the space in the doorway. The Monday after publication, Pale Transit's online readership increased 400%. Rand put this in an email with the subject line, FYI, Pale Transit numbers and no other commentary, which was the email equivalent of a raised eyebrow. He read it, filed it, and said nothing. The following day she forwarded him a piece in an industry newsletter titled The Ghost Chapters, Authentic Continuation or Elaborate Hoax? And he read that too, and when she appeared in his doorway later that afternoon and said, carefully. The industry is paying attention, he said. I know. And she filed that away in the same place she filed everything and went back to her desk. The week settled into a shape. Thursdays, the studio. The chapter. The reading. Haruki, more solid each time, always himself, loud in argument, still in the moments that mattered, capable of sitting in a comfortable silence in a way that Sei had not known anyone to be capable of, which said something about the kinds of silences he'd been collecting. They talked about the manga and about the industry and about the reviews and about a ramen shop 2 streets over that Haruki had gone to every other week for 3 years and wanted Sei's assessment of, which required Sei to actually go to the ramen shop, which he did, and reported back, which satisfied something in Haruki he didn't name. Fridays through Wednesdays, the office. The manuscripts. The meetings. The cooking romance, whose protagonist's emotional vocabulary was slowly expanding beyond soup, Sei had written in a margin, with something approaching approval. She is beginning to speak in actual sentences. This is progress. The new pitch cycle, which produced 3 genuinely interesting concepts and one that was an exact structural replica of a series they'd cancelled 4 years ago, which the pitcher seemed unaware of and Sei found exhausting. Ran, who was becoming, incrementally, invisibly, someone different than the junior editor who had held her notepad like a shield in the cancellation meeting. She took the Fujino transition without supervision. She handled a difficult revision conversation with a mangaka who had cried in the meeting, and she did it well, and she came back from it with her face composed and only her eyes giving away that it had cost her something, and she made a note on her pad and went back to work. Sei observed this from the glass partition and said nothing, because nothing needed saying. The things he did not tell Ran, that by the 5th Thursday, Haruki could lean against the desk and leave a warmth there that lasted for 20 minutes after he faded. That Haruki had started arriving earlier in the chapter, appearing at page 6, then page 5, then once at page 3, mid-sentence, as if he'd been waiting just behind the room's surface and hadn't been able to hold it, which suggested that the solidity was increasing, the tether getting stronger, the mechanism doing something he couldn't fully map. That chapter 41 had a scene. He had read it and stopped. He had gone back and read it again. He had set the tablet on the desk and sat with it for a moment before continuing, because the scene required a moment. It was a double-page spread. The editor character, wire-framed glasses, the precise sentences, the habit of stillness, was at a desk, reading, and the ghost character was in the doorway, watching him. Not doing anything. Just watching. And the scene's narration box, which was the ghost's voice, said, I started drawing this because I didn't know any other way to be in a room with him. Sei had read this twice. Then he'd adjusted his glasses, which he noticed, and he stopped adjusting his glasses and he read the rest of the chapter. When Haruki appeared, he was on page 4 of that chapter, and he was more solid than he'd ever been, the elbow patch real enough to touch, the ink smudges precise, a quality of presence that was less like a photograph and more like a person standing in a room. He settled on the floor, cross-legged, and said, So. Chapter 41. Sei said, the pacing in the first act is strong. The double-page spread. He paused. The framing is effective. Haruki was looking at him with the careful expression. And the narration? Sei looked at the tablet. It's specific, he said. Specific narration is usually better than general. It lands harder. It does, Haruki agreed. They did not say anything else about chapter 41 that night. They discussed the structural midpoint, which Haruki said was coming in the next 2 chapters, and they discussed a background detail in panel 19 that Sei had caught and Haruki insisted was intentional, and they had a moderately intense argument about whether rain in a chapter's final panel was too obvious an emotional metaphor, which Haruki won on technical grounds and Sei conceded on a technicality. At 2 a.m, Sei said, You're more solid. I know. Haruki looked at his hands. It started around week 4. Each chapter makes it more. Like the story is adding up to something. He turned his right hand, examining it, the way he'd examined it the first Thursday when he held it up in the light. The ink smudges were solid now, real, legible. I can feel the floor without pressing. Just standing, I can feel it. And when you fade. It's less far. Each week I come back a little closer to wherever this is. He put his hand down. I don't know what that means for the ending. Whether I'll be, he stopped. I don't know. Sei didn't say, then don't finish it. He had said this once, in week 3, and Haruki had looked at him with such gentle, absolute finality that he hadn't repeated it. The math, he said instead. How many chapters does the story need? I don't know exactly. Enough to say everything that needs saying. Haruki met his eyes. And some things need more than one chapter. Sei adjusted his glasses. The morning after the 5th Thursday, Reiko called Sei into her office again. She was standing at the window when he arrived, which was unusual. Reiko conducted almost all conversations from her desk. Soma Tono called me, she said. About the publication rights? No. Those are settled. She turned from the window. He wanted to know why Miura-san is cataloging studio materials every Thursday. At midnight. She looked at him evenly. Entry logs, she said, as if that explained everything, which it did. Sei said, I've been reviewing the chapter files. Yes. Reiko sat down. Sei. I asked Hayashi to pull the tablet connection history again. The chapters appear every Thursday at midnight with no network origin and no device signature. And every Thursday at midnight, you're in that building. She put her glasses on and looked at her screen. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm asking you to tell me whether the series is going to conclude. He thought about Haruki on the floor, looking at his hands. Each chapter makes it more. Yes, he said. I believe so. How many more chapters? He thought about, some things need more than one chapter. A few months. Maybe less. She looked at him for a long moment. In the light from the window she looked older than usual, and more tired, and also more like the version of herself he imagined existed before 3 decades of meetings and decisions and watching brilliant people burn. Go, she said. Do whatever you're doing in that studio. Don't tell me the parts one can't put in a memo. Just, she paused, bring it home. He went. The 6th Thursday, he brought the thermos of tea and also a second cup. He did not examine this. He read chapter 42 aloud and Haruki appeared at page 2, nearly solid, faintly luminous in a way that was now familiar rather than uncanny, and settled on the floor in the cross-legged posture that was apparently his default state in this room, and said, Is that tea? Sei looked at the thermos. He'd prepared 2 cups. He'd brought 2 cups. He was not going to examine this. It is, he said. I can't. Haruki looked at his hands. Can I? I don't know. Haruki reached for the cup. His hand closed around it with the solidity of week 6, real enough, present enough. He lifted it. He held it, both hands curled around the ceramic, the steam rising into his palms, and he looked at the cup with an expression that was entirely unguarded. I can feel it, he said. The heat. The weight. He looked up. His eyes were bright, not with light but with something else, the same way they'd been bright in arguments when he hit a good idea and knew it. I can feel the weight of it. Sei said nothing. He drank his own tea and looked at the manuscript he'd brought and did not look at Haruki holding a cup of tea with both hands in the studio where he'd been dead for 2 months, because if he looked at it directly something would happen that he was not prepared for. It's good tea, Haruki said. It's from the vending machine 2 stations down. Still. He turned the cup in his hands. Thank you, Miura-san. Sei turned a page. They sat in the studio in the old familiar shape of an editorial meeting that had run long, one of them at the desk and one of them on the floor, the chapter between them, the city outside dark and running, and the tea between them too, steam rising, weight real, the small extraordinary fact of it unremarked upon. Ran, the following Monday, said, You look different. He looked up from his manuscript. Different how? She considered. She was standing in the doorway with her notepad, choosing her words in the way she did when she was going to say something true. Less, she paused, like the office is the only room you're in. He looked at her. The Chapter 43 files came through this morning, she said. I'll have a summary on your desk by noon. She went. He looked at the glass partition. Through it, the bullpen, the manuscripts, the ordinary machinery of editorial work going on without him at its center for the first time in a long time. He was still there, he was doing the work was getting done, but there was something else now too, taking up space. Something that had no name. He was ready to assign it, but which was measurably, observably there. He turned back to his desk. He checked his watch. Wednesday. 48 hours. He pulled the manuscript toward him and got back to work. Chapter 9, Ink That Outlives. Reiko's office had the quality of rooms that were used for real things. Not the austere emptiness of Sei's space, which was controlled and functional and gave nothing away. Reiko's room had the patina of 31 years of decisions, shelves of collected volumes, the framed cover on the wall, a plant that had survived several editorial regimes, a small ceramic cup on the windowsill that held a collection of red pens she'd accumulated over decades and never used because she'd switched to digital annotation in 2019 and couldn't bring herself to throw them out. The desk was solid dark wood with the kind of permanent surface stains that meant it had been a working desk, a real one, for a very long time. Sei sat across from it on a Monday morning in November, 3 weeks after Chapter 43 had been published to a readership that had now, according to the platform numbers Ran had forwarded with the same raised eyebrow silence, grown to 4 times its pre-death peak. The publisher wants a decision, Reiko said. She had a single sheet on the desk in front of her, which meant she'd already made the decision and was presenting its context rather than its content. The series is performing at a level that requires a lineup commitment. They need to know whether we're scheduling it permanently or holding it as a special circumstance. How long do we have? End of month. She looked at the sheet. They want a projected completion date. Or failing that, an editorial rationale for continuing open-ended. Sei said, I can give them the rationale. I know you can. I'm asking whether we should, or whether we should give them a date. He thought about Haruki on the studio floor, week 7, turning the cup in his hands, saying, some things need more than one chapter. He thought about a few months, maybe less. 4 months, he said. Reiko looked at him. You know this. My editorial assessment is that the series will conclude within 4 months. Another long look. Then she wrote something on the sheet. I'll tell them Q1. That gives us buffer. She set the pen down. There's one more thing. She picked up the sheet and set it aside. It was done with now, that part, and folded her hands on the desk. I'm getting pressure about the artist credit. The industry newsletter ran a piece last week questioning the estate's rights to credit Tono-sensei posthumously when the chapters are, in their words, of unknown origin. The publisher's legal team has flagged it. The origin is unknown, Sei said. The authorship isn't. The style is unmistakably his. The technical department has confirmed it. The art community has confirmed it. I agree with you. Legal doesn't know what to do with it. She met his eyes. If this goes to dispute, I'll need something more than technical analysis. I'll need, she paused, editorial testimony. I'll give it. Whatever that means. Whatever it means, he agreed. She looked at him for a moment with the expression he associated with the version of her that existed before meetings, the one that was still a person rather than an institution. How are you, she said. I'm managing. You look like you haven't slept enough in 6 weeks and also like something is keeping you from minding. She picked up the sheet again. It's an unusual combination for you. He stood. End of month, he said. I'll have something in writing by then. Of course you will. She was already looking at her screen. Close the door on your way out. That Thursday, it was Sei who arrived later than usual, at 12:15. A train delay, genuine, nothing to be examined, which meant he was reading at 12:20 and Haruki appeared at 12:23, mid-sentence, with an expression that was caught between humor and something less easy to name. You're late, Haruki said. Train. I know. I could feel the room going cold. He settled back against the desk. More solid than any previous Thursday, the cross-legged posture now had weight, gravity, the specificity of a body occupying a space. It was unpleasant. I'll note that for future reference. Please do. He looked at Sei with the careful expression, the one that meant he was thinking something through. The publisher's going to make you account for the chapters. Professionally. Reiko mentioned. I mean publicly. Eventually. The industry is paying attention, the reader community is paying attention, legal is paying attention. At some point someone is going to ask you to explain, in terms a legal department can understand, how a dead man is producing chapters. He tilted his head. What are you going to say? That I can't account for the origin and can confirm the authorship. That's a very Miura-san answer. It's the accurate answer. It's the answer that protects you from having to say the true thing. Haruki said this without accusation, as a simple observation. You're very good at accurate answers that aren't the true thing. Sei looked at the tablet. The chapter on the screen, chapter 44, which he had read twice already before midnight and which had done something to him he was still cataloging. He set the tablet on the desk. What do you want me to say? He said. I want you to say whatever is true. Haruki was looking at him directly. When it comes to that. Whatever is actually true about what's been happening in this studio. I want you to say that thing, not the accurate version of it. To a legal department. To whoever needs to hear it. The studio held this. The city outside, the cactus on the windowsill, the mug on the shelf, the faint warmth that now emanated from Haruki's presence like a radiator in another room. Sei had started to notice his own body's response to that warmth, the way his shoulders settled differently in the studio than anywhere else, lower, less braced. He'd noticed and not examined it, which was his standard procedure, but the noticing had accumulated over 7 weeks and was beginning to require something of him. The chapter, he said. Haruki looked at him for a moment. Then, gently, right. The chapter. Chapter 44 was the chapter that had changed something. Sei had read it before midnight, silently, with the editorial part of his brain doing what it always did, assessing, cataloging, noting the structural architecture of the reveal. The reveal being, the manga was now explicit. The story it was telling, which had been moving toward an obvious conclusion with the oblique, careful approach of someone who knows the terrain is unstable, had in chapter 44 arrived at its destination and planted a flag. The double-page spread. Not the one from chapter 41, a new one. The editor character at the desk, this time in close-up, the wire-framed glasses, the dark hair kept short and neat, the hands on the desk that were always still. And the narration, across the spread, the ghost's voice again. He was the sharpest person I had ever been in a room with. I mean this technically. He made everything around him more precise just by paying attention to it. I used to draw better after our editorial meetings, not because of the notes were good, but because I'd been in a room with someone who saw clearly, and some of it got on me. And then, in the final panel of the spread, smaller, I don't think he knew this. I don't think he knew very much about what he did to the rooms he was in. Sei had read this. He had set the tablet down and sat with it. He had picked it up and read it again. Now, in the studio with Haruki across from him, he said, Chapter 44. The double-page spread. Haruki said, yeah. The narration. Yeah. The editor character. Sei, Haruki said. It was the first time he had used Sei's given name. In 6 years of editorial work and 6 weeks of Thursday sessions, Haruki had used Miura-san with the comfortable consistency of a shared language. The given name was different. It landed differently, with the particular weight of something deliberate. Sei said nothing. I'm not going to pretend the chapter isn't about you, Haruki said, quietly. You know that already. You've known it since chapter 38. I'm not going to pretend, and I'm not going to apologize for it, because I drew it as carefully as I've drawn anything in my life, and it's the truest thing in the series. He met Sei's eyes and held them. You can decide what to do with that. That's your choice to make. But I'm not going to pretend. The studio was very quiet. Sei's hand was on his glasses. He was aware of it. He put it down. The spread is structurally one of the strongest in the volume, he said. The negative space in the upper left quadrant is doing a significant amount of work. Haruki looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said. It is. The final panel. Sei kept his voice level. The smaller panel. The narrator's uncertainty about whether the subject knows. He paused. It's the right instinct. To end on the smaller thought. The large thought is abstract. The small one is the one that costs something. I know. Haruki's voice was very quiet. I know, Sei. The name again. Like a door, slightly ajar. The chapter is strong, Sei said. It's some of your best work. Thank you. Haruki looked at his hands. That means something. From you. They talked until 4 a.m, about the chapter, about the next one, about a technical argument over tone that kept them occupied for a comfortable 45 minutes, and underneath all of it, unaddressed and present, the narration from the double-page spread sitting in the room like a third person who had declined a chair. When Haruki began to fade, it was slower than it had ever been. The solidity of him reluctant to dissolve, as if the weeks of reading had accumulated in him like sediment, something that required more than dawn to displace. His edges went last, the usual way, and the outline of him was visible for a long time after the center had gone. The last thing visible was his hands. The ink smudges, specific and real. Then the room was empty, and warm, and Sei sat in it for a long time without moving. Outside, November moved toward December. The city ran on. He picked up his bag, thermos, empty, thermos cup, used, which he'd started washing at the studio's small sink before leaving because the studio sink was there and it was practical. He washed the cup. He dried it on a dish towel that had been in the studio since before Haruki died and which he had not moved, because it was in its place. He locked up. He walked home in the cold, hands in his pockets, and did not think about what the narrator had said, or what it meant that someone had drawn it with that much care, or what it meant about the weeks of Thursdays and the thermos and the second cup. He was very good at not thinking about things. He was getting, incrementally, slightly worse at it. On Wednesday, Soma called. Sei was at his desk. It was 6 p.m. and the bullpen had largely emptied, Rant's desk still occupied but her head down, working. He answered on the second ring, which was unusual for a number he hadn't confirmed a meeting with. Miura-san, Soma said. Tono-san. I'll be in the area Thursday evening. Near the studio. A pause that was not quite a question. Would you want company? Afterward. Sei looked at the glass partition. Rant's pen moving across something. The ramen shop 2 streets from the studio, he said. 11. If you're free. I'll be free, Soma said. A beat. Then, he's in there, isn't he? Not a question. Sei could hear, in the texture of Soma's voice, that this was something that had been assembled over weeks, the entry logs, the supply levels, use call, all the forensic evidence of someone making sense of an impossible thing from the outside. He said, the chapters are ongoing. Miura-san. Soma's voice was steady and very direct, the voice of someone who had planted his feet. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm not going to cause problems for the publication or the estate or your career. I'm just asking. Another pause. Longer. Is he okay? The studio. The warmth. The cup of tea. I can feel the weight of it. Sei stopped. He started again. He's finishing the story, he said. He won't stop until it's done. The silence on the other end was the sound of a man absorbing something he'd half known and still needed a moment for. That sounds like him, Soma said, finally. Yes, Sei said. It does. 11 o'clock, Soma said. I'll see you then. The call ended. Sei set the phone on the desk. He looked at it for a moment. Parallel to the edge, as always. He turned back to his manuscript. The Cooking Romance, Chapter 16, the protagonist was now speaking in full, clear sentences about things she actually felt, and it was, by Sei's metrics, a genuine improvement. He made one note. He moved on. He did not think about the ramen shop, or what it would mean to sit across from Soma and account for 6 weeks of Thursdays, or the particular shape of Soma's grief, the one without magic, without updating chapters, without a studio that kept the warmth. He thought about it later, on the train home. He thought about it in the specific way of someone who had been told, by a man drawing from the afterlife, that there was a difference between accuracy and truth, and who was beginning, slowly and against considerable internal resistance, to feel the shape of that difference. He thought about it until he got home, and then he made dinner, and then he went to bed. By 9:30 he was still awake. Thursday tomorrow. He closed his eyes, and eventually, he slept. Chapter 10, The Person in the Room. The ramen shop 2 streets from the studio had been there long enough to have strong opinions about its own broth, which Sei respected. The interior was the kind of small that meant every table could hear every other table, which meant Soma had chosen the corner seat, which meant Haruki had been right about his brother being good at the practical architecture of difficult conversations. He arrived at 11:03. Soma was already there. The resemblance was, as always, the first thing, the jawline, the coloring, the particular way he held himself, which was differently than Haruki but from the same original materials. He was wearing a dark jacket and holding a glass of water, and he looked, Sei thought, like someone who had spent 2 months being the grief that wasn't supernatural, and was managing it with his characteristic grounded patience, and was also very tired. Miura-san. He stood briefly. Tono-san. Sei sat. They ordered. Sei took the broth he'd assessed on his previous visit and found adequate. Soma took something more complex without consulting the menu, which suggested he'd been here before, which made sense given the proximity to the studio. Haruki had mentioned the shop. Haruki had mentioned it to Sei on a call once, and had apparently also been coming here with his brother. The space between the order and the food arriving was the space Soma used. The entry logs, he said. I have them going back to when he first rented the studio. He was in there 6, sometimes 7 days a week. He treated it like an office, proper hours, except the hours started at noon and ended at 2 in the morning. A brief, complicated expression. He was happier when he was working. Some people are. He curled both hands around his water glass. I hadn't thought about what those logs would look like after. What it would mean for someone else's name to appear there. I can explain the professional rationale. I don't need the professional rationale. Soma's voice was direct, patient, warmer than it had any right to be. I told you on the phone. I'm not here for the professional rationale. He met Sei's eyes. How is he? Sei looked at the table. He thought about the thermos. The second cup. The weight of the ceramic in Haruki's hands, the expression on his face, I can feel the weight of it. More solid each week, he said. Soma received this without expression, the way he received things, fully, without performance. He's been there this whole time, he said. Not a question. Since the first chapter appeared. He can only, I read aloud. That's when he's there. Soma was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was rougher than before. He can't come to me. It was not a question either, but it needed answering. No, Sei said. The studio. The chapters. It's tied to the work. Right. Soma looked at his water. That's very him, actually. Very Haruki. Even dead he's in the studio. Something that was not quite a smile. I used to drive by sometimes. When I had no reason to be in Shimokitazawa. I don't know what I was expecting. I know, Sei said. The food arrived. They ate for a while in the comfortable silence of 2 people who had both learned, by different routes, that quiet was not the same as absence. Tell me something about him, Soma said. That I don't know. From the studio. Sei considered. He sits on the floor, he said. Cross-legged. He says the floor doesn't let you pretend you're somewhere else. Soma looked up from his bowl. He said that since he was 15. I've never known what it meant. I think it means floors are honest surfaces. Soma thought about this. Yeah, he said. That sounds like him. He turned his bowl slightly, a small restless gesture. He complained about you constantly. You know that. I've heard this. No, I mean, constantly. For years. Every time I called. Some new argument about panel structure or submission timing or editorial vision. He paused. But it was the kind of complaining you do about someone you like arguing with. The kind that means you're thinking about them whether you're arguing or not. He met Sei's eyes steadily. He was very bad at saying the direct thing. I think you probably know that. Sei said nothing. He was better in his work, Soma said. He always said what he meant in the work. He'd have a feeling and not know what to do with it, and then it would end up in a chapter, translated, and it was always clearer in the chapter than it ever was in his mouth. He looked at his bowl. I think that's why he needed to do this. With the manga. Yes, Sei said. I think so. Soma was quiet for a moment. Then he looked up, and his eyes had the rougher quality they got when he was less careful with his words. He called me the night he finished chapter 36. That last call, with you, I was the other call. He called me first. He said the chapter was good and he was tired and he was going to lie down. He stopped. I said, get some sleep. He said, I will. I said good night. He said good night. He turned his water glass in his hands, slowly. And that was it. That was the last thing. The ramen shop moved around them, other tables, other conversations, the ordinary hum of a late evening in Shimokitazawa. He knew he was going to finish the series, Sei said. He knew he was going to see it to the end. He told me that clearly. He would. Soma set the glass down. He always finished things. Even when it cost him. He had a threshold for cost that was too high. He gave too much, too easily, to the things he cared about. A pause. And he cared about the manga. And he cared about, he stopped. Started differently. He cared about the work being right. About the story landing the way it needed to. Sei said, he's a very good artist. He was, Soma said. Then, quietly, correcting himself with effort, he is. They finished eating. Soma paid before Sei could, with the matter-of-fact decisiveness that was apparently a Tono trait. Outside, the night was cold enough to see their breath, which they could not, because Sei didn't comment on weather and Soma was looking at the building 2 streets over, the one with the second-floor studio, the one with the window that faced southwest and caught the morning light. Can I come? Soma said. Sometime. Not Thursday, I don't want to interrupt whatever the mechanism is. Just, he looked at the building. Just to the studio. During the day. I've been going every few days to water the plant and he stopped. I just want to be in the room. It's your right, Sei said. You're the estate. You don't need to ask me. I know. He put his hands in his jacket pockets. I was asking anyway. Sei looked at him. The jawline. The warm coloring. The hands in the pockets, he thought about hands suddenly, the ink smudges on Haruki's, the way Soma held his coffee cup with 2 hands the first time they'd met, the way grief had settled into the way he held things, slightly more carefully than before. Any time, Sei said. Soma nodded. Thank you, Miura-san. Sei, he said. Soma looked at him for a moment. Sei, he said, carefully. Thank you. They parted at the corner, Soma toward the train he'd come on, Sei toward the apartment that was 8 minutes from here by the route he always took, slightly longer by the route that went past the building with the studio window. He took the longer route. He didn't go in. He walked past slowly, looking up at the second floor, the dark window. He walked home. On Tuesday morning, Ran arrived at the studio. She had told no one she was going. She had told herself she was going for the archival documentation, which needed updating. She had new questions about the Chapter 36 production materials that required physical access to the reference files. This was true. It was also not the primary reason. You let her in. They had reached, over the course of several visits, a working warmth, not quite friendship, too careful for that yet, but the shared language of two people who cared about the same work for different reasons and had stopped performing indifference about it. New chapters landed well, you said, by way of greeting. The readership numbers are significant. Ran set her bag on the work table. The art analysis community has effectively authenticated them. The industry is taking them seriously. I know. You was already at the supply shelf, doing the inventory. They did every visit with the same methodical attention. I can tell from the chapters. The screen tone technique in 43 is one he'd been developing. I'd seen him trying things in the margins of chapter sketches in the last few months. He refined it. Made it quieter. They picked up a screen tone sheet, examined it, set it back. He always got more economical when a story was reaching its end. Used less to say more. Ran wrote this down. When did you first notice the supply levels changing? After week 3, I think. Small things, ink levels, the screen tone count. I keep a detailed inventory because someone has to. They turned from the shelf. It's him, isn't it? Or, something that involves him. I'm not asking Sei-san directly because he won't tell me, but I'm asking you because I think you're closer to knowing. Ran sat with this for a moment. She thought about what she knew, which was, the mug in the drying rack, the chair adjusted too high, the thermos Sei had started bringing, the way he looked on Fridays now, less like the office was the only room he was in. I think, she said carefully, that whatever is happening in this studio on Thursday nights is producing the chapters. And I think Miura-san is in the middle of it. And I think it's, she stopped. Real, you said. Yes. You was quiet for a moment. They sat on the stool and pulled the sketchbook into their lap, the reflex, the holding. Ran had learned not to comment on it. He's here a lot, you said. When I come in on Fridays, the room is different. Not messy, different the way a room is different after someone's been in it for hours. The particular quality of inhabited air. They looked at the drafting desk, the lamp, the mug on the shelf. I washed the cup once. The white one. A pause. I put it back. It seemed important that it stay. Ran looked at the mug. White ceramic, tea stain ring on the inside lip. He used it, she said. Not a question. He always had tea when he worked. Specific brand, specific steeping time, slightly too hot. You looked at the mug. I don't know if he can have tea now. I washed it. Then I put it back. They traced a finger over the sketchbook's cover. It seemed like the right thing to do for someone who might need it. Ran wrote nothing. There was nothing to write. This was not archival information. This was just two people in a studio trying to understand what kind of story they were in. How is he? You asked. Quiet. Sei-san? Yes. Ran considered. She thought about the Friday after the 7th Thursday, when Sei had come in and edited 3 chapters back-to-back with the focused precision she associated with his professional baseline, and then, at noon, had gotten up and stood at the glass partition looking out at the bullpen for a full 2 minutes before sitting back down. She'd watched him and not said anything, because she was learning the difference between the things that needed naming and the things that needed space. Different, she said. The word I keep coming back to is thawing. Except that makes it sound passive, and it isn't. It's more like, she thought about it. He's doing something intentional that he doesn't have the vocabulary for yet. And it's making him look more like a person. You absorbed this. They were sketching on the sketchbook's cover, the automatic lines of someone who processed through making. He loved Haruki-san, they said. While he was alive. I could see it. You can tell, in how someone listens. Haruki-san talked about Sei-san and lit up from the inside like a paper lantern. A pause. Sei-san never came to the studio while Haruki-san was alive. He worked by phone. But you could hear it in the calls. We'd be working in here and Haruki-san would be on the phone and the whole quality of the room would change when it was Sei-san. They looked up. I think Sei-san spent 4 years not knowing what to do with what he felt. And I think Haruki-san spent 4 years waiting for him to figure it out. Ran's pen was still over her notepad. He ran out of time, she said. Yes. You looked back at their sketchbook. But Haruki-san always was the kind of person who found another way. When the first door closed he'd look for a window. A pause. I think this is the window. They sat together in the studio for another hour, going through the archival materials, talking about the chapters, occasionally lapsing into the comfortable silence of people who were in the same story and had accepted it. Outside, Shimokitazawa went about its business, the dry cleaner, the tea shop, the neighborhood indifferent and alive. When Ran left, she took the train back across the city and typed up her notes, which were professional and complete. At the bottom of the document, below the archival summary, she wrote one line and then deleted it and then typed it again and left it. He's not haunting himself in that studio. He's being found. She saved the document. She did not file it anywhere Sei would see it. She went back to work. Chapter 11, The Boy Who Stopped. The phone rang on a Sunday afternoon, which was wrong in the way that specific intrusions are wrong, not the wrongness of disaster, but the wrongness of timing, of a thing happening at the moment designed to feel most like proof. Sei was editing. Not office work, the manuscript he'd brought home, a second-year serialization about a competitive calligrapher that was doing slightly better than adequate and whose protagonist had just, in chapter 18, done something genuinely interesting for the first time. He'd made a note in red ink. He was considering the implications of the note when the phone rang. The name on the screen was Chihaya. He let it ring twice. Then he answered. You didn't call last month, she said, without preamble. She had never been a person who used preamble. Or the month before. I was occupied. You're always occupied. That's not a reason, it's a condition. A brief pause, the sound of her shifting, settling, probably on the couch in the apartment in Yokohama she'd moved to when she married and which she'd kept, alone, after the divorce 3 years ago. He knew this. He did not visit. Okasan's birthday is next weekend. I know. Are you going? I haven't arranged transportation yet. Say. The tone she used when she was deciding whether to push. He could hear the exact weight of the decision, the calculation of how much she would spend and whether the expenditure would produce anything. She asks about you. Every time I talk to her. Not in an accusatory way, she's not doing that to either of us, she just asks, the way you ask about weather. Automatically. Like checking to see if it's changed. I'll send flowers. You sent flowers last year. You sent flowers the year before that. They were well received. They were flowers. She sighed, not dramatically, not in the way of someone performing frustration. The sound of someone who had learned not to perform frustration because the audience had a policy of not responding to it. You should come. I'll see about the schedule. You'll see about the schedule, she repeated, in the tone that meant she was filing it under things he would not do and she would not argue further about. A small silence. Then, you used to read manga to me. Sei's pen went still. You were terrible at the voices, she continued. You do them very seriously and very wrong. The villain sounded like a train announcer, the hero sounded like you doing an impression of someone doing an impression of a hero. But you did them. Every volume we got through together. She paused. Out loud. In the apartment, on the floor, because you said the couch made the panels harder to see. He looked at the manuscript in front of him. The calligrapher. A panel where the protagonist bent over her work in the pale light of a studio window. Chihaya, he said. I'm not going somewhere with this, she said, which meant she was. I'm just saying. You read manga out loud. You had opinions about panel flow and color grading and whether the editor had made a mistake. You were 12. 13. And then you weren't, anymore. A beat. The particular silence that had collected between them over years, the archive of things not said. You stopped all at once, Sei. Not gradually. Just, gone. People change. People grow. You excavated. She said it without cruelty, which was what made it accurate. I used to wait for you to come back. I've been waiting for 20 years and I've gotten very good at it. Chihaya. I'm not being dramatic. I gave up dramatic 8 years ago, it was exhausting. Her voice was warm, the particular warmth of someone who loved you without requiring anything of that love, which he'd never been able to account for. I'm just saying I remember. The voices. The floor. How you'd get to the end of a chapter and look up with this expression, like you'd been somewhere else and the room surprised you by still being there. She paused. I wonder about that version of you. What he'd think of the rest of it. Sei said nothing. It was not that there was nothing to say. There was, in fact, a great deal. There was the studio, and Haruki on the floor of it with his hands wrapped around a teacup, and the chapters arriving each Thursday like something between correspondence and miracle, and the fact that he had, most recently on a Friday, read a double-page spread aloud in a room that was warm in the wrong season and then sat with the warmth of it for so long afterward that the sky had begun to pale before he'd moved. There was all of that. He said none of it. I'm well, he said instead. Work is demanding. Work is always demanding. She'd accepted this a long time ago, her voice said so. How is the Pale Transit situation? I saw something about new chapters in the news. It's being handled. By you, I assume. By me. Of course. She was quiet for a moment. I liked that series. You recommended it to me 4 years ago. You said, I remember exactly, you said, the emotional architecture is unusual. Which is the highest compliment I've ever heard you give fiction. The structure is strong. The structure is heartbreaking, she said. There's a chapter in Volume 3 where the ghost character sits outside the building where the person he loved lived and can't go in, and I read it on the train and embarrassed myself. She paused. Is it strange, handling the continuation? After the artist. It's work, he said. Someone has to see it through. The silence again. He could feel her deciding something, the specific texture of Chihaya making a choice about how much to push. Okay, she said. Okay. Flowers for Oka-san's birthday, then. The pink ones, she likes pink. Not white. A beat. Call me sometime that isn't Mother's Day or a birthday or a legal emergency. Just. Call. I'll try. Say. Her voice had dropped slightly. I'd like to meet whoever brought my brother back. He went very still. Or whatever is doing it, she added. I don't know the specifics. I just know something is. You sound, not like you, exactly. Like a slightly unlocked version of you. Like a window in a room that's been closed for a while. She said it the way she said everything, plainly, without drama, in the voice of a woman who had waited 20 years for a window and was prepared to wait longer. I'm glad for it. That's all. Chihaya. Go back to your manuscript, she said. Flowers. Pink. Call me. She hung up. Sei held the phone for a moment. He set it on the table, parallel to nothing in particular. He was on the couch, which didn't have edges in the same way his desk did, and looked at the ceiling of his apartment, which was white and unremarkable. She had said, you stopped all at once. He had been 14. The thing that happened when he was 14 was not something he thought about with any frequency, because he had become, very young and very deliberately, someone who organized the interior of his own mind the way he organized a desk, necessary things in view, everything else in the trays. The decision-pending tray was very full. He never looked at it. At 14, a friendship, which had been the particular intensity of early adolescence, fierce and total. A fight, the kind that starts about something small and escalates to something that isn't small at all, that turns out to be about everything underneath the surface, all the things 14-year-olds don't have language for. Words that landed. A silence afterward that never ended, not because either party sustained it but because the silence had calcified around both of them before they could find their way out. He had cried. He had cried in the apartment bathroom, by himself, for 20 minutes, and the sound of it had frightened him, the volume of it, the total loss of control, the fact that something had reached through his chest and pulled something out. He'd sat on the bathroom floor until the crying stopped, and then he'd stood up and looked at himself in the mirror and made a decision. He hadn't cried since. He had also not read manga aloud, or done the voices, or sat on the floor to look at panels in the angle of the light. He had not done the things that left you open. He had built, carefully and over many years, the man who stood in meeting rooms and assessed objectively and gave feedback that was devastating and correct and that protected, as a side effect, the people in the room from ever getting close enough to produce the particular kind of wound that bathroom had produced. It had worked, mostly. It had worked with near total efficiency for 19 years. And then a dead man's tablet had chimed at midnight. He put the phone face down on the table. He picked up the manuscript. The calligrapher's studio in the pale light, the protagonist bent over her work. He read 2 more chapters without making notes, not because the chapters were bad, but because he was listening to his sister's voice in the back of his mind, the careful, patient voice of a woman who had held a door open for 2 decades without expecting anything to walk through it. You sound like a slightly unlocked version of you. He put the manuscript in his bag. He prepped tomorrow's meals with his usual precision, each component measured and stored. He washed the prep bowls. He turned off the kitchen light. By 9 he was in bed. He thought about a 14-year-old on a bathroom floor, and then deliberately didn't, and then thought about it anyway. He thought about the funny voices. The manga on the apartment floor. He had been good at nothing, at that age, and Chihaya had laughed at the voices and asked for the next chapter anyway, and he had done it, the villain like a train announcer, the hero like a man doing an impression, because she wanted to hear what happened next and he wanted to give it to her. Reading aloud, because someone wanted to hear it. He lay in the dark for a long time. Thursday was 5 days away. He closed his eyes. That Thursday, he arrived at the studio at 11:30. The air outside had turned cold in the serious way of November becoming December, not the cold of the first autumn weeks, which had the quality of suggestion, but the cold that committed, that meant it. He unlocked the studio door, climbed the stairs, and the room received him the way rooms received him now, with the particular quality of familiar air, the ink smell, the specific weight of a space that knew him. He set his bag on the work table. The thermos. 2 cups. He arranged them without thinking about it, and then, because he was thinking about bathroom floors and voices and things that calcify, he thought about it. He brought 2 cups every week. He had started with the professional rationale. Someone might be here, the tea was practical, the kettle worked and he knew the routine by now, but the kettle wasn't what he used. He used the thermos. He prepared the tea before he came. 2 cups. He looked at them on the work table. He sat down in the chair. At midnight, chapter 45 chimed on the tablet. He had read it already, silently, 3 times over the course of the week, because he'd been unable not to. He read it aloud now in the studio's dark, his voice the flat precise reading voice he'd built over years, and Haruki appeared at page 5, which was earlier than last week, the solidity of him immediate and real. The elbow patch. The ink smudges in their habitual places. The faint luminous quality that was no longer uncanny but simply part of how Haruki was, here, now. He settled on the floor without ceremony. Cross-legged. The posture of someone arriving home. Sei kept reading. Haruki listened. This was new, or newly apparent, that Haruki listened. Not passively, not with the performance of attention. Actually listened, the way a mangaka listened to dialogue read aloud, tracking the rhythm of it, the beat of the words, the places where the pacing worked and the places where it didn't. He had always been a better listener than Sei had given him credit for when he was alive. The noise of him had obscured it. Sei reached the end of the chapter. He set the tablet on the desk. Haruki was quiet for a moment. In the lamp's light, he had the quality he'd had since around week 7, not quite a person and not a person, something that the eye wanted to call real and the mind kept hesitating over. Long week, Haruki said. Not a question. Adequate week. You're different tonight. Sei looked at the tablet. I'm the same. You're quieter. Even for you. Haruki turned his hand over on the floor, looked at his palm. Something's sitting with you. I spoke to my sister. Haruki looked up. The particular attention, head slightly tilted, the Haruki mode of genuine interest. You have a sister. Chihaya. She's older by 4 years. You've never mentioned her. You've never asked. I should have asked. Haruki said this simply, without self-reproach but without deflection either. He said things the way he drew things, committing to the line. What did she say? Sei looked at the mug on the shelf. She said I used to read manga aloud. When we were children. In voices. He paused. She said I was terrible at the voices. Haruki's mouth curved. Were you? Apparently. The villain sounded like a train announcer. I would pay significant amounts of money to hear that. You won't. I know. Haruki shifted slightly, resettling his weight. The floor, Sei noticed, registered this, the faint creak of the specific plank near the desk, the small weight of him on the boards. She wanted you to go home for something. My mother's birthday. Are you going? I'll see. Sei. The given name, used now with the ease of something normalized rather than something deliberate. Haruki said it the way he said everything that mattered, not loudly, not with special weight, just directly, as a fact. Go see your mother. It's complicated. Going home usually is. He was looking at the ceiling, the posture he adopted when he was thinking through something large. She's your family. Whatever complicated means. He paused. I can't see Soma. I know that. I know he's out there, doing the things, managing the estate, watering the plant. His voice had the quality it got when he was being serious and trying not to let it show that the seriousness cost him. If I could go to him for an hour, I would. I'd go just to sit on his floor and be irritating. Just to be in the room. He looked at Sei. Don't waste the rooms you can be in. The studio was very quiet. The cactus on the windowsill. The mug on the shelf. The pencil on the desk, still there, still in the place Sei had set it on the first Thursday, which was where it had been for weeks now and which neither of them moved because moving it would require deciding what the pencil was. She said I sounded different, Sei said. She said I sounded unlocked. Do you feel unlocked? He considered the word. It was not a word he would choose, it implied a previous state of being locked, which was accurate but which he'd always preferred to frame differently. Controlled. Reserved. Professional. Not locked. I feel, he stopped. Haruki waited. He was very good at waiting, which was something Sei had not known about him when he was alive, had not known, perhaps, because Haruki had never had reason to wait for him the way he waited now, with the patience of someone who had converted urgency into attention. Something is different, Sei said. I've noted it. I don't have language for it yet. That's okay, Haruki said. You don't need the language first. Sometimes the thing happens and the language comes after. He tilted his head. What did it feel like, talking to her? Sei thought about it. Like a door I walk past every day, he said. And usually don't open. But tonight? I stood in front of it for longer than usual. Haruki said nothing. He was drawing something, Sei noticed, not on anything, just with his finger on the studio floor, the absent gesture of a man whose hands thought ahead of his mind. Traces that went nowhere, lines that began and curved and didn't finish. Tell me something about her, Haruki said. Your sister. Sei thought. She laughs at things without calculating whether laughing is appropriate. She lives alone and doesn't seem to mind it, and also doesn't seem to perform not minding it. He paused. She looks like me if I'd made different choices. Haruki's finger stilled on the floor. He looked up. She said, Sei continued, carefully, that you stopped all at once. That it wasn't gradual. He wasn't speaking about Chihaya anymore, and they both knew it. She said she'd been waiting for me to come back. 20 years. Without saying it was something she was doing. Haruki held very still. The kind of still that was not absence of movement but presence of attention, total and focused. That's, he started. Then stopped. Tried again. That's a long time. Yes. You didn't know she was waiting? I don't look at the trays I don't want to look at. I know. Haruki's voice was very quiet. I know you don't, Sei. He looked at his own hand on the floor. The finger that had been drawing traces in the wood. For what it's worth. I was also waiting. He said it without drama, without the inflection of someone making an announcement. As a fact, I was waiting for you to look at something that was there the whole time. The studio was completely still. Sei looked at the tablet on the desk. He looked at the mug on the shelf. He looked at Haruki on the floor of the studio, drawing invisible lines on the wood, speaking the truest things in the quietest voice. The chapter, he said. There are structural questions in the second act I wanted to raise. Haruki looked at him. The expression moved across his face, something that was not hurt and was not patience and was not quite either, and then settled into something gentler, the expression he'd been using more frequently over recent weeks, the one that meant, I know you. I know all your doors. Right, he said. The second act. They talked about the chapter. They argued about the structural midpoint, about a background character Sei thought was underused and Haruki insisted was correctly contained. The argument lasted 40 minutes and was comfortable in the way that arguments between them were comfortable, which was the way of things that had always been their actual language, underneath the language. At 3 a.m, Haruki lay back on the floor and looked at the ceiling with his hands behind his head and said, without looking at Sei, go see your mother. You already said that. Repetition is a valid structural device. You would say that. I'm right. He was quiet for a moment. She's alive, Sei. She has a birthday. You have a sister who waits 20 years without making it a burden. He closed his eyes. These are not ordinary things. These are things that end. Sei did not say, I know. He did not say, that's why I'm here every Thursday. He did not say, the thought of running out of Thursdays is something I put in the decision-pending tray and cannot look at yet. He looked at Haruki on the floor, chest rising and falling in the old breath rhythm even though he didn't breathe, the body's memory outlasting the body. I'll go, Sei said. Haruki's mouth moved. He didn't open his eyes. Good. They sat in the comfortable silence, the new kind, the kind that had developed over weeks, the kind that didn't require filling, until the sky began its slow first paling at the edges, and Haruki began to fade. Slower than the previous Thursday. Slower each week. As if the chapters were accumulating in him like layers, each one making him more present, harder to disperse. The last thing visible was the outline of his hands. The ink smudges. Then those, too. The room was empty. The warmth stayed for a long time, the way it always did now. Sei sat in it. He would go home for his mother's birthday. He would send flowers, pink, not white, he could remember that. He would call Chihaya beforehand, because she had said call me and she meant it, and because he was, incrementally and against the resistance of 19 years of habit, becoming less good at filing things in the trays and leaving them. He looked at the 2 cups on the work table. One empty, one untouched. He washed both at the small sink. He dried them. He put them back in his bag. He locked the studio. He walked home in the pre-dawn blue of a city that did not stop, through streets that smelled of cold and the first edge of approaching winter, and he thought about a woman who had waited 20 years to hear something she never demanded. He thought about patience as its own kind of love. He thought about all the rooms he could have been in. By the time he got home, the sky was distinctly lighter, and somewhere in the city behind him, Shimokitazawa was beginning its own quiet morning, the dry cleaner, the tea shop, the building on the corner with the second-floor window and the studio that smelled like ink and someone who used to be there. He made coffee. He sat at the kitchen counter. He did not read the manuscript he'd brought home. He looked at the white wall above the kettle and thought about voices. Villains like train announcers. Someone laughing from the next room, asking for the next chapter. He thought, I was somewhere else and the room surprised me. He drank his coffee. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Chihaya, pink flowers. Confirmed. She responded 3 minutes later with a simple, good, and then, after a moment, both things. He didn't ask what she meant. He was fairly certain he knew. He put the phone down and looked at the wall, and the wall was white and had nothing on it, and this was, he thought, for the first time, in a way that felt different from all the previous times he had thought it, something he might want to change. Chapter 12, The Hands He Can't Stop Seeing. The coffee shop Soma chose was in Sengenjaya, which was close to neither of their offices and therefore a calculated neutrality, the kind of meeting place selected by someone who understood that proximity implied convenience and convenience implied casualness, and this conversation was not going to be casual. Sei arrived 2 minutes early. Soma arrived at the stated time, which for someone like Soma, who had, in Sei's observation, the same relationship to timing that he had to direct speech, which was precise and deliberate, meant he had thought about it. Miura-san. He indicated the table he'd already scoped, corner-facing, which Sei noted with the peripheral awareness of someone who also mapped rooms when he entered them. Thank you for coming. You said it wasn't urgent. It's not. He sat. He had a leather folder with him, which he set on the table without opening. I wanted to talk. Not formally. All right. The coffee shop had the quality of the mid-morning hour, not empty, not full, the specific density of the post-rush crowd, the tables occupied by a mixture of people working alone and people in the early stages of conversations that hadn't yet decided what they were. Soma ordered black coffee. Sei ordered the same. When the waiter left, Soma looked at him steadily. The entry logs, Soma said. I've been reviewing the chapter files, Sei said. You've said that. I know what the entry logs say, Thursdays, midnight, every week since October. I'm not questioning the access. I gave you the key. He wrapped both hands around the coffee mug when it arrived, and Sei noticed, could not help noticing, that it was the same gesture, the same two-handed hold, as Haruki wrapping his hands around the thermos cup. The same hands. The same warm coloring, slightly more contained. I'm asking because I want to know, not because I want an explanation I can file. He paused. The professional explanation doesn't cover the fact that you've been there every Thursday for 6 weeks, and you volunteered for the studio closure personally in the week after he died, and the chapters are appearing on a tablet that has no network connection. Sei looked at his coffee. And, Soma continued, I called you last week. You mentioned that someone has been using the studio's tea supplies. Specifically, Mujika. He met Sei's eyes. Haruki was the only one who ever drank Mujika in that studio. You drinks green tea. I bring my own coffee. A beat. You're bringing tea. The kettle is there, Sei said. Miura-san. Soma's voice was not accusatory. It was the voice of someone who had planted his feet in the most patient way possible and was prepared to wait. I know something is happening in that studio. I have the same picture everyone else has, minus whatever you're seeing on Thursday nights. I'm not asking you to account for the impossible. I'm asking you to, he paused, choosing, tell me whether he's all right. Sei looked at him. It was not, structurally, a different question than the one Soma had asked on the phone 2 weeks ago. But in person it was different, seated across a table with Haruki's jawline and Haruki's coloring and the hands wrapped around the mug, which Sei's eyes kept returning to against his will, the same way they returned to certain panels in the new chapters when the draftsmanship was exceptional and he couldn't make himself move past it. Sei stopped. He started differently. The chapters are still coming. He's still working. That's the professional answer. Yes. Tell me the other one. Sei looked at the leather folder on the table. He thought about the studio, about Haruki on the floor with his hands behind his head looking at the ceiling, about him holding the thermos cup with both hands and saying I can feel the weight of it, about the expression that had crossed his face in that moment, unguarded, specific, the expression of someone for whom the small weight of a cup was proof that something was still real. He sits on the floor, Sei said. Soma went very still. Cross-legged. He says the floor doesn't let you pretend you're somewhere else. He'd said this before, to Soma in the ramen shop, and Soma had known it since Haruki was 15. He argues about the chapters, about the story architecture, about a panel background in chapter 43 that I noted and he insisted was intentional. He paused. He was right about the panel background. Soma's hands had not moved from the mug. He's himself, he said. Entirely. He stopped. When he spoke again, his voice had the rougher quality, less careful with itself. Even after, he's still him. He arrived one Thursday already arguing about a chapter from Volume 2 that he's wanted to revisit since it was published. He had apparently been waiting for someone to discuss it with. Something in Soma's face moved, not breaking, not crumbling, something more like a wall absorbing a sound. The sound got in. You could see it get in. That's so exactly him. He looked at his coffee. He called me about panels. At 2 in the morning. Because he was excited and couldn't wait until morning. I'd say it could wait until morning and he'd say, Soma, if it could wait until morning it wouldn't be panel 14. He does that here. Of course he does. He turned the mug between his hands. Of course. He was quiet for a moment. The coffee shop moved around them, someone's laptop keys, the steam wand of the espresso machine, a brief laugh from a table near the window. Is there anything? He can't appear to you, Sei said. I'm sorry. The mechanism is tied to the studio and the chapters and me reading them. He can't come to you. Soma received this the way he received things, fully and without performance. I know, he said. I knew that already, I think. He stopped. I wanted to ask. I know. The space between them held this. Sei was aware of his own stillness, which was its usual degree but was operating differently now, under conditions he hadn't navigated before. He was not the person who said these things, he was not the person who sat across from Haruki's brother and accounted for what was happening in a studio at midnight. He had no framework for this. He was using, as best he could, the framework of the conversations with Haruki himself. Say what's accurate. Try to find what's true. Soma set the leather folder aside. It was apparently not relevant to this conversation. Tell me something about him. That I don't have. From the studio. Sei considered. He's been working on a technique, he said. The screen tone in the recent chapters, you noticed it. He's been refining it since the earlier volumes. Making it quieter. More economical. He paused. He talks about each chapter while he draws. I don't always see him drawing, he's usually present already when I arrive, when I'm reading, but there are weeks where the supply levels change between Thursdays, and use inventory confirms it. He's working between our sessions. Soma looked at him. He's drawing alone. He always did. The assistant work is in the lighter production elements, the backgrounds, the detail passes. The primary line work he never delegated. I know. Soma picked up his coffee. He used to describe it, the late-night sessions when it was just him and the tablet. He'd call and tell me he was about to go into it, the way you'd tell someone you were about to go somewhere you'd be unreachable. Like a dive. He drank. He came out different after those sessions. More tired but better. Like he'd solved something. His panels in the new chapters show it, Sei said. The emotional beats are more restrained than his pre-death work. More trusting of the reader. He mellowed out at the end, Soma said. Not sadly, observationally. He'd argue that, but it's true. He was pushing into something more quiet. He was learning to trust that less could hold more. He put his cup down. You pushed him toward that. Sei looked at the table. Your editorial notes, Soma said. I'm not speculating. He told me. He complained about them loudly and implemented them completely and then complained about having implemented them because it meant you'd been right again. He paused. He was growing into a different kind of artist. He knew it. He thought you saw it before he did. A beat. Did you? He was always moving towards something more controlled, Sei said. I saw the tendency in the Volume 3 work. I noted it in my letters. He paused. He argued about the notes. He always argued. He was always right about the substance and wrong about the timing. He picked up his coffee. There's a distinction. Soma's mouth curved. It was Haruki's shape on Soma's face, not the full expression, not the unguarded laugh, something quieter and more contained. The same materials, differently arranged. He said the same thing about you. In reverse. He considered. He said you were always right about what needed to change and wrong about whether it could happen in one revision. One revision is sufficient if the revision is correct. And how often was the revision correct on the first pass? Sei said nothing. That's what I thought. Soma's tone was not unkind. It had warmth in it, the particular warmth of someone who liked you in spite of or because of your precision. He told me once, after a particularly extended argument about Chapter 29, I think, the one with the rain, he told me that you were the only person whose bad opinion of his work actually mattered to him. That a positive note from anyone else felt like noise and a critical note from you felt like weather. Something you had to account for. He paused. He meant it as a compliment. I wasn't sure you'd have taken it that way. I would have, Sei said. Soma looked at him. The same steady, unhurried look, the look that dug, not aggressively but inevitably. When did you understand that it wasn't just professional? Sei's hands were around his coffee cup. He noticed that they had tightened, slightly. He did not relax them. I have professional obligations to the serialization, he said. I know. Soma's voice was patient, still patient, with the patience that did not give up. I'm not asking about the professional obligations. I'm asking when you understood. He held Sei's eyes. Because I've been trying to work it out, when he understood. I think it was early. I think it was earlier than he let himself know it was. He was impulsive about most things but very careful about some, and I think this was one of the careful ones. He turned his coffee cup in his hands, the hands again, Sei's eyes going back to them, and said, he needed you to be ready. He would wait indefinitely for you to be ready. The coffee shop. The steam wand. Someone's laugh near the window. He never said anything, Sei said. While he was alive. No. He didn't think you'd hear it yet. Soma set the cup down. He was right, wasn't he? Sei looked at the table. He thought about all the phone calls he'd taken on the first ring, the alignment of the phone, the 45 minutes he'd sat in Haruki's studio before the tablet chimed on the very first Thursday, not because there was work to do but because the chair was there and he couldn't leave. He thought about the second cup. He thought about the warmth of the studio and the way his shoulders settled differently in it, lower and less braced, the body's memory of something it recognized. The week after he died, he said. I didn't move for 2 hours. Soma said nothing. I sat at my desk. I had the manuscript in front of me. I didn't move and I didn't tell anyone what was wrong, and when my assistant asked I said, the serialization will need to be addressed. He set his cup on the table. That's when I understood. When I heard myself say it and heard what I wasn't saying. Soma was quiet for a long moment. I'm sorry, he said. Finally. Quietly. I'm sorry. That you had to learn it that way. The sentence was so plain and so meant that Sei had no response to it. He adjusted his glasses, which was the adjustment that happened when something had gone through the glasses and reached the thing behind them. Soma noticed. He told me about the glasses, he said, not without gentleness. Of course he did. He said, Sei adjusts his glasses when something gets through. I think it's the only involuntary thing he does. He said it with enormous fondness, Miura-san. I want to be clear about that. Sei looked at him. He was paying attention, Soma said. He always was. That was another thing he did that looked like noise, all the arguing, all the brightness, and underneath it he was watching you very carefully. Because you mattered. Because the things you did, the way you moved, the things you said and didn't say, he was interested in all of them. He picked up the leather folder and set it in his lap, the gesture of a man closing one chapter of a conversation. I wanted you to know that. That's really why I asked you here. Sei said nothing. He talked about you for 4 years, Soma said. Not to anyone who would complicate it, not to the industry, not to colleagues. Just to me, and sometimes to you. He talked about you the way you talk about things that are worth talking about. Carefully. With attention. He met Sei's eyes. He was very good at everything except saying the direct thing. I think you know that. I know. He was learning to. I think that's what the new chapters are. He looked at the table. He ran out of time to learn in his life, so he's doing it now. A pause. That's a very Haruki thing to do. Yes, Sei said. It is. They finished their coffee. Soma paid before Sei could, as he had at the ramen shop, with the same matter-of-fact decisiveness. Outside, the November street was cold and bright and full of the ordinary business of a Tuesday in Sangenjaya. Soma stopped at the corner. He put his hands in his jacket pockets. He looked at a point somewhere above Sei's shoulder for a moment, then back. He burned dinner every time he cooked, Soma said. He'd get distracted by something, a character he was working out in his head, and forget the pan was on. Every single time. The smoke alarm in his apartment went off so many times the neighbors stopped reacting. He paused. He cried at every movie. Not just the sad parts. Sometimes something would catch him and he'd be gone. He'd look mortified and then get defensive about it. It was a good scene, he'd say, anyone would have, as if the rest of us hadn't just watched it dry-eyed. He looked at the street. He called me at 2 in the morning when he finished a chapter he was proud of. Not to talk about the chapter. Just to have called someone. Just because the room was quiet and he'd done the thing and needed to hear a voice. His own voice had the rougher quality again, less careful with itself. I always answered. I complained about the hour and I always answered. Sei thought about the first ring. He was the kind of person who made the room louder when he was in it, Soma said, and the silence he left it's a specific kind of silence. It has his shape. He looked at Sei. I think you know the shape. I know the shape, Sei said. Soma nodded. Once, as if something had been confirmed. Thank you, he said, for going back every Thursday. Sei said nothing. There was nothing to say that was both accurate and true, and he was still learning the distance between them. They parted. Sei walked to the station. On the train, he held the pole above him and watched the city pass outside the window, the apartment buildings, the commercial streets, the small parks in their late autumn plainness, and thought about burning pans and 2 a.m. calls and all the ways that someone could fill a room. He thought about a man who had paid attention for 4 years, carefully, quietly, underneath the noise. He thought about the week after Haruki died, sitting at his desk for 2 hours, not moving. He had not cried. He had sat, and the sitting had been its own thing, a stillness that had no bottom to it, the kind that happens when a room is newly empty of something that had been filling it without your knowing. He got off at his stop. He walked home. He made dinner with the careful attention he brought to everything. He ate at the counter. He did not read the manuscript he'd propped against the kettle. He looked at the wall. The white wall, blank and well-lit, that had been his primary company for years. He thought, he burned dinner every time. He cried at good scenes. He called at 2 a.m. because the room was quiet and he'd done the thing. He thought, that's the shape of it. He cleared his plate. He washed it. He turned off the kitchen light. He lay in the dark until sleep came, and when it did, he dreamed about something he couldn't remember in the morning, only that there was a room in it, warm and smelling of ink, and the sound of someone's voice that was already talking when he arrived. Chapter 13, What the Pages Say When You're Not Listening. Chapter 46 had been the chapter that changed the room. Sei knew this with the editorial certainty he brought to structural turning points, the recognition, precise and verifiable, of the moment a narrative shifts into a different register. Before 46, the manga moved toward its confession obliquely, the way light approaches through successive windows, each one letting in more. After 46, the light had found the room. The narration had named him, not by name, not technically, but with the specificity of someone who had drawn a portrait and signed it in every stroke. Chapter 46 had been 3 weeks ago. Chapter 47, which had arrived the following Thursday, Sei had not yet read in the studio. He had read it silently, alone, twice, with the tablet on his kitchen counter at 11 p.m. on a Wednesday night, because he had needed to know what was in it before he said it aloud. He could not read it aloud yet. He needed to know what he was walking into. He had read it, and then he had put the tablet on the counter and looked at the wall above the kettle, and the wall had given him nothing, and after a long time he had made tea, and drank it, and gone to bed. He had not slept until past 2. Now it was Thursday, 10 minutes to midnight, and he was in the studio. He sat in the chair. He had not unpacked his bag. The thermos was on the work table and the cups were beside it, 2 of them, which he had prepared before leaving the apartment and which he was not examining. The tablet was in his hand. The chapter was on the screen. He looked at it. He looked at the mug on the shelf. He looked at the cactus, which was doing very well, which had been doing very well for weeks now, which had either adapted to Sei's irregular watering or had been, all along, as impervious to neglect as Haruki had claimed. He looked at the tablet. At midnight, it chimed. A formality, the file was already there, had been there since he'd read it on Wednesday. The chime was the mechanism signaling, now. Read it now. It's time. He opened it. He looked at the first page for a moment. Chapter 47. The chapter that was, he had catalogued this, with the precision of a man cataloging something he needed to keep at editorial arm's length, the chapter that was, structurally, the manga's midpoint. The emotional fulcrum. The place where everything before it cohered into purpose and everything after would be consequence. He began to read. His voice in the studio was the same voice it always was, flat, precise, carrying the text without inflecting it, the reading voice of a decade of editorial practice. He read the opening sequence, which was a flashback in the manga's chronology, the editor character in an earlier chapter, some weeks before the ghost appears, walking through a building without pausing. He read the next sequence. The ghost character, depicted in the marginal panels that the manga had started using in recent chapters, panels that existed outside the story's strict chronology, the ghost's perspective rendered separately from the narrative flow. These panels had become the confessional structure of the manga, the place where it said directly what the main narrative rendered obliquely. He read them. He kept reading. On page 12, Haruki appeared. Earlier than ever, mid-sentence, Sei was in the middle of a dialogue exchange and the air changed and Haruki was there, settling on the floor with the ease of someone who'd been present all along and had only just made himself visible. He was more solid than any previous Thursday. The elbow patch on his hoodie was specific and real. The ink smudges on his fingers were in their exact habitual positions, right forefinger, left thumb, the smear along the edge of his left palm. He had the quality this week of something that was not quite a person only because calling it a person required a certainty Sei was still assembling. He settled cross-legged. He said nothing. Sei kept reading. He was on page 20 when he reached it. The double-page spread. He had known it was coming, had read it twice. At home, at night, with the wall above the kettle offering nothing, and he had thought he was prepared. He was not prepared. The spread depicted the editor character and the ghost character in the studio, the editor at the desk, reading, the ghost on the floor beside him, looking up. Not at the manuscript. At the editor. The line work of the ghost's face in this panel was some of the finest Sei had seen in the entire serialization, not technically the most complex, but the most deliberate, drawn with the specific care of someone who understood they were drawing their most important thing. The ghost's expression carried the full weight of the chapter's thesis, which was, he does not know that he is the reason for the story. He thinks he's the reader. Sei read this line. His voice did something on it. He corrected it, or tried to, and the correction was imperfect in the way that corrections of voice are imperfect when the thing being corrected is the voice itself. He kept reading. The narration boxes across the spread were in the ghost's voice. He had read them at home, twice, and had understood them editorially, structurally sound, emotionally controlled, the best work in the serialization. He had understood them the way you understand a thing when you're maintaining a safe professional distance from the thing. In the studio, reading aloud, Haruki 3 feet away on the floor, there was no distance. The first time I understood what I felt, I was on the phone with him at midnight. Sei read this. He had called me because the chapter was wrong. Not wrong as in bad, wrong as in, there's something here that isn't landing, and I think it's here, and also here. He had a list. He read it. Every item on the list was correct. Every item on the list made the chapter better. I hung up the phone and I sat in the studio and I thought, I want to call him back. Not about the chapter. Just to keep talking. Sei read this. His voice had not recovered from the first correction. He was reading in a voice that was his but less controlled than usual, slightly uneven at the edges, the way an object is slightly uneven when examined closely under light that wasn't there before. I didn't call back. I drew the next chapter instead, and somewhere in it, without intending to, I drew his voice. The way it comes in from the side of a thing and finds the center. The way it sounds when he's made up his mind about something and you can hear the decision settling before the sentence ends. I drew it because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. He reached the end of the spread. He turned the page. He read 3 more pages before the chapter ended. He set the tablet down. The studio was quiet. The warmth of Haruki's presence was in the room the way it always was, but this week it felt different, not warmer, but more present, more textured. As if the solidity had extended beyond his outline and was now in the air itself. He did not look at Haruki. He was looking at the tablet on the desk. After a long moment, Haruki said, the structural midpoint. Yes, Sei said. His voice was even. Fairly even. Chapter 47 is the one where the story stops moving toward the revelation and starts moving from it. He paused. Everything after this is consequence. I know. Sei. He looked up. Haruki was watching him with an expression he hadn't worn before, or had worn, possibly, but not in Sei's sight. It was careful in the way of things carried for a long time, and it was direct in the way of things said only when the time is right and the time is now, and it was tired in the way of patience that has waited very long and is now at the edge of its waiting. This character, Sei said. Haruki said, yeah. He's. Yeah. Neither of them finished a sentence. They hadn't needed to, which was the point. The chapter had finished them. Sei looked at the tablet. He thought about the phone call on page 20, the midnight call about the wrong chapter, and then he thought, underneath that, about every phone call he'd taken on the first ring. The phone on the desk, parallel to the edge. The 2 hours of not moving. He thought about all of it with a specificity that was new, that had been building toward this for 11 weeks of Thursdays, that was now in the room without the walls he'd built to keep it out. The narration on the spread, he said. He drew his voice. Yeah. Haruki's was quiet. The character says he didn't know where else to put it. Yeah. He stopped. He was about to say, that's an accurate description of the creative process, the displacement of feeling into craft. He was about to say, it's structurally sound, the confession embedded in the formal element. He was about to say any number of things that would have been true and would have been the accurate version of the truth rather than the truth itself. He didn't say any of them. I know where else you could have put it, he said instead. The studio went absolutely still. The cactus. The mug on the shelf. The pencil on the desk that neither of them moved. Haruki looked at him. His expression did something complicated. Yes, he said, very quietly. I know you know. You could have said it. On the phone. In one of the calls. He was not angry, he didn't have anger for this, or didn't recognize it as anger. He had something else, something that had been in the decision-pending tray for weeks and was now on the desk. You could have said any part of it. You weren't ready. You could have tried. Say. Haruki's voice was gentle. Not apologetic, he wasn't apologizing. The directness of his whole person resisted apology in favor of explanation. I knew you. I knew how you'd hear it. I knew that if I said it wrong, if I said it in a way you could classify as professional boundary or editorial sentiment or anything that let you file it, you would file it. And then it would be filed, and I'd have spent whatever capital there was on a delivery that didn't land, and we'd both be worse off. He looked at his hands. I was waiting for the right moment. I was learning to say it the right way. You ran out of time. The sentence landed. He could see it land. Haruki absorbed it with the specific quality of a person absorbing something they've already said to themselves 100 times, not new, not surprising, but still with weight. I did, he said. So you drew it. I drew it. You drew it with, Sei paused. The double-page spread. The line work in his face. That's months of work. That's not one chapter. He was reading it now the way he read manuscripts, with the full attention, noticing what had always been there. That character has been built, across the entire serialization, toward that panel. Every appearance of the editor character in the manga is accumulating toward that one expression. He was doing what he always did with excellent work, following the craft backward to its source. You've been drawing me for how long? Haruki looked at him. Chapter 34, Sei said. The chapter before you died. The editor character appears in chapter 34 with the wire-framed glasses and the precise sentences and the habit of stillness. Chapter 32, Haruki said, quietly. Chapter 32. The glasses are chapter 32. The precision was always there, even in the earlier chapters. I just hadn't made it specific yet. In chapter 32 I made it specific. He held Sei's eyes. I was running out of time. Not because I knew I was dying, I didn't know. I was running out of time in the story. I had things to say and the story was moving toward its end and I needed the character to be clear before I could say them the way they needed to be said. Sei sat with this for a long moment. He thought about chapter 32, which he had read 4 times since October, which he had analyzed for narrative structure and pacing and theme, which he had read looking for the story and not looking for himself. He had missed what was there to find because he was looking for something professional. The honest thing about an editor, Sei said, is that we're trained to look for what the story is doing. Not what it's saying. Haruki looked at him. I know, he said. I counted on it. A little. A pause. I knew you'd read it correctly as a story before you'd read it correctly as a letter. I thought, give him the story first. Let the story do the work. By the time he understands what the story is, he'll already have received the letter. That's, Sei considered. That's a very calculated approach to a confession. I'm an artist. I work in calculated approaches to feeling. He tilted his head. Besides. You'd have needed the story version. To arrive somewhere you'd actually stay. Sei looked at him. Haruki looked back. The chapter is strong, Sei said finally. His voice was quieter than he usually let it be. It's some of your best technical work in the series. I know. Haruki said this without pride, just accuracy. I drew it as carefully as I've drawn anything. It needed to be drawn that carefully. The spread, Sei started. I know. I don't, he stopped. He tried again. I don't have the language. You don't need to have the language yet. Haruki's voice was gentle. You just need to have this. He gestured, slightly, at the air between them. The space in the studio. The warmth of it, the ink smell, the mug on the shelf that had been someone's tea ring. Just being here. In this room. That's enough. For now. Sei said nothing. I know you, Haruki said. I know how long it takes. I built the entire structure of this manga to give you time. He looked at his hands. I have a few more chapters. You have time. The studio held this. The calendar arithmetic of what a few more chapters meant, the chapters that remained, the Thursdays, the drawing that was spending Haruki to complete. Sei did not do the arithmetic aloud. He had done it privately, in the apartment, looking at the wall, and had filed it in the tray he could not yet open. They talked about the chapter's second act. Sei had structural notes. He always had structural notes, even for work that moved him, because the notes were real and the work deserved them. Haruki argued about one of them with the specific relish of someone who had been right about breath and pauses before and expected to be right again. He was right. Sei conceded it on a technicality. At 3 a.m, something happened. Haruki was talking about a scene from several chapters ago, a scene they'd argued about on the night of its publication, the positioning of a background figure in the final panel, and he referenced, offhand, a conversation. A specific conversation, a Monday morning call, 2 years ago, Sei on the train, Haruki in the studio, arguing about whether a chapter's climax should arrive before or after the chapter break. You said, Haruki was saying, that the break was the climax. That putting anything after it was redundant. You said, the ending is the silence. The scene ends in the breath between chapters. Sei went still. He remembered this call. He remembered it precisely, in the way that he remembered things that had mattered without knowing they mattered, the Odaku line, the morning cold outside the window, Haruki's voice in his ear with the thread of argument that was also the thread of enthusiasm, the two things indistinguishable in Haruki's voice because he was someone who argued about things because he loved them. You remembered that, Sei said. It was not a question. But it was. Haruki paused. He turned to look at Sei with an expression that had abandoned the carefulness. He was looking at Sei the way he looked at pages he was proud of, with the same openness, without the management layer. I remember everything you've ever said to me, Haruki said. The room was very quiet. Sei's hand was on his glasses. He was aware of it. He became aware of it and held it there for a moment, not moving, and then put it down. The tension in the room, the particular tension of a thing said that cannot be unsaid, that has arrived and now exists in the air, was immense. It was the kind of tension that had both of them holding slightly stiller than before, on either side of it. Then Haruki said, in a completely different register, the background figure in panel 39. I want to revisit it. I think there's an argument to be made that the figure's position communicates. The position is fine, Sei said. You haven't argued yet. I don't need to argue. The position is fine. That's the most suspicious thing you've ever said to me. Haruki tilted his head. You never think anything is just fine. Your concept of fine begins at technically adequate and peaks at it works within its context. Then it works within its context. Haruki looked at him for a moment, and the expression behind the argument was still there, the open one, the one that had said, I remember everything you've ever said to me, and then he let it be, and they argued about the background figure, and the tension dispersed, or didn't disperse but redistributed, settled into the walls of the room where it joined the other things that had been said and not said across 11 Thursdays. At dawn, Haruki faded. Slower than usual. The solid weight of him reluctant, the outline holding longer. Sei sat in the empty studio afterward for a long time. He did not immediately move. He did not immediately do anything. He sat in the chair and looked at the desk, the tablet's dark screen, the mug on the shelf, and he thought about what the studio was now, what it had become across 11 weeks of Thursdays, this room that smelled of ink and a specific human warmth that was not temperature but was also not nothing. He had come here for a professional reason. He had stayed for reasons he was still assembling the language for. He does not know that he is the reason for the story. He thinks he's the reader. He was sitting in the evidence. He had been reading his own mail aloud for 11 weeks, and he had read it, and he had understood what was in it. He had understood for some time what was in it. He was running out of reasons to file it in the decision-pending tray. He picked up the tablet. He scrolled back to the double-page spread, the editor at the desk, the ghost looking up. The line work of the ghost's face, drawn with the care of someone drawing their most important thing. He looked at it for a long time. Then he put the tablet on the desk, washed both cups at the sink, packed his bag, and locked the studio. He walked home in the early December cold, through a city that was beginning to put up its winter decorations, the small lights strung between lamp posts on the commercial streets, the department store windows in their seasonal transformation. A city dressing for an occasion that was still weeks away. He walked through it. He thought, I remember everything you've ever said to me. He thought, the manga is a letter. He had known this since week 9, had articulated it then, sitting alone in the studio at dawn after Haruki had faded, the realization arriving with the clarity of something that had been true all along. The manga is a letter. He is the addressee. He had known this. He had filed it. He was not going to be able to file it anymore. He walked home, and the lights of the December city were small and bright around him, and something in his chest had shifted, tilted, changed the angle it occupied, and he did not have language for this either. He thought, there will be language. He said it can come after. He went home. He sat at the kitchen counter with a cup of tea and the white wall above the kettle and nothing else. He did not sleep for a long time. When he did, he dreamed again of the same room, warm, ink-smelling, the specific creak of a floorboard near a drafting desk, someone already talking when he arrived. This time he knew who it was. Chapter 14, the chapter that was about them. He arrived at the studio at 11:45. He had, that week, done the following, edited 4 manuscripts with his usual precision, 2 of them good enough to mark as progressing without additional notes, 1 of them requiring a letter that took 3 drafts. Attended 2 editorial meetings, approved a cover design for the Cooking Romance's 2nd collected volume. The protagonist had developed, over the course of 18 chapters, a face that was finally her own, and rejected a pitch for a horror series that had a strong first chapter and no second idea. He had also gone home for his mother's birthday. Chihaya had been there when he arrived. She'd looked at him from across the gen can with the assessment of someone expecting one thing and encountering another, and then she'd said, "You look tired." The train was long. No. She had done the thing she did, the plain, warm, slightly exasperated version of honesty that was her primary mode with him. "You look tired in a new way. Like you've been somewhere difficult and you can't tell me about it." She had paused. "Are you eating?" "Yes." "Regularly?" "Define regularly." She'd handed him a cup of tea. The birthday dinner was the kind that families have when they've learned not to demand things of each other, comfortable in its limitations, pleasant in the specific way of people who have given up on certain conversations and found a workable peace in their absence. His mother had been happy to see him. She had said so without making it pointed, without making him feel the weight of how long it had been. She was, like Chihaya, someone who had learned the particular art of loving him without requiring it to look a certain way. He had stayed one night. He had taken the early train back. On the train, Chihaya had sent him a message. "She was glad you came. She doesn't say things like that to your face because she knows it makes you uncomfortable. But she was glad." He had written back, "I know." Then, after a moment, "I was glad too." There had been a pause, the pause of someone reading a thing twice to make sure they've read it correctly. Then, "Look at you." He had put the phone in his pocket. Now it was 11:45 and he was in the studio and chapter 47 was on the tablet, the chapter he had read aloud last Thursday in a voice that had been less controlled than usual, the chapter he had read and not fully recovered from in the ways that mattered. He unpacked the thermos. He prepared the cups. He sat in the chair. At midnight, the tablet confirmed what was already there. He opened chapter 47. He had read it twice at home, once in the studio, and now a fourth time, and each time it revealed something that the previous reading had left in its margin, a detail in the line work, a choice in the lettering, the placement of a breath. The manga's double-page spread, the editor at the desk, the ghost looking up, the narration across the page, was technically the finest work in the serialization. He had catalogued this with the editorial certainty he brought to quality assessment. He had also, since Thursday, been cataloguing it with something that was not editorial assessment and for which he did not yet have a category label. He began to read. Haruki appeared at page 4. The earliest yet, nearly at the chapter's opening, as if the reading was now only a formality, as if he'd been present since before Sei arrived and the words were just the announcement of a fact already true. He was more solid than last Thursday. That was measurable, calibratable, the kind of observation Sei made with the precision of someone who had been tracking it across weeks. But this week there was something qualitative to it as well, something not quantifiable, which was that Haruki in the studio on this Thursday had a quality of presence that the word solid didn't fully cover. He was there in the way that the desk was there, the mug on the shelf, the cactus. The kind of there that had weight and consequence and would leave a mark on the floor. Sei read. He was careful with his voice this week. He had spent 4 days not reading the chapter aloud, reading it silently, preparing, because what a manuscript reader knew about aloud reading was that it found the things you'd missed in silence. The silences between words. The weight of certain sentences. The way a speaker's voice could betray what the silence was doing. He was careful. He was also, by page 12, losing the carefulness, because the chapter was doing what it was designed to do. The double-page spread. He'd known it was coming. He turned to it. The editor character in close-up, wire-framed glasses, dark hair, hands on the desk that were always still. The artist had rendered the hands with specific attention, not the hands of a generic character, but the hands of someone known. The particular stillness of them. The way they rested on the desk without performing the rest they were performing. Sei read the narration. I had been watching him for years without permission and with full intention. This is what I mean when I say I loved him, I was paying attention. I never stopped. His voice did something on this line. Something happened to the control of it. He kept reading. He edits from the outside, which is the only way editing works. He keeps a distance that is professional and strategic and also, I think, protective, of himself, of the people whose work he holds. He is careful with the work because he knows it matters. He is careful with himself because he is afraid that if he isn't, something will matter too much. He kept reading. I wanted, very badly, to be the thing that mattered too much. I was patient. I drew the line from the shoulder. I committed to it. He could feel the words in his chest in the way you feel things that are about you when you hear them said aloud by someone else's voice, which is your own voice saying what you did not know could be said. He turned the page. The final panel of the spread, small, in the lower right corner, the ghost's face in close-up. An expression that Sei would not have known how to draw but recognized immediately as the expression of someone who had been very still, for a very long time, waiting for a door to open. The narration in this panel was 3 words. He let me. Sei's voice broke. Not dramatically. Not in the way of someone losing control. A single uneven syllable, a crack in the surface of the control, the kind that happens when a structure absorbs more than it was designed for and one seam gives way before the rest. He stopped. He took a breath. He looked at the panel. He kept reading. He read the remaining 8 pages in a voice that was quieter than his usual reading voice and less even and entirely his, not the editorial reading voice, not the flat precise instrument of the professional act, but the voice of a person sitting in a room with something that had gotten through. He set the tablet down. The studio was silent. Haruki had not moved from his position on the floor. He was sitting cross-legged, his hands in his lap, watching Sei with an expression that Sei had seen in the spread, the careful one, the one that was done waiting, but now it was here in the room, not in ink, not mediated through the manga's narration. Here. Sei did not look at him immediately. He looked at the tablet. The desk. The mug on the shelf. He was aware, with the clarity of something being seen for the first time after being noticed for a long time, that the thing he had been filing in the decision-pending tray was not going to stay there. It had not stayed there. It was out and it was in the room and it was the thing the room had been about all along. This character, he said. Haruki said, yeah. Sei's voice was quiet. He said, he's. Haruki said, yeah. Neither of them finished a sentence. It was the most honest conversation they had ever had. The silence afterward was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who had arrived at the same place from different directions and found each other there without knowing how to name the arrival. The silence was the arrival. Sei looked at Haruki. He looked at him the way he looked at excellent work, with full attention, with the willingness to see clearly, and Haruki looked back. The narration in the spread, Sei said, eventually. Yeah. The line. About paying attention. He stopped. He tried again. I didn't know you were. Haruki said, gently, I know. That's, he adjusted his glasses, and then became aware of the adjustment, and didn't stop it. That's a significant amount of information I was missing. It would have been difficult to give you directly. Haruki's voice was careful in the way of someone carrying something they don't want to jostle. You have a very effective system for not receiving information presented directly. I receive direct information professionally. You receive direct professional information. There's a distinction. He met Sei's eyes. I knew you. I knew how to get something to you. The route was the work. The work was always the way. Sei thought about this. You could have made it less, he considered the word. Visible. You could have been more oblique. I was oblique for 4 years. Haruki's voice was not reproachful. It had a quality of gentle finality, like something said at the end of a long debate. I ran out of time for oblique. The last few chapters before I died, I was being very pointed and hoping you were reading carefully. Then he stopped. Then I wasn't able to be pointed anymore and I needed another way. He looked at the tablet. So. This way. This way, Sei repeated. Does it work? Sei looked at him. At the ink smudges on his fingers, in their habitual positions. The elbow patch that was specific and real. The face that he had known for 4 years in professional contexts and was now knowing in a context for which he had no established framework, only the framework he was building in real time, here, in the studio, from the material of what was actually true. Yes, he said. It works. Haruki let out a breath. A sound that was breath, performed by a body that did not need breath, the muscle memory of relief. Okay, he said. Very quietly. Okay. They sat in the studio for a while. Neither of them moved toward the next thing. They did not talk about the chapter's remaining structure or the next chapter's placement or the upcoming arc. They sat in the same space with the chapter between them and the thing the chapter had said, and the studio held it, the ink smell and the warmth and the December cold outside the window and all the accumulated Thursdays. At some point Sei made tea. He did it without comment, filling the thermos cup, and Haruki reached for his without comment either, and the weight of the ceramic in his hands was the same as it had been every Thursday, real and present. They drank their tea. The line work in the spread, Sei said, after a while. The expression in the last panel specifically, Haruki said, with the tone of someone who has been waiting for the editorial note. It's the best thing in the serialization. Haruki looked at him. Technically, Sei added. You don't have to say technically. I always say technically. Not about things you think are the best. Haruki was watching him with the expression that had the open quality, the unmanaged quality. You say technically when you're giving yourself permission to mean it. Sei looked at his tea. The line work in the spread is the best thing in the serialization, he said, without the qualifier. The expression on Haruki's face was not what he expected. It was not pleasure, not satisfaction, not the grin he deployed when he'd been right about something. It was the something quieter, the expression of someone who has been heard, fully, for the first time in a form they didn't need to translate. Thank you, Haruki said. Simple. Complete. They argued about the chapter's second act after that, whether a specific panel sequence communicated its emotional beat in the correct order, whether the ghost's position in scene 3 was doing the work it needed to do. The argument was familiar, the language they always used, the back and forth that had its own rhythm and momentum. It felt, to Sei, like standing in a familiar room that had been rearranged, all the same furniture, all in different positions, the new arrangement more livable than the old one. At 4 a.m, Haruki was lying on the floor on his back with his hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling, and said, I know what the next chapter does. The structure? The function. In the arc. He paused. It's going to be difficult for you. I handle difficult chapters. Not like this one. His voice was matter-of-fact. The next chapter is the one where the story stops going around it and says it. Directly. No filter. He closed his eyes. I've been building toward it for a while. I know how it lands. Sei said nothing. You'll be okay, Haruki said. I'm telling you in advance so you have time to prepare. A pause. That's new, by the way. Me giving you advance notice of a difficult chapter. You used to just find them waiting on your desk. I appreciated the context, Sei said, dryly. Haruki laughed, the real one, the full one, shoulders in tilt and all, and the sound of it in the studio was, as it had been for weeks now, both entirely familiar and something Sei could not account for with any framework he'd previously held. Chapter 48, Haruki said. Next Thursday. It will be fine. You've never used the word fine about your own work. It will be, he searched. It will be what it needs to be. That's better. I know. He was quiet for a moment. Sei. What? I'm glad you came back. He said it with the same directness he used for all important things, without inflection, without drama, just the statement itself and what it carried. Every Thursday. I know you came for the chapters. And for the professional obligation. And for everything that's in the professional obligation that isn't professional. I know all the reasons. I'm just, a pause. I'm glad. Sei looked at the ceiling, the same ceiling Haruki was looking at from the floor. The chapter is strong, he said. Haruki understood the sentence for what it was. He understood all of Sei's sentences for what they were. That was its own kind of intimacy. Yeah, he said. The sky began to lighten at the edges, imperceptibly at first and then in the particular degree-by-degree way of December dawns, which took their time about it, which arrived without ceremony. Haruki faded in the way he always faded, from the edges, the outline holding longer than the center. This Thursday the fading was very slow. Slower than any previous Thursday. As if there was more of him to lose. As if the weeks had accumulated into something substantial enough to dissolve reluctantly. The last things to go were the ink smudges on his hands. Specific, real, habitual. Then the room was empty. Sei sat in it. He thought about "he let me." The 3 words in the final panel. The ghost saying, the thing I wanted was permitted. The door was not locked. I was allowed in. He thought about all the Thursdays he'd come to this studio. All the readings. All the teacups. All the arguments about panel composition and breath and the structural nature of silence. He thought, I let you. He had let him in. He was still letting him in. He was, incrementally and against the resistance of 19 years of habit, learning to leave the doors open. He washed both cups. He dried them. He packed his bag. He locked the studio. He walked home. The December dawn was pale and cold and the city was beginning its morning, the first trains running, the first lights coming on in the apartments above the commercial streets. He walked through it and thought about the chapter that was coming, the one Haruki had given him advance notice of, the one that would say things directly. He thought, I can receive direct information. I am learning. He thought, every Thursday until. He went home. He made coffee. He sat at the kitchen counter with the coffee and the white wall above the kettle, and for the first time in the many weeks he'd been sitting at this counter looking at this wall, the blankness of it felt less like control and more like possibility. Like a surface waiting for something to be put there. He thought about that for a long time. He thought about it until the coffee was cold and the morning was fully arrived and the city outside his window was running, and then he washed the cup and got ready for work. He walked to the train with the precise, unhurried pace he'd always walked. The same pace, the same route, the same train. But the morning felt different. The city felt different. His jacket felt different in the cold. Like a room where something had just been rearranged. Chapter 15, The Week Between. The week after Chapter 47 was the longest of Sei's professional life. This was not a category he had previously required, professional longest week, but the category had been waiting for a definition and now it had one. He sat at his desk on Monday morning with a manuscript in front of him. The Calligrapher series, Chapter 20, which was very good, which had a scene in the final act that he'd been looking forward to seeing fully realized, which required his attention. He gave it his attention. He read the chapter from the beginning. He was on the same page 40 minutes later. He had not, in 9 years at this desk, stared at a page for 40 minutes and retained nothing. He had stared at a page for 40 minutes and retained nothing. He had precise knowledge of how many minutes it had been because the clock was visible above the glass partition and he'd looked at it twice. He turned the page. He read the scene he'd been looking forward to. He put the manuscript in the in-progress tray and picked up the next one. At 11, Ran knocked on the glass partition and leaned in the doorway with her notepad. She had the quality she'd had more frequently over the past weeks, the quality of someone who had assembled a picture and was deciding which part of it to address. The Chapter 47 numbers, she said. They landed well. Readership has increased again. Use analysis community online confirmed the screen tone technique before the platform numbers came in. I saw. The industry newsletter is running a piece about the serialization again. The focus is the editorial decision to continue publication. They're calling it unprecedented. She paused. You might receive interview requests. Decline them. All of them? All of them. He looked at his desk. Refer to the editorial statement we issued in October. The substance hasn't changed. Okay. She wrote something. She did not leave. He could feel her not leaving, the particular quality of her presence in the doorway when she was processing the decision of whether to say the thing she'd come to say. He looked up. She met his eyes directly, which she was good at now. Are you all right? I'm fine. You're not. Her voice was not unkind. It had the quality of something that had been said many times internally and was finally being said aloud. And I don't need you to tell me what it is. I'm not asking for a disclosure. She shifted slightly in the doorway. I just need you to know that I can see it. That it's visible. Because you've been looking at that page for 40 minutes and your coffee is cold and those two things have never happened on the same morning in the entire time I've worked here. Sei looked at her. She held his gaze and didn't fill the silence. She was learning not to fill silences, which was one of the more significant things she'd learned in the past months, that the quality of silence was information, and the best thing you could do with someone else's silence was hold it, not fill it. He adjusted his glasses. Thank you, Ran, he said. She nodded. She wrote something on her notepad, probably not a real note, probably the gesture of someone who needed something to do with their hands in the aftermath of a brave thing. She went back to her desk. He looked at the glass partition. Through it, the bullpen in its Tuesday morning rhythm. He looked at it for a moment, which was itself unusual. He looked through the glass partition frequently, but at things, at the work happening on the other side. He was not looking at a thing. He was looking at the bullpen the way Haruki looked at rooms, the way Haruki had been looking at the studio these past weeks, with the awareness of it as a place, a specific inhabited space, the particular meaning of being in it. He turned back to his desk. He picked up the calligrapher's manuscript. He read it with the part of his mind that could still read manuscripts professionally, which was all of the professional part. That part was intact, would be intact regardless. He made 3 notes. He put it in the in-progress tray. By noon he had done 4 hours of work at the normal standard. He was also spending significant interior processing on the chapter, on the narration across the double-page spread, on 3 words in a small final panel, on the thing that had been said directly in a language he'd been reading for 11 weeks without admitting it was addressed to him. He thought about "he let me." He thought about it on the train. He thought about it at dinner, which he made with his usual precision and ate at the counter with a manuscript that he read without reading. He thought about it in the 9 minutes before sleep, which had become 11 minutes and then 14. He thought about it on Tuesday morning. He had an editorial meeting at 9, a new pitch cycle, 5 authors, the usual process of listening carefully and assessing without revealing the assessment until the deliberate moment. He ran the meeting with his usual precision. He gave each pitch the full weight of his attention, which was the most he could give to anything and which was significant regardless of what else was running in the background. After the meeting, Ran caught him in the hallway. "I met you for coffee this morning," she said. Before the meeting. He had not asked about this. He did not encourage her social relationships with the estate's contacts outside of professional contexts. These facts were both true and also, he recognized, beside the point. "How are they?" he said. A slight shift in her expression, the recognition that he'd asked. "They're okay. Focused. They've been doing their own work, new drawings, not Haruki-san's style. Yu's own work." She paused. "They mentioned they've noticed the studio supplies again. The ink levels. I'll replenish them." "I know." She met his eyes. "That's not what they said. They said," she looked at her notepad, though she wasn't reading from it. "They said it feels like the studio knows it's being used. That the difference between a space that's maintained and a space that's lived in is something you can feel when you walk in." She looked back up. "They seem, I think knowing that something is happening in there is helping them. Even without knowing the details." Sei said nothing. "You said," she continued, "that Haruki-san used to say that a story that's being read is alive. That the reader does half the work. That ink on paper is potential energy and the voice is what activates it." She paused. "You said they think of you as the reader. Of the work. That you're the person keeping it alive." Sei thought about potential energy. He thought about the chapter on the tablet, the narration across the spread, the voice that activated it. "Go back to your desk," he said. She went. He went to his own desk. He did his work. He did it well, because he was very good at it, and the personal life of a person did not improve their professional work or diminish it. They occupied different rooms of the mind, and his professional room was orderly and well lit regardless of what was happening in the other rooms. At 6, he took the train home. He did not go to Reiko's office that day. He had been planning to, had been considering it since the weekend, the professional decision to loop her in on the serialization's trajectory. He had planned to say, "The series is entering its final phase. I believe there are 3 to 4 chapters remaining. I'd like to begin discussing the publication plan for the volume collection." He had not gone. He went home instead. He made dinner with his usual precision. He ate it. He went to bed at 9. He lay awake until 11. He was not, as a rule, someone who lay awake. He slept with the same efficiency he applied to everything, 7 hours, alarm at 6. The 14 minutes it took him to fall asleep were the only uncontrolled variable in the system, and they were only 14 minutes. This week they were longer. On Wednesday morning, he went to Reiko's office. She was at her desk. She was always at her desk when he arrived. She appeared to work in a state of permanent presence, which he suspected was not entirely accurate but which was what she presented to the office. She looked at him over her reading glasses and indicated the chair without removing them, which meant this was a working conversation rather than a strategic one. He sat. He said, "I want to recommend that the series continue." She took off her glasses. "You said 4 months," she said. "In October. We reported Q1. I'm revising the assessment." He held her gaze. "The series is in its final phase. There are 3 to 4 chapters remaining. The quality of the recent chapters indicates," he paused. "I believe the series should be published to its natural conclusion, whatever form that takes. I'd like to begin planning the final collected volume now." 3 to 4 chapters, she said. "Approximately." She was quiet for a moment. The room held the particular quality of her thinking, the space she created around a decision when she was turning it over. "You're more certain than you were." "I have more information." "From the studio?" "Yes." She looked at him for a long time. Not with the professional assessment that she used in most conversations, but with the other thing. The version of her that remembered the person who used to laugh at editorial meetings, the person she'd been protecting and observing in equal measure for 10 years. "Say," she said. "How are you? Managing? You look different." She said it the same way Chihaya had said it, the same way Ran had said it, with the particularity of someone who had a reference point, who knew what different meant because they remembered the before. "You look like someone who has understood something they were actively trying not to understand." He said nothing. "I'm not asking what," she said. "I'm saying, I see it. And I want you to know that I see it and that it's," she paused, and the pause had in it the specific quality of Reiko choosing between several accurate things and finding the right one. "It looks good on you. Whatever it is." She picked up her glasses. 3 to 4 chapters. Final volume planning by end of month. I'll have communications reach out to the estate. I'll contact Soma directly. She nodded. The meeting was over, the glasses going back on said so. "Close the door on your way out," she said, which was her dismissal and also her blessing, which he had learned over the years were the same gesture. He went. At his desk, he sat with the manuscript tray and did not look at it for a moment. He thought about what Reiko had said, someone who has understood something they were actively trying not to understand. He had understood. He had understood since chapter 47, and had been understanding it in the accumulating way of things that become undeniable, not one revelation but the weight of many revelations, many Thursdays, many silences in a studio that smelled of ink and kept a warmth that had nothing to do with the heating. He had understood and had not yet done anything with the understanding, because the understanding was enormous and he was learning the size of it. He was learning the size of it at his desk on a Wednesday in December, with manuscripts in the in-progress tray and a glass partition between him and the bullpen where Ran was working with the focused attention of someone who had been brave on Monday morning and was letting the bravery settle. He picked up the top manuscript. He read it. He made notes. He moved to the next one. This was not escape. It was what it had always been, the work, which mattered, which he was good at, which occupied one room of the mind while the other rooms were learning to hold new things. At 5:30, Ran appeared in his doorway. She had the slightly awkward quality she had when she was about to say something that wasn't professional, that required a different register. "There's a thing I've been thinking about," she said. He waited. "In October," she said, "I came to the studio with you. I noticed things, the mug, the chair height, the charger. And I wrote a note to myself. In my notes." She looked at her notepad, then back at him. "I wrote, he's haunting himself in that studio. I meant you. That you were in a space, sitting with something that wasn't there." She paused. "I crossed it out and then uncrossed it." "I know," he said. He didn't know about the notebook entry, specifically. He knew the shape of what she'd been assembling. Your instinct was wrong, but not entirely wrong. She looked at him. The haunting is more, he chose the word. Mutual. She was quiet for a moment. The quality of quiet she had when she was receiving something that required space to settle. Are you okay? She said. Not the professional version of the question. The other one. I'm learning to be, he said. This surprised her. He could see it surprise her, a small, visible thing, the surprise of someone who expected a different answer and received an honest one. She absorbed it. She wrote nothing on her notepad. Okay, she said. Very quietly. Okay. She went. He looked at the glass partition. Through it, the bullpen. Ran at her desk, bent over something, the concentrated posture of someone working. He looked at her and thought, she is watching me unravel and she is writing it down correctly. She said, I don't need you to tell me what it is. She held the silence and let him keep it. He thought, she's going to be very good at this. He turned back to his desk. Thursday was tomorrow. The chapter Haruki had warned him about, the one that would say things directly, without filter. The one that would be what it needed to be. He sat with the knowledge of that for a while, the way you sit with a conversation you know is coming. Not dreading it. Not anticipating it exactly. Holding the space for it. He went home at the usual time. He made dinner. He ate at the counter. The manuscript against the kettle was unread. He'd stopped pretending about the manuscript against the kettle. He looked at the wall above the kettle. The white wall that had nothing on it. He thought, 3 to 4 chapters. He thought, the endings of things have a particular weight. He knew this from a decade of editorial work, from every series he'd seen through to its conclusion, from the specific heaviness of the final chapter of anything you've cared for. He thought, I am going to lose this. He sat with that for a long time. Not in the decision-pending tray, on the desk, in the light, where things required to be. He was going to lose this. The Thursdays, the studio, the warmth of it, the specific shape of Haruki on the floor cross-legged with his hands behind his head looking at the ceiling. The arguments about panel structure. The second cup. All of it was going to end because it was a story and stories ended, because Haruki was finishing it on purpose and with full knowledge of the cost, because that was the kind of person Haruki was, the kind who committed to the line, who drew from the shoulder, who knew a goodbye was necessary and drew it anyway. He was going to lose it and he was going to read the ending aloud and it was going to be accurate. He sat at the counter until the tea was cold. Then he washed the cup and went to bed and lay in the dark and thought about the chapter that was coming. And then he stopped thinking about the chapter that was coming and started thinking about the chapters that had already been, the first Thursday with the tablet glowing in the empty studio, the argument about chapter 17 that had survived death, Haruki on the floor turning a teacup in his hand saying I can feel the weight of it. He thought about all the things that had been given. The ordinary, enormous generosity of them. He thought, I let you. I am still letting you. He thought, I know now. He closed his eyes. Thursday tomorrow. He slept. Outside, Shimokitazawa was dark and quiet, the streets emptied of their day, the studio building with its second-floor window and its symbolic lock and the cactus on the windowsill doing very well. The studio waited the way it always waited, with the patience of spaces that have been lived in, that carry the warmth of habitation past the hour of habitation. Something in it was always waiting. Something in it was always there. Thursday tomorrow. Chapter 16, the confession he thought no one could hear. The restaurant they both used to go to had been a ramen place in Higashikoenji, 6 stops from the office, with a counter that seated 8 and a broth that took 20 hours and a proprietor who did not permit substitutions and was respected for it. Sei had eaten there 11 times over 4 years, always on a late work Thursday when the nearby options were exhausted. Haruki had eaten there, he would later learn, at least 40 times, which was impossible given the man's schedule, and suggested a devotion to the broth that bordered on the irrational. The restaurant had closed the previous spring. Sei had noticed when he walked past one afternoon and saw the shuttered windows and the small handwritten note, "Thank you for your many years of patronage." We are closing due to the proprietor's retirement. He had stood outside for a moment longer than strictly necessary, and then walked to the station, and thought about it approximately twice on the train. He thought about it a third time now because Haruki was talking about it. The thing about that broth, Haruki said, and this was not the first sentence on the subject, which had begun 20 minutes earlier and showed no signs of concluding, was the specific temperature they served it at. Not piping. Not tolerable. The correct temperature, which is a temperature that has a name I don't know, something between those two. They always got it right. They did, Sei said. I asked once how they did it. The proprietor looked at me like I'd asked about the internal workings of something sacred and told me to finish my bowl. Appropriate response. Haruki laughed. It was the full-body laugh Sei had been cataloging across 15 Thursdays, starting at the shoulders, arriving at the face last, the kind of laugh that had nowhere to hide itself. He was entirely correct. I still thought about it every time. Temperature is everything with broth. A broth that's right in every other way but served at the wrong temperature is a different dish. Sei considered this. He considered it with the part of his mind that was always half on the chapter, half on the room, the editor's split attention, the ability to be in two places simultaneously. He thought, that is the kind of observation that appears in Haruki's margins. The small ones. The technical annotation that turned out to be about something else entirely. That's in chapter 22, he said. The rival editor at the restaurant. The observation about temperature. Haruki stilled. The way he stilled when caught. A small thing, the hands going quiet, the face doing something that was not quite guilt. Is it? I have read the entire serialization. Twice, prior to the Thursdays, and then each chapter again as it arrived. You are not subtle. I am extremely subtle. I put it in the mouth of an antagonist character. Who shares your exact cadence of observation and is unreasonably correct about everything. The laugh again, shorter this time, more honest. Haruki uncrossed his legs and stretched them forward, his heels on the floorboards of the studio, leaning back on his hands behind him. It was, Sei had registered some weeks ago, the posture of someone who was very comfortable. The ghost's version of settling in. He was more solid tonight than he had ever been. Sei had been tracking this as he tracked everything, with precision, without sentiment, with the same methodology he applied to line work quality and pacing variation. There was a calibration to it. Early Thursdays, Haruki had been translucent in the studio lamplight, the desk visible through his shoulder, edges softening at the periphery like a page held up to a window. Now he occupied the room. The lamp's light landed on him the way it landed on the drafting desk, on the mug on the shelf, on Sei himself, with the full casualness of physical matter receiving light because that was what physical matter did. At his most solid, there was a quality to him that the word solid still didn't reach. A faint luminous quality, like light on a page, not brightness exactly, something quieter, something like the particular warmth of an illustration in a well-lit room. Tonight, that quality was very present. The chapter had been chapter 49. Sei had read it without the armor of pre-reading. He had arrived at the studio at 11:50, had sat in the chair, had waited for midnight. At midnight the tablet had confirmed the chapter's arrival and he had opened it and begun. The chapter had been, in his professional estimation, the finest work in the serialization yet. Technically accomplished in ways that exceeded even the midpoint portrait, the line work controlled but with an emotional quality in the brushwork that was the mark of an artist who had stopped holding back. The narrative was sparse. The ghost character and the editor character in the final movement of their arc. An ordinary evening rendered in the manga's vocabulary of careful space and deliberate silence. Chapter 49 had said, "This is the last time it will be like this." Not in those words. In the way the panel gutters were slightly wider than usual, as if the page needed more room to breathe. In the way every chapter break was a held breath rather than a period. He had read it in 43 minutes. Haruki had appeared at page 2. That had been 4 hours ago. Now it was past 4 in the morning, and the chapter had long since been set aside, and they had talked about the Higashikoenji ramen place, and a bar in Nakamiguro that Haruki claimed had the best sake selection east of Shinjuku, And a panel composition argument that had started in the second year of the serialization and had apparently not been resolved to Haruki's satisfaction despite Sei's certainty that he had been correct, and a movie they had both seen separately and discussed in email. At tedious length, and the book Sei had on the work table that Haruki had picked up and examined with the specific interest of someone seeing what a person was reading because it told you something. Fiction, Haruki said, examining the cover. He could touch things. He had been able to touch things for several weeks, at first only solid objects, carefully, and now with the casual ease of someone for whom handling physical matter was unremarkable. He turned the book over. He read the back. He put it down. I didn't know you read fiction. I read everything. I know you read everything. I didn't know you read novels not directly related to editorial work. I bought it in a train station in October. The cover was well designed. Haruki smiled at the book in a way that was not about the book. Do you like it? Sei considered. The prose is controlled. The structure is sound. The third act has a problem I would have flagged in revision. But do you like it? Sei looked at Haruki. The question, the slight emphasis on the last word, the distinction it was drawing between technical assessment and something else. He was aware of Haruki drawing this distinction in conversation with some frequency. Pushing gently at the space between the professional and the personal, as if testing the give in a door. Yes, he said. I like it. Haruki smiled. The one that was not performing anything, the one that appeared when Sei said something and the saying of it appeared to make Haruki's entire situation, despite everything, worth it. Sei did not examine this too closely. He examined it precisely enough to register it and filed it in the category he had been building for several weeks, the category with no good label that contained the quality of attention Haruki directed at him, specific and unguarded in the way of someone for whom vigilance had ceased to be necessary. The chapter 47 observation. I have been watching him for years without permission and with full intention. The way Haruki always, in the studio, chose the floor near the drafting desk, close to Sei's chair, not across the room. These things lived in the unlabeled category and Sei visited it with increasing frequency and had not yet decided what to do with its contents. The conversation had slowed in the last half hour. This happened sometimes, the energy of it finding its natural tide, the way a good chapter found its pace. Haruki had leaned back on his hand some time ago and had been talking less, listening more, and then talking less than that, and Sei had watched this happen with the sideways attention he kept for things he was not looking at directly. Now Haruki's eyes were closed. Sei did not move. He sat in the chair at the work table and looked at Haruki on the floor with his legs extended and his head dropped slightly forward and his eyes shut, and thought about the word for this, and did not arrive at it, and thought about it again. A ghost, drifting off in his own studio. The lamplight was very still. The cactus on the windowsill was very still. Outside, the city was in its deepest hour, the 3 to 4 a.m. valley of sound when even Shimokitazawa was quiet, the bars long closed, the trains not yet running, the streets belonging only to the people who had nowhere to be and the people who were almost somewhere. Sei watched Haruki's chest rise and fall. He did not do this, ghosts did not breathe. The movement was habit, or memory, or something the afterlife retained because the body remembered it. But it was there, steady and slow, and in the lamp's light it had the quality of something that had no business being as affecting as it was. Sei adjusted his glasses. He looked at his hands, which were folded in his lap with the trained stillness he had maintained for 19 years. He looked at the mug on the shelf. He looked at the cactus. He said, very quietly, a voice pitched below conversation, the kind that sounds like thinking, I used to take your calls on the first ring. Haruki did not move. Sei was looking at his hands. He was aware that this was the kind of thing one did not say, and that he was saying it anyway, and that the saying of it was only possible because he believed, with the certainty of a man who had read Haruki's expressions for 4 years, that Haruki was not present in any way that could receive it. I never did that for anyone else, he said. Not for Ogata-san. Not for anyone I knew personally. There was never a question, Haruki calling, first ring. It was a reflex. I didn't think about it. He paused. I didn't let myself think about it. The studio was very quiet. "I think I knew," Sei said. His voice was still quiet. Still the thinking pitch, the voice below conversation. "I think I knew, and I made a decision not to examine it because examining it would have required." He stopped. His hands were still in his lap. "I would have had to do something with it. And I had spent a very long time being someone who did not have to do anything with things." The floorboard near the drafting desk was still. The tablet on the worktable was dark. "I wasted it," Sei said. "The living time. 47 months of first rings and arguments about chapter structure, and you burning the dinner when you called at 11 p.m. and I thought about whether the chapter was on track. All of that time. I was present, and I was paying attention, and I was not doing anything with what I noticed." He did not look at Haruki. He looked at the worktable. At the place where the chapter had been. "I think I knew then," he said. "And I know now. And the distance between those two things is a specific kind of failure that I don't have adequate language for. I've been trying to find the language for 6 weeks. I haven't found it." He was quiet. He looked at his hands. On the floor near the drafting desk, Haruki's right hand, resting flat against the floorboards, fingers loose, pressed down. Not a movement. A pressure. The faintest shift of weight, as if a hand that had been still was choosing to be still differently. As if something was being held in place by effort rather than absence. Sei did not see this. He was not looking at Haruki. He looked at the worktable for a long moment longer, and then at the cactus, and then he picked up the book from the worktable and opened it to his page and read 2 sentences and closed it again. He sat for a while. Outside, the city's quiet held. He stood, eventually, and stretched the long stretch of a man who had been sitting in one position for several hours, and he went to the small sink and washed both cups with the automatic attention of a task he had performed every Thursday for 16 weeks. He dried them. He packed them in his bag. He looked at Haruki on the floor. Haruki's head was still dropped. His chest was still rising and falling in its impossible rhythm. His right hand was flat against the floorboards. Sei stood at the worktable with his bag over his shoulder. He said, very quietly, "Thursday." Not to Haruki. Or not only. A reminder, and an accounting, and a small thing said to a room that had become, across 16 weeks, something he needed to say things to. He turned off the lamp. He locked the studio. He walked down the stairs into the pre-dawn dark of Shimokitazawa, the street empty and cold, smelling of the first edge of winter. He walked with his hands in his pockets through streets that were almost entirely quiet. He thought about what a reflex was, the thing that happened before thought, the thing that happened instead of thought, the thing that told you something about the shape of your own wanting before your mind had assembled the language. He thought, first ring. Always. Without question. For 4 years. He thought, the shape of the failure is that I knew and I called it something else and I called it something else, and by the time I had run out of other names for it, the phone wasn't ringing anymore. He walked home. He did not sleep. He lay in the dark of his apartment and looked at the ceiling and thought about the way a hand could be still in one way and then still in a different way. He thought about the difference between the stillness of absence and the stillness of restraint. He thought, I don't know. I don't know which it was. He thought, I said it to a room. I said it to someone I thought couldn't hear. He put these thoughts in no tray. He left them on the desk in the room he was learning to keep lit. He lay with them until morning arrived, pale and cold outside the window, and then he got up and made coffee and went to work. Chapter 17, The ink is getting lighter. The chapter arrived at midnight as it always arrived, the tablet brightening on the worktable in the dark studio, and Sei opened it standing, still in his coat, because he had arrived at 3 minutes to 12 and had not had time to sit, and he had not wanted to look at it for the first time in the overhead light of his apartment. He turned on the lamp. He sat. He began. Haruki appeared at page 4, which was early but not unusually so. He had been appearing earlier in recent weeks, as if the mechanism of his arrival had grown more efficient with use. He was on the floor near the drafting desk, cross-legged, in the faded navy hoodie, and Sei said without looking up from the tablet, Chapter 50. The callback to the harbor scene. You already know what's in it. I don't. I'm reading it. You know the harbor scene structure. You told me in year 2 it was the wrong chapter placement. You were wrong, by the way. Sei did look up then. Haruki had his hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling in the way he did when he was defending a creative decision he was confident in. The studio light sat on him the same way it sat on the room. The same way it had last Thursday, and the Thursday before. Sei looked at him for a moment. He looked back at the tablet. He read. He noticed it on page 7. He would not have noticed it before the Thursdays, before the 14 weeks of sitting with this work in this room with the person who made it, before the work had become known to him the way a room you live in is known, differently from the way a room you visit is known. He would have noticed it eventually, the way an editor always noticed, but it would have taken longer. It would have been a flag at revision, not a recognition mid-read. He finished the page. He turned to page 8. Page 9. He set the tablet down. Haruki was watching him. The quality of attention that Haruki directed at Sei during readings had changed over the weeks. At the beginning, it had been eager, the watchful eagerness of an artist who needed to know if the work was landing. Now it was quieter. More settled. The attention of someone who was watching for something specific. The line work, Sei said. Not a question. Something moved across Haruki's face. A shift. The thing that happened when Haruki was caught between deflection and honesty and was deciding which way to go. He usually went honest. It was, Sei had observed, constitutionally almost impossible for him to go the other direction for more than about 3 seconds. Haruki said. The brushwork on pages 7 through 9. The weight variation is inconsistent in a way the previous chapters were not. The screen tone density is lower than Chapter 49's equivalent panels. The crosshatching in the background of the harbor scene is thinner. Sei picked up the tablet again. He went back to page 3, the opening, the establishing shot, the harbor at dusk. He looked at it with the cold attention of professional judgment. The composition is correct. The choices are correct. The art is doing what it needs to do. But the execution is, he paused. The pressure is different. Haruki said, even ghosts get tired, Miura-san. He said it lightly. In the tone of someone making a minor concession. Sei looked at him over the rim of his glasses. That's not what this is, Sei said. Haruki's hands came down from behind his head. He straightened slightly. The chapter after this, Sei said, will be lighter still. Won't it? It was not quite a question. Haruki was very still. The studio was very still. Outside, Shimokitazawa held its deep night quiet, the streets empty, the dry cleaner and the tea shop shuttered. I'm not doing it on purpose, Haruki said, which was not a denial. Sei set the tablet on the work table. He took off his glasses and set them beside it and rubbed the bridge of his nose, which was a gesture he did not make. He put his glasses back on. When did it start, he said. Around chapter 47. Haruki's voice had dropped. The quality it had when he was being serious, very still, very certain, all the usual energy pulled inward until what remained was the core of it. I didn't notice it at first. I thought it was just how it felt. Harder. Like drawing against resistance. Every chapter takes longer, and more. More of whatever I'm using. He looked at his hands. I wasn't going to tell you. I know. You were going to figure it out. I have figured it out. Sei looked at the tablet. He looked at the page again, the harbor scene, the specific quality of the line work that was lighter than it should be, not worse, not wrong, but less. The manga is consuming you. Each chapter costs. Haruki said nothing. You're drawing with what you have, Sei said. And what you have is finite. And you've been spending it. Yes. How many chapters remain? The silence between them had a quality Sei had not encountered in this room before. Not the comfortable silences of late evening argument, not the reading silences, not the loaded silences that had been accumulating since chapter 47. This one had a different weight. The weight of a number they had both known was in the room and had not looked at directly. 2, Haruki said. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. And then the final. Sei counted. 3 chapters, including the final. He had known this, Reiko's conversation, the structure of the arc, the way the narrative was moving toward resolution with the inevitability of a well-constructed ending. He had known the number abstractly. He was hearing it as a concrete thing now. The final chapter, he said. You draw it, and then. And then, Haruki said. Quiet. Certain. The voice of someone who had made peace with something that deserved to be made peace with. Sei looked at the tablet. He looked at page 7, the harbor in evening light, the ghost character with his back to the frame, looking at the water, the line work thinner than the chapter before. He thought about what a human body was and what this was, the afterlife's version of a body, spending its substance the way a body spent itself, and spending it on this. On these pages. On getting to the end of the story. He thought about what it took to draw 50 chapters of a serialization in any circumstances. He thought about what it took when each chapter was also the last of something, the careful spending of what remained. He thought, he's been doing this since the beginning. Drawing the ending toward himself. Drawing it knowing what it costs. Haruki, he said. And then stopped. It was the first time in 17 weeks of Thursdays that he had started a sentence and not known how to finish it. Not because he was being careful. Because there was no version of the sentence that was adequate to what it needed to contain. Haruki looked at him. There was no performance in it. Just Haruki, looking at Sei, with the specific quality of someone who was content to wait as long as the waiting lasted. I know, Haruki said, quietly. Which was not an answer to a question Sei had asked. Which answered it anyway. Sei nodded once. He picked up the tablet. He turned back to page 3. The harbor establishing shot, he said. The composition is correct. But if you'd waited the foreground element 3 panels earlier, the callback would have landed harder. I would have flagged this. I know you would have flagged it. I'm noting it for the record. Noted. The screen tone work on page 12 is the best in the chapter. Whatever you did with the density gradient. I know. I was pleased with that one. They talked about the chapter until 2 in the morning. Not about the thinning. Not about the number. About the work, the decisions, the arguments, the places where Sei would have pushed back and the places where he wouldn't have. The panel on page 18 that Sei thought was the finest sequence in the chapter, and Haruki who thought it was page 22, and the argument about this that went on for 30 minutes and did not resolve. When Haruki faded, later than usual, at nearly 2:30, the fading the slow gradual softening of his edges rather than the sudden absence of earlier Thursdays, Sei was mid-sentence about the harbor panel composition. He let the sentence finish. He let the studio be empty. He sat for a long time. Then he picked up the tablet and went through the chapter again, page by page, with the methodical attention of a man performing a specific task. He went through it with his glasses pushed up slightly, the way he read things he was reading closely, the way he read manuscripts he was preparing to edit. He was not preparing to edit this. He was not doing anything that could be done. He was reading it the way you read something you need to hold on to before it changes further. The way you look at things when you understand that the looking is one of the few actions available to you. Page 7. The lighter lines. The harbor. The ghost character with his back to the frame. Sei looked at it for a long time. He thought about the ramen place in Higashikoenji and a broth served at the correct temperature and a hand pressed flat against a floorboard in the dark. He thought about 47 months and a phone taken on the first ring. He thought about 2 chapters. The cost of 2 chapters. What it spent and what it bought. He put the tablet in his bag. He washed the cups. He walked home in the December cold, through a city that did not know what was happening in a second-floor studio in Shimokitazawa, because cities never knew, because the most important things almost never registered on any surface large enough to see from the outside. He walked home, and the cold was the cold of late December, particular and specific, the kind that cut clean and left no ambiguity about the temperature, and he thought, 2 chapters. He had 2 more Thursdays of this. He walked. Chapter 18, The Door That Used to Be Open. Chihaya arrived on a Saturday, which she had not announced as a Saturday. She had sent a message on Thursday morning, the morning after Sei had walked home from the studio in the December cold with the number 2 in his chest, that said, coming to Tokyo next week. Tuesday through Sunday. Let me know if you have time. He had replied, Saturday afternoon. And given his address. She arrived at 2:15, which was neither early nor late, which was Chihaya's relationship to punctuality, functional, unperformative, the behavior of someone who arrived when she said she would because she had said she would. He had remembered this about her from childhood without realizing he'd retained it. He opened the door. She looked at him. The look was brief and comprehensive, the kind of inventory that only older siblings performed, taking in everything from the state of his collar to the quality of his sleep in one rapid assessment. She said nothing about what she found. Come in, he said. She came in. He watched her see his apartment for the first time. He had been living here for 7 years. It was a good apartment, clean lines, high ceilings for central Tokyo, a kitchen that functioned and a living space that was precisely as uncluttered as a man required whose relationship with objects was editorial. He had reviewed it with this in mind, everything present had a reason to be present. Nothing was decorative. The furniture was good quality, dark, arranged with the spatial logic of someone who had thought about proportions. The white wall above the kettle. The bare counter. The bookshelf with its categorized order. The window, the small desk, the kitchen light that was the brightest light in the apartment because that was where he spent time. Chihaya stood in the middle of the living space and looked at all of it. God, Sei, she said. You live like this. It was not quite a question. Yes, he said. She turned a slow full circle, and the full circle was the action of someone looking for something on a wall, a surface, a shelf, that was not there. She completed the circle. She looked at the white wall above the kettle. She looked at the window. There's nothing on the walls, she said. No. Not one thing. No. She turned back to him. Her expression was not unkind. It had the quality of someone arriving at a conclusion they had already been forming for a long time. I always wondered, she said. When you moved to Tokyo. I thought, people leave home, they bring things. A photo. A plant. Something. She looked at the window. Even a plant. I have a cactus, he said, and then stopped, because the cactus was in the studio, not his apartment, and this fact registered in his chest in a way that was not convenient. Chihaya's eyebrows moved. A small movement. The same small movement his eyebrows made, which was more disorienting each time he noticed it. A cactus, she said. Where? At work. At work, she said, which contained a complete analysis. He made tea. He made it with the precision he brought to the few domestic tasks he retained, the temperature, the timing, the particular cups that were good cups rather than adequate cups. He brought them to the table. Chihaya sat across from him and wrapped her hands around her cup the way Soma had wrapped his hands around his mug, and Sei thought, this was where Haruki got it. From the people who loved things. From the habit of warmth. They drank for a moment in silence. Not uncomfortable. The specific texture of a silence between two people who had not been in a room together in 4 years and were not going to pretend that small talk was equal to the occasion. Chihaya said, tell me about the boy you used to be. You know about the boy I used to be. Tell me from your side. He looked at his tea. He thought about what version of this was honest and what version of this was evasive and how much of a difference there was between those two things. He had been, since chapter 48, renegotiating this question. The question of what he was willing to let be real. He was loud, Sei said. For a child. I remember that. I remember caring about things in a way that didn't have a dimmer switch. Either caring or not. Never modulation. Chihaya nodded. She was listening with her whole face the way she always had, the attention undivided, which had terrified him as a teenager because it made evasion too difficult. I remember the manga specifically, he said. I remember the ones that mattered. Not as editorial objects. They mattered because they mattered. The full weight of it, with nothing between me and the thing. He paused. I didn't know that was remarkable. I thought everyone felt things that way. Everyone does feel things that way, Chihaya said. At 14. I decided it was a problem. Why? He looked at the window. The specific quality of afternoon light in late December, thin and honest, the kind that didn't soften anything. He thought about a bathroom at school and a long time sitting on the floor and the decision, precise and final, that he was making. The decision he had made without understanding he was making it, the decision that had looked, from 14, like strength. I was afraid, he said. Of what would happen if I stayed that way. If I kept caring about things in that degree. He paused. Something had happened. I don't need to, something had happened that was, at the time, very large. And I decided that the size of it was the problem. That if I could reduce the size, the capacity, then the large things would fit in smaller boxes. Chihaya looked at him for a long moment. You didn't have to kill that kid, she said. Quiet. Not reproachful. The tone of someone stating a fact they had been holding for a long time. It seemed necessary. For whom? He did not have an answer to this. He had not had an answer the first time this question had arrived, which had been weeks ago, in a different form, in a studio at midnight, and it had remained unanswered since. He looked at the table. He looked at his hands, which were still. The trained stillness he had been wearing for 19 years. I don't know, he said. Which was the truest answer? Chihaya made a small sound. Not agreement, not disagreement, the sound of someone receiving an honest answer and giving it appropriate weight. She drank her tea. You were brilliant at it, she said, after a moment. The kid was already brilliant. But this version of you, the one you made, is exceptional at the thing you chose. I need you to know I've always known that. It's not a small thing. I'm not dismissing what you built. I know. I just never thought it required the rest of it to be dismantled. He said nothing. Mum missed you, Chihaya said. Not accusing. Just placing it in the room, the way you placed something down that you'd been carrying. She missed the kid who read with voices. She still does. She'd never say it. She's very proud of you and she thinks the pride is more useful to you than the grief. But she misses him. Sei was looking at the table. I think you miss him too, Chihaya said. I think that's actually part of what's happening to you right now, whatever it is. I think you found something that's been pulling him up from wherever you put him. He looked up. Chihaya looked back at him with the expression that had been frightening him since childhood, the one that saw through the editorial composure, through the glasses, through 19 years of careful management, to something that was still, apparently, there. You look different, she said. From the birthday. You looked tired then, in a new way. Now you look, I don't know the word. Like someone who has been in a long argument and is starting to think the other person might have a point. He adjusted his glasses. Chihaya smiled. A small, warm thing. The smile he remembered. Still that, she said. You still do that. He looked at the window. He looked at the white wall above the kettle. He thought about the wall and what it was and what he had been thinking about changing for 6 weeks without changing anything. I have been, he said, carefully, in a long argument. With several people. Which side are you on? He considered this. I'm starting to think, he said, that I was on the wrong side. Chihaya put her cup down. She stood. She was putting on her coat. She had been here an hour and 15 minutes, which was, he understood, the right length. Not too long. Long enough. At the door, she turned. She put her hand on his shoulder. The touch was brief. Light. The first time she had touched him he did not have an exact number and did not calculate one, because the calculation would arrive at something he was not ready to hold. She put her hand on his shoulder the way you touched someone you were claiming across a distance. If you ever find whatever it is you're looking for in that studio at midnight, she said, call me. I'd like to meet whoever brought my brother back. He looked at her. Her eyes were clear and steady and she was waiting for nothing, not a confirmation, not an explanation. She was simply making herself known to him, as a resource and an ally and a person who had been waiting, without requiring it, for a long time. Chihaya, he said. You don't have to say anything. He was quiet. I'll be here, she said. Whenever you need somewhere to put it. She left. He stood at the door for a moment after it closed. Then he went back to the table. He sat down. He looked at the two cups, one empty, one still half full, and the thin December afternoon light coming through the window and landing on both of them equally. He thought about the boy who had cared about things without a dimmer switch. He thought, that kid was not the problem. He thought, I have been blaming him for 19 years for something that was never his fault. He sat with this for a long time. Then he got up, and he went to the kitchen, and he looked at the white wall above the kettle for a while. He looked at it with the specific attention of someone who has been looking at a thing for years and is only now seeing it. He took out his phone. He searched for a long moment. He found what he was looking for and ordered it, a small print, framed, a specific image he had seen once and remembered, a harbor at dusk, evening light, a figure with his back to the frame. Delivery, 3 to 5 business days. He put his phone down. He made a second cup of tea and sat at the kitchen counter and thought about a door that had been closed for 19 years and what it would take to open it. He thought, I know what it's taking. He thought, it's worth it. He drank his tea. Chapter 19, 4 pages from the end. He did not pre-read it. He had not pre-read the last several chapters. Pre-reading was a kind of armor and he had decided, some weeks back, that the armor was beside the point now. The point was to be in the room with the pages and with whatever they did to him, and to stop managing the doing in advance. He arrived at 11:45. He unlocked the studio. He set the thermos and the cups on the worktable and did not look at the tablet until midnight, and at midnight he picked it up and opened the chapter and began. Chapter 51. The penultimate chapter. He had known this was coming. He had known with the mathematical precision of a man who had been counting, 2 chapters left, as of last Thursday. 1 chapter left, after tonight. He had sat with the number for a week. He had not successfully done anything with it. The week had been the kind of week that existed in a different register from ordinary work weeks. He had edited, he had meetings, he had read submissions, he had written notes in the margins of 4 different manuscripts and had then reviewed the notes to ensure they were coherent, and they had been, because his hands knew how to do the work even when his mind was somewhere else entirely. His mind had been in a studio in Shimokitazawa. He read. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. On page 4, Haruki appeared. Sei registered this without pausing. He read page 4 aloud and Haruki was on the floor cross-legged near the drafting desk and the studio was in its full warmth, the particular warmth that had nothing to do with the heating and everything to do with whatever it was that happened in this room on Thursday nights. Sei read page 4, and page 5, and page 6. He noticed, on page 6, that something was different. Not the line work this time. The line work was, lighter, yes, lighter than chapter 49, lighter than chapter 50 and its harbor scene. The cost was visible in it. But within the lightness there was something else, a quality that Sei, who had been reading manga for 15 years as a professional and 30 as a person, recognized. The chapter was beautiful in a way that was different from technical excellence. It was the beauty of something that was being done for the last real time. The kind of beauty that only existed in the presence of finality. He read. The ghost character in the manga. The editor. They were in the studio, the manga's version of the studio, which was both the studio and not the studio, rendered with the careful generalization of a setting drawn from life but not copied from it. The editor was at the desk. The ghost was by the window. The ghost said, "On page 13, I started drawing this because I ran out of time to say it with my mouth, and I thought ink would last longer than breath." Sei's voice broke on the line. He kept reading. He kept reading because that was what you did. You kept reading, because to stop was to stand at the edge of something and refuse to step into it, and he had been, for 19 years, the person who stood at the edge. He had been practicing, for 17 Thursdays, being a different person, and being a different person meant reading through the break in your voice because the chapter deserved to be read and the person who drew it deserved to be heard. He read to the end of the chapter. 41 pages. The studio was warm. Haruki was on the floor. Sei set the tablet down. He looked at Haruki. Haruki was looking back at him. He was sitting forward, elbows on his knees, hands loose, and his expression was the one Sei had catalogued and not yet finished cataloging, the one that was open in a way that most people's faces were not open, that showed the full weight of what was behind it without apology and without performance. He was so solid. This was what Sei noticed, in the silence after the chapter, the solidity of him, the full occupation of space. He was there in the way the drafting desk was there, the mug on the shelf, the lamp. But he was also there in the way that those things were not, because the drafting desk had never looked at Sei with that expression, and the mug had never laughed, and the lamp had never argued about chapter structure with the passionate conviction of someone who believed that creative work was worth arguing about. In the cold December air of the studio, the heating was on but it took time, and the studio was always cold at midnight in December, when Haruki laughed. Sei could see the breath he didn't have. He could see the absence of the fog that should have been there. This was what it was, he thought. This was the thing. Not that Haruki was real, but that he was real enough to make the unrealness visible by contrast. Real enough that the absence showed. "One more," Sei said. The words arrived without him assembling them. They were just there, in the room, having been said. Haruki looked at him. "One more," Haruki said. They both knew what one more meant. The studio held the weight of it. The lamp held steady. Outside, the city was in its deep December quiet. Sei said, the chapter was, he paused. Not for editorial language. For the right one. It was the best thing you've ever drawn. Haruki was quiet for a moment. "I know," he said. "And then, I wanted to make sure it was." He looked at his hands. "I wanted you to have something. I wanted there to be a chapter that was as good as I could possibly make it. Before the last one." He looked at Sei. "So you'd have it. Regardless of how the last one goes." Sei looked at him. "How does the last one go?" he said. Haruki's expression was a complex thing. It moved through several qualities quickly, and then settled into something Sei had not seen before. Quieter than his usual quiet. The quiet of something that had been decided and arrived at and was now simply held. "I don't know yet," Haruki said. Which was either true or not true, and Sei did not press it, because some things were only true when they arrived at their moment and not before. They did not talk about the chapter after that. They talked about other things, a new serialization that had launched that month, one of Sei's other artists, a question about the editorial calendar that Haruki had apparently been curious about for 2 years and had never asked. They talked about the December temperature and whether the tea shop downstairs changed their menu seasonally and Haruki's opinion on seasonal menus, which was positive and detailed. They talked about a dream Haruki had, or whatever it was that ghosts had in the hours Sei was not in the studio, that had involved a harbor. It was an ordinary conversation between two people who had spent many hours together in a room that was theirs. Around 3 in the morning, Sei set his tea down and looked at the room. The work table. The drafting desk with its pencil unmoved. The mug on the shelf with the tea stain. The cactus on the windowsill, doing very well. He looked at all of it with the attention of someone making an inventory, the comprehensive professional attention, turned on the wrong kind of object. Haruki was watching him. "Don't," Haruki said, quietly. Sei looked at him. I know what you're doing, Haruki said. I know because I do it too. When I'm drawing a studio scene and I know it's the last one. Looking at every detail. Memorizing. Trying to hold the room. Sei did not say anything. You don't have to hold it, Haruki said. It'll be there. It won't, Sei said. After next Thursday, he stopped. I know, Haruki said. And then, gently, but you'll remember it. That's not the same as holding it. You don't have to grip it. Sei looked at the cactus. The pencil. The mug. He thought about the particular quality of the warmth in this room. The specific temperature of it. He thought about temperature as a thing that could be right and could be wrong and could be the difference between a dish and a different dish. He thought, correct temperature. The thing that was itself and could not be approximated. He put his tea down. At some point after 4, sitting in the chair at the work table, he fell asleep. He did not decide to. He was not, generally, a person who fell asleep in chairs. He was a person who was deliberate about sleep, who went to bed at a reasonable hour and woke at a reasonable hour and treated rest as a logistical function. But the chapter had been 41 pages and the conversation had been 4 hours, and December at 4:30 in the morning was its own kind of gravity. He slept. He dreamed of the studio, but it was not the studio he was in. It was a version of it with different light, afternoon light, the particular quality of a room in late afternoon when the day is almost finished. There was someone at the drafting desk drawing, and the sound of it was the sound of a pen on paper, which was a sound he had never registered as meaningful before the Thursdays and could not now register as anything else. He woke when the morning came through the window. He woke slowly, the way he never woke, usually alert on arrival, already cataloging the day's requirements. This waking was different. He surfaced from it the way you surfaced from something warm, with reluctance and without the usual machinery of orientation already running. The studio was cold. The lamp was still on. The tablet was dark on the work table. He looked at the floor where Haruki had been. There was a smudge on the floorboards near the drafting desk. Not a mark from before, not the familiar geography of the studio's accumulated life. A new mark, or newly visible, a faint smear on the boards at the spot where Haruki's hand rested when he sat cross-legged on the floor. Sei looked at it for a long moment. He watched it the way you watched something you were uncertain about. He watched it and it was there, and he watched it longer, and it was there, and then, slowly, in the way of morning light doing its incremental work, it was less there. Lighter. The faintest impression, and then the suggestion of an impression, and then the boards with their ordinary grain. He sat in the chair in the cold studio and the smudge faded until it was gone and the light came fully through the window. He was alone. He sat with this, the plain fact of it. He was going to be alone in this room, next Thursday, for the last time in this particular way. The last chapter. And then Saturdays, and Sundays, and Thursdays that were ordinary Thursdays, in this room or not in this room, without the tablet brightening at midnight. He put his hands on the work table. He sat there for a while. Then he washed the cups. He packed his bag. He locked the studio. He walked home through December dawn, the sky in the particular clear cold state of early winter mornings, the city beginning its day, the trains running, the first lights coming on in the apartments above the commercial streets. He walked through it in the specific knowledge that he had one more of this. One more Thursday, one more chapter, one more walk home through a waking city that did not know what was being spent in a second-floor studio in Shimokitazawa. He walked. He was not gripping. He was not memorizing. He was simply in it, the way Haruki had told him to be, and it was devastating and it was enough and it was everything. One more. Chapter 20, the conversation they couldn't have at the end of the world. Tuesday was not Thursday. This was not a complicated observation. The days of the week were well established, their order had not changed, the difference between Tuesday and Thursday was the difference between 2 days and nothing else. Tuesday was a work day. He had meetings on Tuesdays. He had a 10 a.m. editorial check-in and a 2 p.m. submission review, and at 4:30 p.m. he had a call with a new artist whose name he had read correctly on first introduction, which the artist had noted with visible relief. He did all of these things. He did them with the competence that was his default mode, the editorial mind that ran clean and efficient regardless of whatever else was also running, the professional reflex that could occupy the foreground of any room he was in. In the background of every room he was in on Tuesday, there was a studio in Shimokitazawa. He left the office at 6. He walked to the station. He passed through the turnstile, and then he came back through it, and he stood on the street outside the station in the December dark and thought about this, and then he got on a different train. He was aware that this was irrational. There was no mechanism on a Tuesday. The tablet did not produce chapters on Tuesdays. Haruki appeared when Sei read the pages aloud, and Sei could not read a chapter that did not yet exist, and the final chapter would not exist until Thursday at midnight. There was no purpose served by going to the studio on a Tuesday. He went anyway. He unlocked the door. He walked up the stairs. He unlocked the studio. It was cold, the heating not on, the room in its Tuesday state, which was the same as its Sunday state and its Monday state, the studio as it was when Sei was not in it, which was most of the time, which was the state it spent most of its existence in. The ordinary state. The room as object rather than room as occasion. He turned on the lamp. The lamp made it better, which was not a rational category. He sat in the chair at the work table. The pencil was on the desk, where it had been on the first Thursday and on every Thursday since. The mug was on the shelf. The cactus on the windowsill. The tablet, dark, inert, waiting for a Thursday that was 2 days away. He sat in the chair for a while and looked at the room, and the room looked back. He said, "I went to the ramen place." His voice in the empty studio was very ordinary. Not the reading voice, not the shaped voice he used when the pages were in his hand. His voice, talking to no one. "It's closed. Obviously you know it's closed, you died in February. But I went past it last week. I stood outside for a moment. I thought about the temperature of the broth." He paused. "I thought about it again on Saturday. I've been thinking about it a surprising number of times. For a ramen place." The studio was quiet. The lamp was steady. "Chihaya came to Tokyo," he said. "You would have liked her. She looks like me in ways I find alarming. She sees through things in the same way, which is more alarming." He looked at the mug on the shelf. "She put her hand on my shoulder when she left. I didn't know how to, I let it happen. I think that was the right response." He thought about Chihaya and the apartment and the white wall, and then he thought about the print that had arrived on Monday, the harbor at dusk, framed, and that he had put it on the kitchen counter and then picked it up and put it on the wall above the kettle, and that the wall above the kettle now had something on it. He had stood back and looked at it for a while. He had thought, "I don't know what I'm doing." He had thought, "That's probably fine." "I put something on the wall," he said to the room. "One thing. It's a harbor. I saw it. I saw a print of it in a gallery window 3 years ago and thought about it, and didn't go back for it, and last week I looked it up and ordered it. I don't know why. I think I know why." He paused. The wall looked different after. The same wall. Different. He looked at the drafting desk. The pencil. The unmoved pencil that had been on the desk since the first Thursday, which he had never touched, which he did not touch now. "I don't know what to do," he said. He said it plainly. Without performance or management, the factual statement of a man who had exhausted his available strategies. He had been managing the Thursdays for 19 weeks. He had been managing the revelation that the manga was a letter. He had been managing the thinning line work and the number 2 and the number 1. He had been managing Chihaya's hand on his shoulder and the print on the wall and the whispered confession in the dark and the smudge on the floorboard that faded while he watched it. He had run out of things to do with what he had. "I am very good at receiving information," he said, to the room, to the pencil, to the mug on the shelf. "I have received yours. I have read all of it. Every chapter. I know what you were saying. I have known for a long time what you were saying and I have been figuring out how to say it back, and I don't have, he stopped. I don't have a medium. You had a medium. You had the pages. You had the mechanism and the chapters and the specific genius to do it in a way that I could receive it, because you knew me well enough to know the angle it needed to come from. You knew I wouldn't open the door, so you put it through the window. 51 windows. He looked at the tablet. I don't have a window. The room was very quiet. Sei looked at the work table. At his own hands, flat on the wood. I wasted the time when you had a mouth, he said. His voice was very quiet now. Not the whispered confession of last Thursday, not the voice that had believed it wasn't being heard. This was something else, the voice of a man in an empty room saying a true thing to the only audience available. I had 4 years, and I was paying attention, and I knew, some part of me knew, it was in the reflex, it was in the first ring, it was in every argument where I pushed because you could be pushed and I wanted to know what you pushed back with, I knew, and I filed it again, and I let the time go. He was quiet. I'm sorry, he said. He had not said this to anyone in a very long time. Not because there was nothing to apologize for, there were things, probably, that required apology over 19 years. But the word had been part of the vocabulary he had set aside at 14, in the bathroom, in the long hour of decision, the vocabulary of things that meant you'd felt enough to be wrong about something. He said it to the empty room. He said it to the pencil on the desk and the mug on the shelf and the cactus on the windowsill and the tablet waiting for Thursday. He said it to Haruki, who was not there. He did not hear the footsteps on the stairs. He did not hear the footsteps pause. He did not hear the person outside the door, who had come to check on the supply inventory, who had a key for supply purposes, who had come up the stairs and seen the line of light under the door and had stopped, hand raised to knock, listening. He had more to say. He said it. He talked for a long time in the empty room about a phone taken on the first ring and a restaurant in Higashikoenji and the particular quality of the warmth in the studio that had nothing to do with the heating. He talked about a chapter he had read aloud in a voice that broke on the third sentence and had not recovered. He talked about a smudge on the floorboard that had faded while he watched. He talked about all of it, badly, without structure or editorial shaping, in the plain voice of someone who did not know what they were doing and was doing it anyway. Outside the door, Natsumu stood with his hand raised and did not knock. He heard enough. He heard the voice of a man in an empty room, talking. He heard what the talking was about. He heard the particular quality of it, the quality of someone who had stopped managing the distance between themselves and a true thing, who was standing in the thing. He lowered his hand. He stood outside the door for a moment longer, listening to the silence after the voice stopped, and then he walked back down the stairs and out into the December dark of Shimokitazawa, and he walked to the corner and stood under the street lamp and took out his phone. He thought about what he'd heard. He held his phone for a while. He called Soma. Soma answered on the second ring. It was 9 o'clock, which was not late. The sound of the television in the background going quiet as Soma moved to a different room. You, Soma said. Is something wrong? No, you said. Nothing's wrong. He looked up the street at the building with the second-floor window, the light still on. I went to check the supply inventory. And there was someone in the studio. Miura-san. Yeah. Silence on the line. Then, is he all right? You thought about what he'd heard through the door. The plain voice. The particular quality of it. I think so, he said. I think he's in the process of becoming all right, which is maybe different from being all right. Soma was quiet for a moment. I think, you said carefully, that your brother's editor is in love with him. The silence on the other end was very still. You, Soma said finally. I know. Another silence. Longer. Soma was doing the thing he did when he was considering something with the full weight he gave everything, the tonal quality of taking things seriously that deserved to be taken seriously. I think, Soma said, quietly, that my brother's editor has been in love with him for years. He paused. And never told either of them. The street was very quiet. The lamp above you was making its particular yellow light. In the second-floor window of the building on the corner, the studio light was still on. Do you think Haruki knew? You asked. Soma made a small sound. Something soft. Something that was not quite a laugh and not quite its opposite. I think Haruki knew, he said. I think Haruki knew, and he waited. He was quiet. That was the most Haruki thing he ever did. You looked at the window. What do we do? Nothing, Soma said. We let it happen. It's already happening. You stood on the corner for another moment. Then, I'm sorry, Soma-san. A long breath on the line. I know, Soma said. Me too. And then, gently, go home, you. It's cold. You went home. In the studio, Sei sat in the chair for a long time after he had stopped talking. The room was the room. The lamp was the lamp. Nothing had changed in the furniture of the space, the mug, the pencil, the tablet waiting for Thursday. But the room felt, he thought, different in the particular way that rooms felt different when you had said something true in them. The walls had the truth in them now. It was in the air. He looked at the tablet. Thursday. 2 days. He thought about what would be on the tablet on Thursday, and what he would read, and what would happen after. He thought about the smudge that had faded while he watched. He thought about ink and breath and which lasted longer, and whether that was the right question, or whether the right question was something else entirely. He sat until he was ready to leave. Then he turned off the lamp, and he locked the studio, and he walked down the stairs and out into the December night, and he went home. He went home and he looked at the harbor print on the wall above the kettle, and he looked at it for a while, and then he made tea and sat at the counter in the dark kitchen and thought about 2 days from now. He thought about Thursday. He thought, I don't have a medium. He thought, I'll find one. Chapter 21, White Pages. Thursday arrived the way things arrive when you have been dreading them and wanting them in equal measure, simply, without ceremony, without the weight it had been accumulating in his chest for 7 days. He had gone through the week with the careful attention of a man preserving something. He had done his work. He had read submissions and written notes and attended a meeting about the spring catalog and eaten lunch at his desk on Wednesday and had a conversation with Ran about a new artist's page count problem that had lasted 30 minutes and had been, from the outside, entirely ordinary. He had been present for all of it. His hands had done their work. His voice had said the right things. In the background, like a frequency he could not tune out, Thursday. He left the office at 10:30. He took the train to Shimokitazawa. He walked the familiar route, past the bars beginning to empty, past the tea shop closed and dark, past the dry cleaner with its night lock, and up the stairs to the second floor, and he unlocked the studio door. He stood in the doorway for a moment before turning on the lamp. The room in the dark, the lamp off, the city's ambient light coming through the window at an angle that made shadows of the familiar objects, the work table, the drafting desk, the shelf. He stood in the doorway and let the room be the room for a moment without him in it. He thought about what it had been before the Thursdays. The room he had come to on the day after Haruki died, the room with nothing in it but the professional obligation of a man clearing another man's work. The room that had then, one Thursday at midnight, changed into something else entirely. He turned on the lamp. He unpacked the thermos. He set out the cups, 2 cups, both of them, which he had continued to do every Thursday since the second week and was not examining now. He sat in the chair. He waited. At midnight the tablet brightened. He picked it up. The file was there. He tapped it. The first page opened. White. He looked at it. He scrolled. White. 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 Page after page of pure white panels, the panel borders drawn, the page structure intact, the ruled lines in their precise positions, the page numbers in the corner. The architecture of a chapter. All of it present except the thing that made it a chapter, which was ink, which was the work, which was the story. He scrolled through once. The panels were empty. Not blank in the way of a new document, the borders were there, meticulous, the structure of the page drawn with the same care as every other chapter in the serialization. The space for the story was there. Only the story was not. He scrolled through again. He checked the metadata, because he was an editor and that was the kind of thing an editor did. He checked the metadata, and the file had been created at its usual time, 12 midnight, delivered by whatever mechanism had been delivering these files for 21 weeks. It was real. It had been made. It was simply empty. He set the tablet on the work table. He looked at the room. The room was the room. The lamp. The mug on the shelf. The pencil on the drafting desk, unmoved. The cactus on the windowsill. The specific smell of the space, ink and old paper and the clean cold of December coming in around the window frame. The floorboard near the drafting desk that creaked in a specific way, which he knew because he had walked across it 21 times and the knowledge lived in his feet now, in his body's map of a room it had learned. Haruki was not in the room. He had known this the moment he walked in. He had known it in the way he knew the difference between a room that was simply empty and a room that was waiting to stop being empty. He had known this room's waiting quality for 20 weeks. He knew its absence now. He sat for a while. He picked up the tablet again. He scrolled through the pages a third time, slowly, each one white, each one bordered, each one precisely not saying anything. He understood the thing he was looking at. He understood it the way you understood something that you had been given every piece of and had simply not assembled yet, the moment the pieces moved into their final arrangement, not with force but with the quiet inevitability of the right thing settling into the right place. Haruki had drawn 52 chapters. He had drawn through the thinning, through the fading, through whatever cost each page had taken from whatever substance a ghost spent when it made things. He had drawn the story forward with the patient and costly devotion of a person who knew what he was doing and why and how much it would take. He had drawn it to the edge of the ending. And then he had stopped. Not because he had run out. Not because he didn't know what the last chapter said. Sei was almost certain he had known since the beginning, had probably known the ending before he drew the first page, because Haruki had always been the kind of artist who started with the last panel and worked backward to understand what had to be true for it to be earned. He had stopped because the ending was the goodbye. He had spent 21 weeks being present in this room, in whatever form the afterlife allowed, solid enough to argue, solid enough to laugh, solid enough to press a hand against a floorboard in the dark and choose restraint, and he had drawn every chapter that brought him here, to this room, to these Thursdays. He had drawn them knowing what they cost and knowing where they ended. He had hit the last page and he had not been able to draw it. Because drawing it was how he left. Sei sat with this for a long time. He was not crying. He was not going to cry in the studio on a Thursday, which was a rule he had not known he had until this moment when he was choosing to keep it. He sat in the chair at the work table with his hands folded in his lap and the lamp steady and the tablet's white pages bright on the screen. And he sat with the plain understanding of what he was looking at. For all his bravery. For all his loud, reckless, heart-first love, which Sei had been cataloging across 21 weeks and which was the most extravagant thing anyone had ever done in his vicinity, for all of that, Haruki was afraid of the last panel. He could not make himself leave. Which was, Sei thought, the most Haruki thing he had ever heard. He got up. He went to the shelf and he took down the mug with the tea stain Haruki had never wiped, which had been on the shelf since before the Thursdays and which Sei had never touched in 21 weeks, which had lived on the shelf as a kind of landmark, a fixed point in the room's geography. He took it down. He carried it to the small sink and he rinsed it. He filled the electric kettle and waited for it to heat, and then he made tea in the mug and carried it back to the work table. He wrapped both hands around it. The ceramic was warm. He drank the tea. He picked up the tablet. He went back to chapter 52, last week's chapter, the penultimate, the harbor at dusk and the ghost and the editor and the line he had read in a voice that had broken at the third sentence. I started drawing this because I ran out of time to say it with my mouth, and I thought ink would last longer than breath. He read the chapter. Not aloud, there was no one to appear, and Sei had understood something, sitting here with the tea and the white pages, The reading aloud was the mechanism, but it was not the only thing this room could hold. He had been in this room on a Tuesday and said true things to no one, and the room had received them. The room would receive a silent reading. He read. He sat with the chapter for a long time after. The empty studio, the tea cooling in the mug, the white pages on the tablet, the lamp making its steady light. He looked at the blank chapter again. The white panels, the precise borders, all the careful architecture of a page waiting for its story. He thought, I don't have a medium. He thought, I'll find one. He thought, I found one. He looked at the room. The work table. The lamp. The laptop in his bag, which he had brought because he always brought it and which he had not opened, which was sitting in the side pocket of his work bag with the 2 manuscript drafts he had not looked at tonight and would not look at tonight. He took the laptop out of his bag. He opened it. He sat in the dead man's chair, at the dead man's desk, in the studio that smelled of the dead man's ink and tea, and he looked at the blank document on the screen. His hands were, for the first time in 19 years, not still. He began. Chapter 22, The Worst Ending I've Ever Heard. The first attempt was editorial. He wrote it the way he wrote everything, precisely, economically, with the professional reflex of a man who had spent 15 years removing excess words from other people's work and had developed an instinct for what needed to stay and what was padding. He described the characters in the manga, the editor, the ghost, and what they had done across 52 chapters. He named the structure. He identified the arc. He wrote 2 pages in the same voice he used for revision notes and found, at the end of the second page, that he had written an accurate description of a story and had said nothing about the story at all. He deleted it. He looked at the cursor blinking in the empty document. He tried again. The second attempt was worse in a different way. He had, apparently, after 19 years of editorial suppression, something like a sentimental register, a voice he had not used since before he was 14, that reached for things like the warmth of a laugh across a room and the particular loneliness of understanding something too late. He wrote half a page in this voice before he recognized it for what it was, not honesty but the shape of honesty. He was writing what grief sounded like from the outside. He was still an audience. He deleted it. The cursor blinked. He sat for a moment. The studio around him was cold in the way of a room at 2 in the morning in December. The lamp was on. The tablet with its white pages was on the work table to his left. The tea in the mug was cold. He had been sitting here since midnight, which was now 2 hours ago. He took off his glasses and set them on the work table beside the tablet. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. He put his glasses back on. He thought about what Haruki had done. What it had cost and how he had done it anyway. He thought about 52 chapters drawn with diminishing substance, each one spending something that could not be recovered, because the story needed to be said and there was no other way to say it. He thought about the specific bravery of that, not the bravery of the dramatic gesture, not the bravery that announced itself, but the bravery that showed up every Thursday at midnight and drew the next page and the page after that, with less and less, until there was only the last page left and the last page was the goodbye, and even Haruki's bravery had a bottom. He thought, he did it badly at first, too. Nobody draws their best work on the first page. He put his hands on the keyboard. He wrote, the first time I met him, he pitched a battle manga. He stopped. He looked at that sentence. It was not, in any editorial sense, an opening. It had no hook. It was a simple declarative sentence about an event, in first person, with no particular artistry to it. He kept writing. He wrote about the editorial meeting, the conference room on the 5th floor with the window that faced west, the afternoon light coming in at an angle while 7 editors waited for a new pitch. Haruki had been late, which Sei had noted and which he had not yet decided was a character assessment. He had pitched a battle manga that was technically competent and narratively undistinguished, and Sei had said so, with precision and without softening, and Haruki had argued. Not defensively. Not with the wounded offense of someone who could not hear criticism. He had argued the way someone argued when they believed the other person was wrong and was willing to spend time on it. The meeting had gone 45 minutes over. Sei had rejected the pitch. He had walked back to his desk afterward and sat down and thought, for exactly 3 seconds, before opening the next file, that man will have something worth publishing eventually. And then the thought had been filed and he had gone back to work. He wrote, I turned down the battle manga. He came back with something else. He always came back with something else. It took me 3 more meetings and 1 accidental ramen dinner in Higashi Koenji before I understood that what I was actually doing was waiting for him to come back with something else. I didn't know I was doing this. I was not, at that point in my life, a person who knew what he was doing about things that weren't manuscripts. He wrote about the first time Haruki had called him at 11 p.m. The number had been a work contact, new artist, first serialization, late revision notes, perfectly normal reason to call. He had picked up on the first ring. The conversation had gone 40 minutes and had resolved the revision question in the first 5 and continued from there into something that was not a work conversation and which Sei had not interrupted because he had not wanted to interrupt it. He wrote, I took his calls on the first ring. I never did that for anyone else. I did not know why. I did not let myself examine it, because examination would have required action and I was, at that time, a person who had very carefully arranged his life to require no action of that kind. He wrote slowly, at first. Then faster. The sentences were not elegant. They were not shaped the way sentences should be shaped. They did not have the editorial quality he spent his professional life demanding of other people's prose. They were flat in some places and overwritten in others, and there was a passage in the middle that was structurally a disaster, but he had tried to delete it twice and could not because the thing it said was true and he did not have a better way to say it, which was a feeling he had never had about words before and which was, he understood distantly, the point. He wrote about the 2 hours he had sat at his desk after the phone call. The phone, aligned parallel to the edge of the desk. The particular quality of the not moving, which had been its own kind of movement, the body insisting on stillness because if it moved it would have to move towards something and there was nothing available to move toward. He wrote, I should have moved towards something. I had time. I had 4 years of telephone calls and arguments and 45-minute editorial meetings and 1 ramen dinner and 2 film discussions conducted entirely by email, and I spent all of it being someone who did not move toward things. I was very good at this. I want you to understand that it was not indifference. If it had been indifference it would have been easier. I was paying attention, every time, to the thing I was not moving toward. He wrote about the first Thursday in the studio. The tablet glowing in the empty room. His hands shaking badly enough that he had put them in his pockets. The figure, flickering, translucent, grinning, of all the possible things to do, as if death had been an inconvenience, a scheduling conflict, a rescheduled appointment rather than a finality. He had not known yet that it was a beginning. He wrote about all the Thursdays. Not the editorial assessment of them, not the catalogued progression of solidity, the tracking of line work quality, the professional noting of structural beats. He wrote about what they had been underneath the cataloging. He wrote about argument as intimacy. About silence as the thing they had learned to share without filling it. About the particular warmth of a room that should have been cold. About a floor where a man sat cross-legged who had no business being there and whose being there was, every Thursday, something Sei had stopped filing and started simply receiving. He wrote, I know when I understood it. It was week 13. He said I remember everything you've ever said to me, and I could not find the tray for it. I put it on the desk in the light and left it there and it has been there since, which is how I know that this is the thing that has been true for longer than 13 weeks. Probably for longer than I'm willing to put in writing. Probably for longer than the serialization. He wrote, I was in love with you while you were alive and I chose not to notice, which is the most specific failure I have ever committed and I have been very specific about my failures. He stopped. He looked at that sentence. He left it. He wrote, I don't know what this accomplishes. I'm not a writer. I'm a man who reads other people's writing and tells them where it's wrong, and I recognize every place where this is wrong, and I am not fixing them, because fixing them would make this sound like I know what I'm doing and I don't. I have never known what I was doing about you. I have only ever known what I wasn't doing, and then known it too late, and then kept knowing it after knowing too late had become the permanent condition. He wrote, "You drew 52 chapters. You spent your afterlife on the most generous and foolish and precisely aimed act of devotion I have ever witnessed, and it worked, and I want you to know it worked. Not because you changed me, I don't think you changed me. I think you excavated something that was already there, something I buried at 14 in a bathroom at school when I decided that the size of what I felt was the problem. You found the door I'd walled over. You drew through it, 52 chapters, until I could see the door again and could find the handle." He was quiet for a moment. The studio was very still. The lamp. The cold. The white pages on the tablet. He wrote the ending. He wrote 2 men in a studio. One living, one not. He wrote what it had been to come here every Thursday and read aloud, the embarrassing, earnest, exposed act of reading aloud alone in a room, and to discover that reading was not something he did to texts but something he did with them, something that required him to be present in a way that silent reading did not. He wrote that he had been reading to someone. He wrote that the someone had been reading back. He wrote, "The ending of this story is that I'm sitting in your chair at your desk in your studio writing something that will not be good enough. This is the ending I have. I don't have the other kind. I don't have the kind where I said it while you had a mouth and we could have done something with it. I have this kind, which is me at 2 in the morning being bad at something for the first time in my adult life, willingly, because you showed me what it looked like to make something with everything you had even when what you had was running out." He wrote, "I'm going to publish your manga with this attached. The final chapter, no panels, just this. I'm going to put my name on it because it's mine and I'm not afraid of that the way I would have been afraid of it a year ago. I expect you'll have opinions about the prose quality. I expect you'll be right. I'm leaving it anyway." He wrote, "I took your calls on the first ring. I always would have. I know now." He stopped. He read what he had written. It was, by any objective editorial measure, the worst piece of prose he had ever produced. There were 3 passages that repeated themselves unnecessarily, one metaphor that was strained almost to breaking, a sentence in the 3rd section that was syntactically a catastrophe. He had a 15-year professional reflex for this: see the problem, correct the problem, make the smallest change necessary to resolve it. He did not correct any of it. He read it twice. Then he sat back in the chair and looked at the ceiling of the studio, the ceiling he had looked at for 21 weeks from this chair and which he knew as well as any surface he had ever known, and he breathed. Dawn was still an hour away. He could tell by the particular quality of the light through the window, the city's pre-dawn darkness that was different from its midnight darkness in the way that things were different when they were about to end. He looked at the screen. He said, "All right." He said it quietly, in the voice below conversation, in the thinking pitch he had used on a Thursday when he had believed he was alone and had not been. He said it to the room, and to the laptop, and to the plain and graceless and true thing on the screen. He began to read. His voice cracked on the 3rd sentence and did not recover. He read the whole thing in a voice that was nothing like the voice that had been reading aloud in this room for 21 weeks. Not the shaped, controlled reading voice of an editor who knew how sentences were built and could honor that in the spoken version. This voice was unsteady in its foundations. It shook in specific places. It went quiet where it should have been strong and was sometimes stronger where he had expected to fail. It was the voice of a person who had not built armor for this particular piece of text because the armor would have required not writing it. He read. He was at the 3rd paragraph, the ramen place, the first phone call, the first ring, when Haruki appeared. Not at page 4, or page 2, or at the mechanism of the words that had always triggered the arrival. He appeared the way light changed in a room. Sei was reading, and Haruki was not there, and then Sei was reading, and Haruki was there, and the transition between those 2 states was not a flicker or a gradual solidification. He was simply present, the way the desk was present, the way the lamp was present. More solid than he had ever been. Sei looked up from the screen and found him. Haruki was standing against the drafting desk with his arms crossed and his expression. Sei had 21 weeks of cataloging Haruki's expressions and he did not have a category for this one. It was open in the way of someone who has stopped protecting anything. It was the face of a person who is hearing something said to them, directly and without filter, for the first time. He had been crying. Not recently, not the fresh evidence of tears, but the quality of a face that had been doing something with itself before composing into stillness. The ink smudges on his fingers. The faded navy hoodie with the threadbare patch at the elbow. Him, exactly as he had been every Thursday, except for the crying and the solidness that was beyond solid, that was the most present Sei had ever seen him, that was so there that the room felt different for having him in it, the way a room felt different when the thing it had been waiting for arrived. Sei kept reading. His voice was wrecked. He read anyway. He read the second page, the Thursdays, the cataloging, the decision at 14, the 19 years, and Haruki did not move from the drafting desk and did not look away. He read the third page, the 2 hours at the desk, the first ring, the specific failure, the failure he had committed with precision, and the words that had cost the most to write cost the most to say aloud, and he said them anyway, because the cost was the point. He read to the end. The silence afterward was very large. It sat in the studio the way only certain silences sat, not the absence of sound but the presence of something the sound had made room for. Sei looked at the screen. He heard Haruki say, "That's the worst ending I've ever heard." His voice was thick. He had the voice of someone who had been choosing not to speak for some time and had arrived at the point where not speaking was no longer possible. Sei looked at him. His chest was somewhere in the process of rearranging its entire architecture, which was a process he had not known his chest was capable of. He did not say anything. There was nothing to say that the pages hadn't already said, badly, gracefully, in a wrecked voice in a room that smelled of ink and the specific cold of December at dawn. Haruki uncrossed his arms. He stepped forward. He was so solid that Sei could see the specific threadbare patch at the elbow of the hoodie, the ink smudge on his left forefinger where he rested his chin when he thought, the particular warmth of the light that lived in him, not a glow, not a luminous quality, just warmth, the warmth of someone who was there. He was there. He raised his hand. He put his palm against the side of Sei's face. Warm. Real. There in the way nothing had ever been there, in the way only one thing had ever been there, across 21 weeks and 52 chapters and 4 years and 19 years and all the accumulated distance of a man who had decided, at 14, to stop moving toward things and had spent the rest of his life executing that decision with extraordinary efficiency and had now, finally, in a studio in Shimokitazawa at the end of December, sitting in a chair with tears on his face that he had not noticed arriving, stopped. Haruki's thumb moved. Very slightly. The most careful thing. He said, quieter, in the voice he used when he was being serious, the voice that had all the loudness pulled from it until only the certain part remained, "It's perfect." He was already fading. Not flickering. Not the early week's translucence. A slow, even softening, the way a drawing faded when the ink was very light, the line still there, still completely itself, until it wasn't. His hand grew lighter on Sei's face. Not cold. Still warm, until it wasn't. Sei did not move. He sat very still, the way he had always sat, the trained stillness, but the stillness was different now, was not the stillness of a man who had removed himself from the room but of a man who was entirely present in it, receiving everything. Haruki's edges softened first. His outline, his shoulders, the shape of the hoodie. Then his hands, the ink smudge on the left forefinger went first, because that was the smallest thing and the smallest things went first. His wrists. The threadbare elbow. He did not look away from Sei's face. He was smiling. Not a brave smile, not a performance of ease. Something more settled than that, the expression of a person who has finished something they were making and has looked at it and found it right. Not perfect in the editorial sense. Right in the sense that mattered. His eyes were still there after everything else had gone. And then they were not. The studio was empty. The lamp was on. The tablet was on the worktable, its white pages bright. The mug was on the worktable beside the laptop, cold. The pencil was on the drafting desk, unmoved. The cactus on the windowsill was doing very well. Sei sat in the chair. He sat in the chair for a very long time. Outside, the sky was beginning its earliest pre-dawn lightning, not yet light, but the darkness with a direction to it, the darkness that knew where it was going. In an hour it would be morning. In 2 hours the trains would be full. In 3 hours his desk at work would be waiting for him with its clean surface and its aligned phone and its manuscript pile. He picked up his laptop. He saved the file. He closed the laptop and put it back in his bag. He washed the 2 cups at the sink. He dried them. He put the mug back on the shelf, where it had been, where it belonged, where it would stay. He packed his thermos. He turned off the lamp. He locked the studio. He walked down the stairs and out into Shimokitazawa, which was barely beginning its morning, the streets not yet fully empty of last night or filled with today. Cold, and quiet, and smelling of the particular December that had been here all through the Thursdays. He walked home. He walked with his hands in his pockets and his bag on his shoulder through streets that did not know what had just happened in a second-floor studio, because streets never knew, because the most important things always happened in rooms too small to see from the outside. He went home. He stood at the kitchen counter and looked at the harbor print on the wall above the kettle, the figure with his back to the frame, the evening light on the water, the careful work of someone who had once thought about temperature and what made a thing exactly itself. He looked at it for a long time. Then he made coffee, and sat at the counter, and let the morning come. Chapter 23, The Author's Note. The author's note took 4 drafts. The first 3 were too long. He kept writing past the thing he needed to say, the way you kept walking past a door when you were uncertain whether to knock, and then having to come back and find it again. By the 4th draft he understood that the note was not a place for explanation. It was a place for one thing, said plainly, and then stopped. The note read, "The last chapter was written by the editor. The artist would want you to know it's the worst ending he's ever read." He submitted it to Reiko with the final chapter attached, the prose ending, no illustrations, typeset in the serialization standard body font, 43 pages of the worst piece of writing he had ever produced, on a Monday morning, in an email whose subject line read, "Pale Transit, Final Chapter and Author's Note, for approval." He had been in the office for 20 minutes when Reiko appeared in his doorway. She stood there for a moment. He looked up from his desk. Her expression was the one she had for things that required precision to hold, the face of a woman who had been in this industry for 30 years and had learned, across those years, how to keep her features from doing things that were not strategic. The expression she had when something had moved her and she was not going to say that it had moved her, because saying so was not the kind of thing you said, but which was visible anyway around the edges. "Miura-san," she said. "Ogata-san. The final chapter." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. She looked at him with the look she had sometimes used across the years. The look that he had known since very early in his career was not evaluation but recognition. The look of someone who knew what they were looking at and was deciding how to address it. "Did anyone tell you," she said, "that you were allowed to do this?" He considered the question. "No," he said. "I didn't ask." The corner of her mouth moved. "No," she said. "You wouldn't have." She looked at the page in her hand. She had printed the note, which was Reiko's habit, reading things on paper rather than screens. "The author's note." "Yes. The artist would want you to know it's the worst ending he's ever read. That's what it says. Is it accurate?" He thought about this with the full seriousness it deserved. "Almost certainly," he said. "Structurally, the 3rd section has a problem I would have flagged in revision. The central metaphor is overextended. There are 2 sentences that do the same work and should have been reduced to 1. Reiko looked at him. "He would have told me all of this," Sei said. "In detail. Probably at some length." She was quiet for a moment longer. Then she said, "Approved." And she handed him back the printed note and walked out of his doorway without further comment, which was Reiko's version of everything that needed to be said. Pale Transit concluded serialization in the last week of January. The response was immediate and divided in the way that things were divided when they could not be categorized. The argument began online within hours of publication, the precise, impassioned, Completely irreconcilable argument between readers who called the prose ending a betrayal of the medium and readers who called it the most honest final chapter they had ever read. Both sides, in Sei's editorial assessment, had a case. He did not engage with either of them. He had a pile of manuscripts on his desk and 3 new artists in development and a spring catalog to approve, and the argument was happening in a space he had never occupied and did not intend to start occupying. Ran brought him the numbers. She set them on his desk on a Wednesday in February with the particular expression of someone who was trying to determine whether the numbers would be welcome or not. The numbers were significant. He looked at them. He filed them appropriately. The readership response to the final chapter, Rand said, carefully. I see it. It's the most discussed final chapter in Shimai's catalog. By a large margin. I see that too. She hesitated. He could see her deciding whether to say the next thing. She said it, some of the commentary, the readers are calling it, they're saying it's autobiographical. That the prose is about the editor and the mangaka. Some of them are saying. Ran. She stopped. I know what they're saying, he said. He looked at the numbers on his desk. It's not incorrect. She was quiet for a moment. Are you all right? She asked. She asked it the way she had learned to ask it, directly, without softening, in the voice she had been developing since the autumn when she had decided to stop pretending she couldn't see things. He considered the question. He thought about the studio on Thursday mornings, which he had continued to visit. Not every Thursday at midnight with the mechanism, there were no more chapters, and the mechanism was closed, but Thursday mornings, sometimes, before work. He would unlock the studio and sit in the chair for half an hour and drink tea from the thermos he still brought and look at the room and say whatever he needed to say to the room, which received it the way it had always received things, with the patience of a space that had been lived in and retained the quality of that habitation even past the hour of it. He thought about the phone call from Chihaya the week after publication, which had lasted 40 minutes and during which she had not said I told you so even once, which was an act of generosity he had acknowledged directly. He thought about the harbor print on the wall above the kettle, which was still there. He thought about the manuscript he had taken home on a Sunday and read in its entirety, his own prose ending, which he had read in silence at the kitchen counter with his glasses on and a cold cup of tea, and which had been, in the full light of a Sunday morning without the studio and the lamp and the broken voice, still exactly what it needed to be. Yes, he said. I think so. Ran nodded once. She picked up the number sheet from his desk and started to walk out of his office, and then she stopped. When I wrote the note in October, she said, without turning. He's haunting himself in that studio. She was quiet for a moment. I was watching you sit with absence. That was what I thought I was seeing. She turned around. I was right about what you were doing. I was wrong about what the absence was. He looked at her. I'm glad, she said, simply. I'm glad it wasn't just absence. She went back to her desk. The Tezuka Award announcement came in April. He found out in the way he found out most things, reading it in a trades publication, in the same way he read about any other series in any other year. Pale Transit, posthumous award, strongest final arc in the serializations category, prose ending cited as formally innovative. The citation used the word brave, which he thought Haruki would have found funny, because Haruki had not thought of himself as brave. He had thought of himself as someone who knew what the work required and did it. There was a ceremony. Reiko attended on behalf of the publishing house, which was appropriate. Sei did not attend. He had a meeting that afternoon, a new serialization pitch, a young artist who was 2 years out of their debut and ready for something longer, and the meeting was more useful. He sent flowers to the Tono family. White chrysanthemums and 1 branch of cherry blossom, which was out of season and had required some persistence to locate, but which had been, for reasons he did not explain in the card, necessary. Soma called on the Thursday after the award announcement. Not in the evening, mid-afternoon, 3:15, while Sei was reading a manuscript at his desk. He looked at the phone before answering and then he answered. Soma-san, he said. A pause on the line. He could hear the quality of a room, afternoon light in it, the small sounds of an inhabited space. Soma breathing. The specific texture of a person deciding how to begin. I read it, Soma said. The final chapter. I read it when it published and then I read it again. A pause. I've read it several times. Sei waited. I wanted to say thank you, Soma said. His voice was steady. The voice of someone who had been carrying something for a long time and had set it down recently, not because the weight was gone but because they had found a way to carry it differently. For finishing it. For what it was. It was his, Sei said. The work was his. I know what you only did, Soma said. I know exactly what you only did. I know because my brother spent 4 years thinking you were worth it and I thought he was always generous, Haruki, he saw what people could be rather than what they were, and I loved him for it and sometimes I worried about him for it. He paused. I don't worry about it anymore. Sei sat at his desk with his phone to his ear and the manuscript open in front of him and the afternoon light coming through the office window at a particular angle that made sharp shadows of familiar objects. He was right about you, Soma said. I wanted you to know that someone said it plainly. He could not find a word for what this placed in his chest. He sat with it. Thank you, he said, finally. The same words back. The only words that were big enough. Soma said, come for dinner sometime. Not for work. Just dinner. Yes, Sei said. They said goodbye. He put the phone down. He aligned it parallel to the edge of the desk, the same reflex, the same gesture, unchanged. But the alignment was different now. It was not the stillness of a man maintaining control of a room. It was the stillness of a man who was simply choosing where to put things and finding the right place for them. He picked up the manuscript. He read the rest of it. He made 3 notes in the margin. He went back to work. Chapter 24, same time next week. Months later. The studio in June is different from the studio in December. The window admits a warmer light, even at midnight, and the smell of the street below has changed. The tea shop has its summer menu now, something with citrus, and the scent of it drifts up on warm evenings and mixes with the studio's own smell of old ink and paper. The cactus on the windowsill is doing exceptionally well. He has been watering it since March. He had not intended to start watering it. He had noticed one Thursday morning that it looked, in some indefinable cactus-specific way, as though it was working harder than it needed to, and he had watered it, and it had responded with what he could only describe as enthusiasm. He unlocks the door. He goes upstairs. He turns on the lamp. He sets the thermos on the work table. He pours 1 cup. He sits in the chair. Ran called today, he says to the room. The spring numbers are strong. Better than strong, the kind of numbers that mean the next volume gets a wider print run. You would have had very specific opinions about the cover design, which I have now, unfortunately, inherited. I had a 40-minute conversation with the cover artist about negative space. He drinks his tea. I was not gentle. The room receives this. The new artist, he says. Takami. You don't know her, she came to Shumai in February. She has a problem with endings. She knows how to build a chapter but she doesn't trust herself to close it, so she closes it too early and the ending doesn't earn what came before it. He sets his cup down. I've been thinking about how to tell her. I told one of my other artists the same thing last year and it didn't land. I think it needs a different angle. He pauses. I'm considering using your chapter 33 as an example. The one where you solved the same problem by letting the final panel breathe for twice the standard beat. If you have objections you can file them in the usual way. The room is quiet. The lamp is steady. Through the window, the June version of the street below, the occasional late pedestrian, a bar's last customers of the evening, someone on a bicycle moving through the intersection. He has been coming here every Thursday at midnight since January. Not every Thursday without exception. There was a Thursday in March when he had a conflict, a manuscript crisis at 11 p.m. that had required his full attention until 2 in the morning at the office, and the studio had received a voice message instead, because he had called the studio from his desk and said into the empty line, "Not this Thursday, something came up, talk next week." He had felt only marginally absurd doing this. He comes because it is Thursday, and he has Thursdays to give, and this is where he gives them. He says, "I went to Higashi Koenji on Saturday." He says it in the tone of someone with news. The ramen place. It's reopened. Not the same proprietor, the proprietor retired, which you know, but someone has taken the space and it appears to be a different kind of ramen. I don't know yet whether the broth is at the correct temperature. I went past and saw the sign and kept walking, because I wanted to tell you first before I went in. Which I recognize is irrational. He looks at the work table. I thought you might want to know. The room has the quality of a room that is being talked to and is listening. He does not pretend this is Haruki. He knows the difference. The difference is the most accurate thing he owns, which is that Haruki was here, was specifically and irreplaceably here, and now is not here, and the studio is the studio, and he is a man in a room, and the talking is his own. But the room is not just a room either. It is the room where things happened. It carries them. Not as haunting, not as the hovering of an unresolved thing, but the way any room carries what has been in it, in the specific lean of the light, in the particular quality of the silence, in the way he knows without looking that the floorboard near the drafting desk will creak if he steps on it, and that this knowledge lives in his body and will live there for as long as his body does. He goes to his bag. He takes out the sketchbook. He bought it in April. A standard artist's sketchbook, the kind he had handled thousands of times in his professional life as objects other people made things in, and had never held in the context of making anything himself. He had held it in the shop for a moment and then paid for it, because he had decided that the decision to buy a sketchbook was not the kind of decision he was going to deliberate about anymore. He sets it on the work table. He takes out the pen. It had been in the pencil cup on the drafting desk, one of several pens in the cup, familiar tools of the studio's working life. He had not taken it intentionally the first time. He had picked it up the way you picked up a pen when you needed one and had not thought about which one. He had noticed, at home, that it was not his. The nib was bent slightly, the way a nib bent when someone rested their chin on their hand while thinking, weight transferred over time to the pen held loosely. The ink was slightly dried. He had brought it back. He had been bringing it back and forth since April, because he needed it on Thursdays and the studio needed it on Thursdays, and this seemed like the right arrangement. He opens the sketchbook. He does this every Thursday, or most Thursdays, and he has accumulated across the months a body of work that is, he has assessed it with his full editorial faculties and the assessment has been consistent, genuinely terrible. He is not a visual artist. He does not have the spatial understanding, the line control, the compositional instinct. He draws the way someone draws who knows exactly what a drawing should look like and has absolutely none of the physical vocabulary to make it look that way. He has found this funnier, each week, than the week before. He opens to a blank page. He considers it. He thinks about the new artist with the ending problem, the chapter that needed more breath in the final panel, and he draws the panel. He draws it as a panel rather than as a page, just the space and an indication of the figure, a rough shape, a position, the rough idea of the frame. It looks nothing like what he intended. He looks at it. He draws it again on the next page. Still wrong, but differently wrong. He draws it a third time. On the fourth attempt, there is something in the right corner that is almost what he meant. He is not sure what he did differently. He puts a small X next to it so he will remember where it is. He has been learning things, in the sketchbooks. Not quickly and not well. He has been learning what Haruki knew at 20, that drawing requires the same thing that reading aloud requires, which is the willingness to be present in your own failure, to keep the pen on the page when the page is telling you that you are wrong, to trust that wrong done with full attention is different from wrong done with no attention, and that the difference eventually produces something. He has not produced something yet. He suspects he will not produce something for a long time. He keeps the pen on the page. He draws for a while. A panel, a figure, an attempt at a face that comes out asymmetric and overinked on the left side. He looks at the face for a moment. He draws it again smaller in the corner of the page. Still asymmetric. He adds one more line to try to fix it and makes it worse. He laughs. It is quiet, the laugh, a small exhale of sound, surprised out of him by the specific wrongness of the extra line, which has turned the face into something that is both wrong and unmistakably a face with a crooked line for a mouth and too much ink on the left. And it is bad and it is his, and he made it here on a Thursday night in a studio in Shimokitazawa, and it is the most straightforwardly honest thing he has made in his adult life. He sits for a moment with the laugh still in him. The studio has not heard him laugh before. In 21 weeks of Thursdays, across 52 chapters and one manuscript typed in a breaking voice at 2 in the morning, across all of it, he had not laughed in this room. He had smiled, once or twice, in the particular way that the room permitted. He had been moved by things in ways that had not had words. But the laugh had not been available in this room until this moment, which is maybe the shape of what's changed, or one of the shapes, that he is here, and the room is here, and the laugh is available. He looks at the drawing. A lopsided face with ink on the left side and a crooked mouth and 2 dots for eyes that are not quite at the same level. It looks like something a child would draw. A child who had just started, who was making things without knowing how, because someone they loved had showed them that making things mattered. He will draw another one next Thursday. Outside, Tokyo hums. Trains run. Deadlines approach. The tea shop downstairs closes its summer menu for the night and the citrus scent fades from the street. The city does what cities do, it proceeds, without attention to the specific contents of specific rooms, into the hours that follow midnight and move toward morning. In the studio on the second floor, a man who used to be known as the person who kills series, who had spent 15 years with a red pen and a reputation and a white wall above the kettle that held nothing, sits with a bent nib pen and a terrible drawing and a silence that is not empty. He has been coming here every Thursday. He will come next Thursday. The Thursday after. For as long as he has Thursdays to give, which is longer than any of us can count and shorter than we would like, which is the condition of all things that matter. He stays in the room for a while, with the drawing and the lamp and the ink smell and the summer air coming in at the window. Then he caps the pen. He closes the sketchbook. He puts both in his bag. He washes the cup. He turns off the lamp. He locks the studio. He goes home. He doesn't stop coming.